A monster with countless bloodshot eyes roared loudly amidst the gloomy sky. In the year 2045, Earth was facing terrifyingly brutal creatures. Not a few soldiers participating in the battle lost their lives. They could not resist those razor-sharp claws. The monster, with its massive body, just stared down at those who had fallen on the battlefield. Meanwhile, a young man turned pale with fear in the face of its attack. Is it over? He collapsed to his knees before the sharp claws, as if surrendering to fate. But unexpectedly, a young man rushed forward, using his sword to slice through one of the monster's tentacles. It was so shocked that its eyes bulged out, staring intently at the circular hole in its own body. Soon after, the monster boiled with rage and pointed its sharp claws directly at the young man. He knit his brows and unleashed sharp slashes, cutting those tentacles into pieces. The monster still wouldn't give up. It swung a massive tentacle toward the young man. With his eyes half closed, he looked at the huge object right above his head. The young man immediately pulled out a gun and fired directly at that tentacle. This person was the commander of Earth's last defense force. Han Sung turned his head and spoke. "Get up, we're moving on." Hearing that, the person behind who had just been saved finally snapped out of it. He quickly raised his gun and fired continuously at the monster. Meanwhile, Han Sung carried his long gun and advanced forward. And now, after endless battles, only a few survivors remained. Han Sung's face grew serious as he pushed his gun back to gain momentum. He dropped to one knee and aimed straight ahead. Our target is right in front of us. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared right in front of the monster. Han Sung was stunned by this damn thing and wondered to himself, what is this? Before he could get an answer, he was sucked inside before he even realized it. A second later, his comrades saw Han Sung disappear and frantically turned back to call for their commander. Meanwhile, in a strange space filled with chains, a mysterious voice echoed. "Respond to the summons, Han Sung." Countless strands suddenly wrapped around his neck, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. With his body bound in midair, Han Sung looked fearfully at the buzzing crowd in front of him. Unbelievable. I actually succeeded. It turns out this is the rumored hero from another world. He glanced at the hunk of iron in his hand, wondering what these glowing chains were all about. Where was he? Immediately, Han took off his hood, stepped forward, and spoke. "Hero from another world, welcome to the Empire." He could only listen in silence to these strange words. The man stroked his beard and said in an earnest tone, "I know this is sudden, but please defeat the Demon King and save our world." Han Sung frowned in confusion. "Forget it. Demon King? What are you talking about? Where am I? Who are you people? This is no time for nonsense. I'm supposed to be in Korea." Han quickly extended a palm, full of spiritual energy as a threat. "Shut up." A second later, bolts of lightning struck him down along with an incantation. The restraint vow has been activated. The man controlled the magic in the air and reminded him, "Don't resist any longer. If you behave while I'm being nice, this magic won't harm you." Han Sung was breathless, tears streaming down his face, silently cursing. What a load of polite bullshit. Polite my ass, Han thought, before the man waved his hand and made a request. "Please destroy the Demon King." He threw a sword onto the magic circle on the ground and emphasized every word. "And save our empire. If you agree, we can send you back to your world. Will you accept this offer?" Though it was phrased as a question, the crowd there stared at Han Sung with daggers in their eyes. He pressed his lips thin, his eyebrows furrowed, extremely troubled by the situation. Han Sung had no other choice and could only comply. "Fine, I'll do it." And so, Han Sung was summoned to a completely alien world to fight as the hero of an empire. He worked relentlessly, participating in countless expeditions. Time and again, Han Sung swung his sword, slaughtering hordes of beasts and completing every one of the Empire's many missions. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. He sacrificed his youth to kill the Demon King Vourer. Finally, was Han Sung free? Every night, he dreamed about what he would do when he got back home. But then Han heard the voice again. "Han Sung, I will tell you your next mission." He stood behind them, scowling and complaining. "That's not what you promised." The man took a sip of tea and continued. "Saving the Empire doesn't just end with killing the Demon King. There are still those who oppose the unification of the Empire. They must be eliminated. We cannot allow the opposition to rise. You just need to handle this threat. Kill him, Bedell of the Teutonia Kingdom of Knights, and then you'll be free. Han glanced over, the corner of his mouth twitching. Help us out a little more, won't you? What choice does a dog with a chain around its neck have? Those bastards. And so, the smoke of war broke out everywhere once again. When will this ever end? At the Teutonia Kingdom of Knights, Han Sung and Bedell were currently clashing swords. After a while, he successfully plunged his sword into the man's body. Bedell groaned in pain. I didn't think you'd be this foolish. He pulled the sword out, his voice sounding weary. I didn't have a choice. Sorry, Bedell. The man questioned the otherworldly hero. It's Han Sung, right? Bedell, dripping with sweat, continued. Don't apologize to me, Han Sung. He slid down against the fortress wall. His next words made Han Sung freeze. Because soon enough, you'll be discarded too. Han Sung sighed and raised his palm, muttering, It's over, I'm finally going home. Unbeknownst to him, Brandenburg was already behind him. Suddenly, 2 golden strands looped around Han Sung's neck, startling him. The old man approached and stabbed a sword into Han Sung's chest before he could react, his voice sounding dangerous. Well done, hero from another world. Han Sung bent over, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, calling out Count Brandenburg's name. The old man smirked mockingly. Han Sung, you fought wonderfully over the years. You've obeyed exactly like a loyal hound of the Empire. I, the general and holy knight, acknowledge that. His eyes went wide as he struggled to curse. You despicable hypocrites. So is all a lie. You never intended to let me go home. Brandenburg pulled the sword out of Han Sung, causing blood to spray out, and questioned, Why would we? A hound is only meant for biting. As his whole body collapsed to the ground, the old man gloated mockingly. Farewell, Han Sung. With blurred vision, he cursed silently. I knew they wouldn't let me go easily, but damn it, I will never forget this humiliation. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from Han Sung. He harbored deep resentment. I will make this damn empire pay with its total annihilation. That night, one life closed its eyes, and another was born. At that moment, a newborn baby boy opened his eyes. Cheers echoed in his ears. Congratulations, milady, it's a boy. Drenched in sweat, she reached out to hold the tiny hand and whispered, My darling, I am your mother. Han Sung, now in the form of the baby Dale, looked at the couple in front of him in shock. Who are they? I've seen this face before. Han Sung, now in the form of the baby Dale, looked at the couple in front of him in shock. Who are they? I've seen this face before. In his mind, Han Sung pondered. That man is the strongest necromancer and dark mage on the continent, Duke Saxon. And this place must be the center of the Empire's forbidden arts. Necropolis, where the Black Tower stands. The one-time used Rebirth stone has been activated. It was something he had hidden away, a forbidden item he prepared to escape his chains as a hound. But he never expected to be reincarnated as the eldest son of the Saxon Duke family, one of the most prestigious nobles in the Empire. Dale smiled with amusement. So, I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth this time. Huh? He thought of Han and Brandenburg, immediately plotting. When I grow up and master necromancy, I'll wipe out all those imperial bastards. Nanny, the boy isn't crying at all. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. How strange. His breathing is clear, yet the boy isn't making a sound. The lady was also worried. Could you take a closer look at his condition? Dale pursed his lips arrogantly. I'm not a child. Why would I cry so easily? The nanny picked him up and gave him a full check-over. His breathing was stable, so there was no need to worry. Alan frowned and asked, Is a child not crying considered an ill omen? She reassured him, Don't worry, sir. But if you really want the young master to cry. The nanny gave his but a hard smack and said with a bright smile, You can keep spanking him until he cries. Dale was stunned by the sudden strike, feeling both pain and embarrassment. The other two saw his face turn pale and joked, The kid is really stubborn. He must have inherited your strong will, sir. The couple looked at Dale happily. She reached out and said, Here, let me. He turned pale and complained silently. You idiots, your son is perfectly fine. Elena held him face down again and raised her arm high. Dale squeezed his eyes shut, cursing silently as he prepared to receive another smack. However, she gently rubbed his little bottom instead, surprising him. Dale took a deep breath, sensing everything in this place. The moment the warmth of her gentle hand touched his skin, an image of Han Sung flashed by. Suddenly remembering something, he lifted his shirt, wiped his own wound, and muttered, "When was the last time I felt such warmth?" In his past life, Han Sung could only be alone, looking after himself. Now he was Dale, the soft, slightly trembling hand of the young noble lady. His new mother radiated a love he hadn't received in years. Han Sung, who had never shed a tear, couldn't hold back his tears now that he was conscious of his surroundings. He sobbed loudly, exactly what a newborn baby should do. Alan sat on the bed and spoke softly. "It's already been 8 years since Dale was born, hasn't it? Time really flies." Elena nodded in agreement. "That's true. Is Dale still in his room?" "Ever since he turned 4, he's never been away from his books." He took her hand affectionately. "He probably takes after his mother. It seems he's starting to get interested in magic." Elena tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and called out, "Oh, do you still remember? The vow between us." He thought of Dale sitting there reading and continued, "You mean the promise not to pass down soul summoning to Dale?" He thought of Dale sitting there reading and continued, "You mean the promise not to pass down soul summoning to Dale?" "Don't worry. Dale's birthday is tomorrow, and I'm preparing a gift for him." Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him. Who could be visiting at this hour? Right then, a maid rushed in and shouted, "Duke!" In the study, young Master Dale. Her next words left both husband and wife utterly astonished. Shouts echoed everywhere. Dale hurriedly pushed open the door and asked, "Are you okay?" He was currently collapsed on his knees, mana radiating all around him. Dale turned his head and spoke. "Mother, father." Elena clung to his shirt in fear, stammering, "Dale." She rushed over to check his body. "Are you hurt anywhere? What on earth happened?" Dale grimaced but still replied politely, "I'm fine, mother." Meanwhile, Alan checked the aura with a serious expression. "I can feel the mana spreading through the air." Dale is only 8 years old. On the other side, Elena was still deeply distressed. Dale tried to squirm. "Please let me go." Suddenly, he put his hands behind his back and walked toward Dale with a murderous aura. "Are you the one who released the mana in your body?" The boy was scared out of his wits. "I knew father would find it strange. I'm screwed. I didn't expect the mana to explode so early." Dale stammered, panicking internally. "If I don't answer quickly, father might suspect my identity." Contrary to what he thought, Alan gave a slight smile. He rubbed the boy's head and praised him. "As expected of my son." These words made Dale very curious. "Can't teach me soul control? Then what about my revenge?" Elena, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in. "The servants will clean this place up. You go back to your room." He let out a sigh and helplessly obeyed. "Yes, mother." After that, Dale clutched his book to his chest and left. Alan then turned to her and said, "Elena, I've just thought of the perfect gift for Dale." A while later, at Dale's birthday party, people in the hall were whispering. "The Count came too? For the young master's birthday. Of course I had to be here. It looks like all the nobles in the Black Duke's territory have gathered. When will the young master appear? Right, it's been a long time since we've had such a grand banquet." The star of the party, Dale, sat pensively in the second-floor banquet hall, listening to the chatter. It seems the party is starting later than planned. It really is noisy. He felt exhausted, not expecting so many people to gather just to celebrate his birthday. Perhaps because he was used to being treated coldly as a hero, the way they treated him like a young master now still felt forced. But the incident of breaking the table the other day still bothered him. "I didn't expect my mana to explode so powerfully just from remembering my time as a hero." But the incident of breaking the table the other day still bothered him. "I didn't expect my mana to explode so powerfully just from remembering my time as a hero. How should I convince father? I overheard that he's already thought of a gift. Should I use the occasion to ask him to teach me soul control instead of a gift? No, that would probably be too difficult." At that moment, Elena, in an elegant dress, walked over and waved. "Kept you waiting, didn't I, Dale?" He called out happily. "Mother!" She smiled brightly and continued, "Congratulations on turning 8. Dale looked at the person completely covered up standing next to Elena and asked curiously, "Is that standing behind you?" Elena raised a hand as a reminder. "Oh, go on and say hello." The mysterious figure slowly pulled down their hood. This person was an elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a master of water magic, the sage Cephia. Elena revealed further. "She will be the one guiding you from now on." Dale was surprised, and Cephia said warmly, "It is a pleasure to be of assistance." She winked and whispered to him, "Happy birthday, son." An elder of the Blue Tower invited to be my teacher? So that means Mother wants me to learn water magic, the kind that specializes in defense and support? As expected, Mother doesn't want me to learn dark magic. Cephia opened her arms and said, Dale, can I speak with you privately for a moment? He replied timidly, Yes, Lady Cephia. Not long after, they were standing in a place covered in white snow. Cephia's voice echoed, I don't know if you've heard, but I've been tasked with teaching you water magic. Don't you feel any regret? Surely there's another type of magic you'd rather learn? Dale asked in surprise. How did you know? She held up a finger and said, It's understandable to want to learn soul control, your father's dark magic. However, the marriage conditions of the Black Duke are known throughout the Empire. When Lady Elena was proposed to by the Black Duke, she was terrified because of his brutal reputation. So to reassure her, he vowed never to pass down his karma to his children. I still remember the wedding day. The elders of the Black Tower cast aside their usual black robes and all wore pure white to prove that vow. Because it is a marriage bound by such a sacred covenant, you cannot learn dark magic for the time being. But eventually, I will find a way to convince Lady Elena. Are you willing to follow my guidance? Dale spoke up confusedly. But don't you feel apprehensive about dark magic or soul control? Especially since you're an elf, a race that always respects the laws of nature, and doing something against nature like resurrecting the dead. Cephia laughed in admiration. Interesting. Then what about the priests who save those on the brink of death? Do they do that according to the will of nature? He listened in silence to her perspective. Soul control or resurrection magic are no different in my eyes. Dale suddenly realized one thing. Cephia was far from common prejudices. Perhaps she would be a teacher beyond his expectations. She suggested, Then let's begin the lesson. I heard that a few days ago, you managed to form a small fragment of a mana circuit. The first goal will be to expand that fragment to complete a first-tier mana circle. Dale was utterly surprised and looked up. Oh, a first-tier circle? Coincidentally, most of the magic books I've read lately require reaching that level to practice. Then I'll take this opportunity to create my first circle. Cephia began her instructions. Place your hand over your heart and focus your mind. He followed exactly. Yes, master. Then Dale slowly opened his eyes. This place was a different world from Earth. This place was overflowing with mana. However, except for ancient creatures like dragons, direct control of raw mana is impossible. Therefore, I need a mana circle in my heart, a structure like a filter that helps refine raw mana before use. It gathers the scattered mana fragments around the heart, assembles them into a complete circle, and then makes that circle rotate steadily around the heart. Feeling the circle surrounding him, Dale whispered, So the mana circle is the conduit to etch the mana flow into the heart? I just need to do exactly what Master Cephia said. Outside, she was still teaching. Start with the first step. Practice controlling the mana flow rotating around the heart in a sequential and stable manner. Normally this process takes at least a month, so don't rush it. Dale opened his eyes, looked down at his palm, and muttered, Master! Immediately, a blue circle appeared, shocking even him. I did it! Cephia was stunned, exclaiming in equal surprise. What? She looked at those small hands controlling the mana in bewilderment. A child who just started training can create a circle in just a few minutes? If this child truly possesses such innate talent, then. Cephia covered her mouth with her hand and asked curiously, Can you try releasing mana along that circle? Dale immediately closed his eyes, gathering energy into that circle, and said, I'll try. Master, he thought while creating the magic source. If it were normal children, just worrying about venting mana through the circle would be exhausting enough. At this rate, not only would I be unable to take revenge on the Empire, but it would also be hard to keep up with the Black Duke. In my past life, I only used magic seals etched into my flesh to cast combat-focused damage spells. But this time is different. This body inherited the abilities of the Master of the Black Tower, so it can absorb mana naturally. Who knows, maybe I can learn not only the water system but other magics as well. A source of energy began to run through his body. Dale told himself, All right, focus, lead the mana flow that has entered the body out to the fingertips. The image of Han Sung from his past life was also present. And create the piece destined to be aimed straight at the Empire's throat. In an instant, a sharp, glistening block of ice was created by Dale. Cephia was dazed, swallowing hard as she thought. Generally, when mana is compressed in the body and then released, the mana shape is usually broken. But he has crystallized the mana and created a relatively complete ice sphere. Because he focused on the shape, the destructive power might be lacking. She stood at a distance, meticulously observing his every move. After finishing his exertion, Dale directed that block of ice to strike a nearby ancient tree. Immediately, it created a blinding explosion, causing the tree to snap in half. Cephia turned her head, staring blankly at the ancient tree collapsing onto the white snow. Tension began to show clearly on her face. Cephia stole a glance at Dale, doubting silently. Sharp and hard enough to pierce through a tree trunk. This isn't the level of precision an 8-year-old child should be able to show. Just what is this child? Currently, he was waving his hands slightly with a bright smile. Cephia knelt down to touch the wood, exclaiming, "Good heavens, I thought the boy had only reached the level of mobilizing mana. Who would have thought he could release mana and integrate the ice element into it so perfectly?" Even though it was only basic magic, he performed a spell that perfectly absorbed all the surrounding cold air. Seeing her so dazed, Dale asked timidly, "Teacher, did I do something wrong?" Hearing that, Cephia turned her head and gave a slight smile. She looked at that apologetic face and thought, for an innocent child to unconsciously create such a thing, the sophistication of the technique is truly extraordinary. His face before that mental circuit suddenly appeared. These 3 formulas are the golden ratio for military-grade magic. His face before that mental circuit suddenly appeared. These 3 formulas are the golden ratio for military-grade magic. Cephia stared at Dale, who was putting his 2 index fingers together, and questioned, could the boy have unconsciously recreated and cast such a complete lethal offensive magic? Once again he called, "Teacher." Cephia instinctively raised her hand and stammered, "Oh, it's nothing." Now I understand why the Black Duke felt such regret. Not long after, she was sitting drinking tea in a large room. Alan's voice echoed, "You're saying you can't teach Dale? Why? A child who achieves a complete circle in just a few minutes should be nurtured all the more." Cephia interrupted. Young Master Dale successfully cast a complete lethal offensive magic immediately after forming his circle. Hearing this, he froze on the spot. She imagined the scene of someone being hit by those attacks, and explained, "It's hard to believe that was created by an 8-year-old, a spell containing the golden ratio of military magic formulas." Dale's young face, after taking someone down, flashed through her mind. She stated firmly, "Duke, young Master Dale has a talent for killing." Seeing this, Alan rubbed his chin and muttered, "As an elder of the Blue Tower, a place that worships the path of non-killing, are you going to use that as a reason to refuse to teach the boy?" Cephia took a sip of hot tea and replied, "Not at all." She thought of Dale looking happy with the magic in his hands and continued, "It's because he's like that I want to personally teach and guide the child onto the right path." He frowned, asking in confusion, "Then there's even less of a reason to refuse." Cephia suddenly dropped a line that hit Alan right where it hurt, making his face turn pale. The Duke's dark magic. Young Master Dale seems to already have the magic he wants to learn. I've heard of the love story involving the Black Duke. I respect the promise between you and Lady Elena, but that doesn't mean you have the right to decide your child's future, especially not for someone with such extraordinary talent as the young master. Duke. Meanwhile, Dale was eavesdropping at the door, but he looked completely dejected. "I can't hear what they're saying at all." Dale slid down against the wall, taking wild guesses. "But they're definitely talking about me, right?" He recalled Cephia's shocked expression and felt surprised. "I didn't expect my first spell to be that powerful." Even Lady Cephia looked completely stunned. "I'll have to be more careful about controlling my power from now on." Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared right in front of him, making Dale look up. His mood shifted in an instant as he shouted happily, "Oh!" Dale looked at the man, smiling sheepishly in front of him, and cheered, "Uncle Helmet." The uncle just scratched his head and asked, "What are you doing here?" The boy stood up and questioned him back. "And where are you getting back from, Uncle?" Helmet reached out and hugged Dale, laughing, for the responsibility of protecting the Duke's territory, of course. He lifted the boy high up and recounted excitedly, "I just wiped out a horde of terrifying monsters." The boy guessed with excitement, "So you just finished conquering a dungeon?" Dale's gaze suddenly turned pensive, like an adult lost in deep thought. In this world, the appearance of dungeons or the swarming of monsters were matters of state. Ever since the era when the Demon King existed, because the damage caused by monsters was significant, the knights of this territory had to conquer unexplored dungeons within the Demon King's former lands. Their main mission was to eliminate monsters spilling out from the dungeons, especially in the Duchy of Saxon, where the situation was many times more severe than in other territories. He recalled his own image as Han Sung in his past life, blaming himself because the cause of all this was him. In the past life, after the hero from another world defeated the Demon King, the Duke of Saxon was granted the Demon King's lands in order to subdue the monsters there to turn it into imperial territory. Returning to reality, Dale looked away wearily, complaining to himself. In technical terms, they call this taking out the trash. As soon as he was put down, he reminded him, "Uncle Helmet, don't get hurt." The uncle laughed loudly and teased. "Is the young master worrying about me again?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What a heartening sight. The two saw the person walking out and immediately turned their eyes toward him. Dale called out softly, "Father." Helmet stammered a loud greeting. "Greetings, Lord Duke." He crossed his arms and looked over with praise. "This expedition was hard work for you, Helmet." At the same time, Elena and a few servants walked up. She said cheerfully, "Oh, is everyone gathered here?" The three of them turned their eyes toward her. He wondered curiously, what is Mother doing here? The three of them turned their eyes toward her. He wondered curiously, what is Mother doing here? She quickly leaned down and stroked his cheek in praise. "I heard you successfully cast your circle?" "Oh, my darling is so talented." Alan chimed in, "Congratulations, Dale." Elena turned her head and gave him a wink. "If there's anything you want, just tell your father." This statement made him think. If I say I want to learn necromancy, is that too calculating? What do kids this age usually want? After thinking for a while, Dale casually dropped a line that left the two stunned. "I want a little sister." Alan whispered embarrassedly. "All right, I'll get my best shot." The boy giggled. "Yes, father." The soldiers standing nearby couldn't help but laugh at the situation. One soldier turned and nudged Helmet gently. "Don't laugh, Captain." Time passed by. Before long, the full moon had reached its peak, illuminating the entire area. Time passed by. Before long, the full moon had reached its peak, illuminating the entire area. As soon as he fell into a dream, his eyes from his past life bulged, filled with horror. It turned out to be the scene of Brandon Berg stabbing Han Sung from behind. The old man's voice echoed. "Nice to see you again, Han Sung. How long has it been?" The boy spoke in agonizing pain. Brandon Berg twisted the blade deeper and deeper, lifting Han Sung off the ground. "Humans are such hypocrites, aren't they? How could you change so quickly? Are you happy? Living with kind parents in that warm house, with a warm back and a full belly, you must think revenge isn't important anymore, right?" He radiated a murderous aura, emphasizing every word. "The Empire will find you, Han Sung. They will hunt you until they end you, until every trace of you vanishes from this world." Terrified, Dale woke up at the start, his breathing becoming extremely difficult. At the same time, an amount of magic appeared right in front of his chest. It began to build up in Dale's chest, making him extremely uncomfortable, as if his heart were about to explode. Is this the legendary mana burst phenomenon? Dale clutched his chest with one hand, struggling to make his way outside, cursing silently. Cursed imperial bastards. Are they really not going to let go until the end? I thought getting some cold air outside would make it better. He hugged his body tight, panting and wondering, but why is it only getting worse? Suddenly Cephia appeared right behind Dale and said, "You look like you're suffering." It made Dale jump. He turned his head to look at that familiar face, questioning. Lady Cephia. She was currently creating a source of magic when she suddenly realized, a mana burst? Truly a gifted child, but I still can't shake this feeling of unease. Then she reached out her palm and gently touched Dale's chest. Her magic source directly shattered the energy accumulating inside. Cephia watched with half-closed eyes, worrying privately. If one day this child's magic is stained with malice, I fear it will be beyond saving. As for Dale, he still looked innocently at the small spiritual circle on his hand, thinking, the mana burst phenomenon is gone. A second later, Cephia called out, "Dale." He looked up in confusion and replied, "Yes?" She glanced to the side and explained, The essence of magic is a mirror reflecting the soul. Therefore, even with the same spell, every mage expresses it with a unique nuance. Your magic carries the power to seize life, an extremely dangerous power. Because of that, I feel very fortunate to be the one teaching you. Dale took a book from Cephia and asked curiously, "Yes, and this is—" He looked at the spiritual energy surrounding it and questioned, "This is a magic book on necromancy." She smiled brightly and said suggestively, "I think our meeting might just be destiny." Dale innocently listened to the birthday wish from Cephia. "Happy birthday, Dale." Suddenly he rushed forward and hugged her tight, leaving Cephia a bit stunned. She laughed and teased, "You're still so green and hilariously cute." A few days later, at the plains outside the North Gate, Dale stood behind her and asked in surprise, "A rabbit?" Cephia looked at the white rabbit and replied calmly, "That's right. Recall the time you went hunting with your father?" He quickly summoned magic in his hand and replied, "Yes, teacher." The white rabbit happened to turn and look at the two of them, clueless about what was about to happen. By this time, Dale had created spiritual energy in his hand, swinging his arm back to gain momentum. He aimed accurately and threw the ice block, which zoomed toward the white rabbit. Right where the two were standing, mysterious circles of dark energy appeared. Cephia watched those small hands intently, thinking, striking so boldly, yet his fingertips aren't trembling at all. Then she spoke, "Dale, even though it's the same type of magic, it's incredibly diverse depending on the caster." "Do you know why?" Dale replied honestly, "I'm still not quite sure." Cephia explained, "Because magic, in the end, is a mirror reflecting the inner self. It's using mana to manifest what's in the heart. Therefore, one cannot hide the scenery of their soul in magic." After hearing that, Dale went silent as a stone, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. She closed her eyes and exhaled a cold breath. Names like firewall or other incantations are just ways to help one's mood become more steady. The magic of the towers is not much different. The red tower worships order maintained through strength. The blue tower values the order of harmony. The ideology each tower pursues will be reflected in the form of their magic. Depending on each tower's doctrine, their magic system is established. Besides the red and blue towers, there are also the black, white, and green towers. After saying that, Cephia smiled gently, exhaling a puff of white smoke. However, Dale still wore a confused face, leaving her helpless. "For a child like you, it must still be too early to understand such things." However, Dale still wore a confused face, leaving her helpless. "For a child like you, it must still be too early to understand such things. That is magic that uses mana for a mage to control corpses." He became extremely serious, focusing on his task. At this moment, a series of strands shot out from his hand, striking the rabbit at various points. The head, spine, knees. He had to firmly connect the magic threads to those positions. A second later, the rabbit snapped open its blood-red eyes. Cephia saw his success and praised him. "Well done, Dale. Can you proceed to the next step?" While controlling it, he replied, "Yes, teacher." Then Dale gave it his all, creating ice armor on the monster's body. A deep blue energy slowly spread from his eyes. Dale slammed his palms onto the ground, making the whole area shake. Sharp blocks of ice rose up, forming a circle around the plot of land where he stood. The mana grew increasingly dense, quickly turning into a solid block of ice in front of him. Just a few minutes later, the white rabbit was equipped with a layer of ice armor on its back, featuring razor-sharp spikes. Cephia commented, "The shape of the ice armor looks quite impressive." She also created 3 small ice blades and said, "Let's see how strong its defense is." A flash of brilliant light immediately struck the ground, causing it to crack into pieces. Even Dale broke into a cold sweat at this level of power. The 3 ice blades zipped past the rabbit, making it fall backward as it was caught off guard. The rabbit glanced behind and saw that the spikes on its armor had been shattered by the previous strike. Dale was happy again, clenching his fists and cheering when he saw it was still alive. "All right, I blocked your arrows." Cephia turned and acknowledged. "Well done, Dale. You did quite well. It seems like you want to say something." "What is it?" He spoke up boldly. "Yes, I want to. Please teach me how to use water magic even more perfectly." Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Sunlight hit one side of Cephia's face, but her refusal still rang out. No, it left Dale jaw-dropped, questioning dejectedly, "Why?" Cephia held up a finger, gave a wink, and sighed. What you did today was just an extremely basic type of water magic. Like all other magics, the more you learn the water system, the more it requires deeper and more subtle comprehension. For an apprentice mage, learning just one system is difficult enough, and using two systems simultaneously is what's called a dual system mage. At your age, that is almost impossible. As I see it, you have too much greed. These words were like a thunderbolt to Dale's ears. His mouth hung open as he exclaimed, "Huh?" Dale thought back to when he cast the spell, repeating those words in his head. Ambition? Did I show off that much, and it's still not enough? He said softly and dejectedly. You were the one who said you'd help me find the path ahead. Caught in her own words, Cephia hesitated and stumbled, then used an excuse to brush it off. That's it for today's lesson. That night, in the study, Dale was carrying a stack of books forward. He set them down on the floor, resolving silently. Even if I'm alone, it's not like I can't do it. I'll prove it. Dale began to work, flipping through and reading every page. At the same time, his mana burst forth powerfully again. Before long, calls were echoing, making Dale vaguely open his eyes. Cephia asked worriedly, "Are you okay? It looks like you didn't sleep last night." Dale lied without blinking. "I was just preparing a few things, so I stayed up a bit late." Hearing that, she reminded him, "Don't overdo it, Dale." With dark circles under his eyes, he reached out his hand and replied, "Yes, teacher." Immediately, a magic circle appeared, followed by mysterious mana. He once again controlled that white rabbit with the thick layer of ice armor and the energy source surrounding. He once again controlled that white rabbit with the thick layer of ice armor and the energy source surrounding it. Suddenly, there was a vibration from the ice blocks on the white rabbit's body. Sharp chunks of ice broke away from the armor together, flying straight forward. Looking at the cloud of dust, Cephia wondered. Ice condensation explosion. The white rabbit then sat still, looking up and exhaling a source of mana that surprised her even more. It's not over? Suddenly, it turned into a giant rabbit with a sphere of energy right in the middle of its belly. The white rabbit immediately arched its back and swallowed that energy source inside. A second later, a terrifying explosion erupted from it, while countless ice needles shot forward. A second later, a terrifying explosion erupted from it, while countless ice needles shot forward. Countless sharp ice blocks were attacking her shield head-on, making Cephia even more panicked inside as she thought. Before long, Dale slowly walked up to her. Cephia didn't know what to say. He raised his palm, creating his energy, and spoke. Corpse explosion and ice condensation explosion. I've merged the two systems of water and darkness. Dale summoned two sources of spiritual energy in both hands and asked softly, "Is this enough to become a dual system mage?" All movement nearly stopped after Dale's magic test. Cephia broke into a cold sweat, staring at the ruins of the magic circle. This is a type of attack I've never seen before. She stood frozen, analyzing how the combination with the ice armor of the ice condensation explosion had made the corpse explosion have a much wider destructive impact. Not only that, the sharp fragments of ice and bone were stuck in the ground like blades. Cephia stepped forward, leaning down to check the ice shards scattered on the ground. She looked toward Dale, feeling extremely uneasy. This is exactly like magic forged only for killing, by someone who has lived a whole life on the battlefield. Just what does this child's inner state look like? Dale turned back, his eyes full of innocence. Oh, as soon as he saw Helmet, he called out joyfully, "Uncle Helmet!" He raised his hand high to greet them. "Young master, Lady Cephia?" Seeing the military uniform, Dale asked curiously, "Did you just finish conquering another dungeon?" Helmet excitedly showed off his achievement. "This time we just took out a small-scale group of monsters." The Black Armor Knight Legion also had to work pretty hard. An image of Saxon appeared powerfully. The Black Knight Legion, the Duke of Saxon's invincible army. They controlled the battlefield with spear techniques enveloped in aura. Figures flickered in and out, and the man commanding them, the Knight Helmet, was one of the 7 swords of the continent. Dale put his hands together in delight and reminded him, "You still remember you promised to teach me swordsmanship, right?" In his head, he was thinking, being able to learn the sword from someone like him is an incomparable honor. Helmet burst into a loud laugh. "I'm always happy to." He scratched his head with delight and said goodbye. "Then see you soon, Uncle Helmet." Without further conversation, Helmet said goodbye and headed back, All right, it's cold out. The young master should get inside before catching a cold. Cephia looked toward the castle and told him, "We should head back too." Dale nodded happily in agreement. "Yes, master." That night, the conversation began. "What do you mean, Lady Cephia?" she stated blankly. "I am only telling the truth. Young Master Dale has completely mastered both arts, necromancy and water magic. Furthermore, the boy has reached the level of a first-tier mage with one magic circle." Alan rested his chin on his hand gloomily. "Lady Cephia, we clearly only asked you to teach the child the water system." As if guessing the intent behind those words, Cephia told him, "Yes, only teaching the water system. But as a master, I only want to teach what the child yearns to learn. As I've said, what Dale desires is not just water magic." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Elena spoke. "Then if Dale desires it, may we continue to ask you to guide him in water magic?" Cephia bowed respectfully and accepted the offer. "Of course. Then I will assist him further in the coming time." Elena replied politely, "Yes, thank you." After finishing the discussion, she quickly left. But before leaving for good, Cephia stood back to apologize. "I sincerely apologize for forcing the lady to break the Black Duke's covenant." After she left, Elena stretched and said in admiration, "Our boy is really something else. Only 8 years old and already a dual system mage. Sometimes it even gives me chills, but that is indeed my son." Alan's face darkened as he glanced at her and called softly, "Elena." He bowed his head gloomily and stated his wish for her opinion. "I want to pass down necromancy to Dale. As a lord, I want the boy to have enough strength to carry the responsibility of inheritance. As a mage, I want a worthy disciple. And as a father, I just want to pass down everything I have to my son." Alan held his head in distress over the mistake in this decision. "I am truly sorry, my lady." Elena was very worried because social prejudice was so heavy, and people still looked at necromancy with eyes of fear. Everyone whispered that it was the magic of death. "I'll only stop you because of that. So, please train our son to be a mage strong enough to make those people shut their mouths." The deep intent in her words made Alan go silent. "Do you understand?" Immediately after, he pulled Elena into a loving embrace. "I understand, my lady. I will give everything to make our son the strongest." And so, the first day of the special necromancy training course began. Before anything could happen, Dale was already being scolded. "How disappointing, Dale. Are you still summoning without understanding what you are controlling?" Dale pouted and argued back silently. "But that was everything I was taught by my master." In the basement of Saxon Castle, the Black Duke's magic chamber. As soon as Dale finished performing what he had learned from his master, Alan just clicked his tongue and immediately brought him here. He pointed his finger and gave a harsh command. "Once you study under me, never repeat those sloppy magics again. Start by memorizing the entire bone and muscle structure of every creature. Do you understand?" Dale shivered, and though he didn't want to, he didn't dare argue. "Yes, father. The books father gave me were things that even in my past life only specialized doctors got to read. And after a few days, I had memorized every single word." After the check was complete, Alan finally closed the book. "It seems the basics are done. Now you can learn practical combat. We will begin the real training course." Dale followed quickly with excitement. "Yes, father." A moment later, the smile quickly vanished from his face. Dale couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, "Is this the corpse of a goblin?" After a moment of observation, Alan gave a slight laugh and reminded him, "You look quite confused. A weak dark magic practitioner can only make the corpse of a sword saint move at the level of a zombie. Conversely, someone with real skill can turn an ordinary soldier into a death knight. Now, here is an ordinary corpse soldier. How do you plan to control it?" The goblin lay there silently, regardless of what was happening. Dale opened a magic circle in his mind, feeling utterly confused. His face began to scrunch up. It seemed to be a bit difficult. Dale tried to make the small strands connect. Unlike the rabbit with a small body and few bones, a bipedal goblin had too many joints. Having to connect them with magic threads was a real pain. When everything was connected, the goblin moved, lunging forward under his control. Damn it. It's like controlling a puppet with tangled strings. I must have been wrong to take advantage of rigor mortis to increase defensive capability. The joints and muscles are too stiff to move anymore. In a case like this, what is the right way to do it? Seeing him fall into a state of panic, Alan had to step in and stop him. "Dale, Your idea of stimulating the corpse to stiffen the body is not bad, but it also causes the corpse's movement to be restricted more than necessary. Saying that, he demonstrated once for him to see. Watch. Alan only had to slightly raise his magic, and it radiated out to envelop the goblin in front. Dale was stunned to witness such a magnificent scene. Alan's magic strands were penetrating its body. He made the skeletal frame expand and said, "The ribs on the side of the goblin are flared out, a part used to protect internal organs. But for one who is already dead, what need is there to protect internal organs?" He spoke while pushing the magic deeper, and stated decisively, "Understand the structure of the subject, and modify it into a form that suits your purpose." Dale's jaw dropped in horror at this bizarre type of magic. Alan casually destroyed the goblin and finished with a final word. "That is the foundation of dark magic." Dale looked down as if he had something on his mind. "Father, please tell me what kind of spirit the Black Tower pursues." Alan flashed a mysterious yet satisfied smile. He leaned down slightly, the magic in his hand still lingering. "It is truth." Alan knelt and placed a hand on Dale's shoulder. "And truth is always hidden within death." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed with firm resolve. "That is why we must understand it even more deeply. To reach that truth, one must understand the weight of life." Suddenly, memories of his past life came rushing back. Right at the moment a battlefield was nearing its end, an innocent-looking civilian was pleading with him. "Please spare me. I beg of you, Sir Hero." He coldly raised his sword. "Please, have mercy on my life." And then, without a shred of pity, he gave them a one-way ticket to meet their ancestors. Alan's voice called out. Noticing Dale's pale face, he looked a bit worried. "Are you all right? You look terrible." Despite the concern, Dale stood there completely dazed, shaken by the memory. Dale finally spoke up after a moment to reassure him. "Yes, I'm fine, Father. I'm perfectly fine." Time flew by. Dale's magic training showed steady improvement day by day. News that Duke Saxon was teaching Dale dark magic spread throughout the entire empire. The fact that Duke Saxon had broken a vow made years ago caused a massive stir, especially since the boy himself was the reason he broke it. Both the nobility and the commoners of the empire turned their full attention toward him. On a day like any other, Dale was working hard on his swordsmanship. A few weeks later, at the ducal training grounds, Dale strained himself in an intense sparring session with Helmet. Every sword strike he unleashed was incredibly precise. That clearly impressed Helmet. Both sides pushed to land perfect strikes, their blades clashing in a rapid sequence. After a while, the most tense moment of the fight arrived. Dale tensed his muscles. On the other side, Helmet raised his sword high, refusing to back down. The man swung a blow, but fortunately, Dale managed to dodge just in time. Seizing the opening, Dale stepped in and knocked the sword right out of Helmet's hand. Helmet turned his head to watch the blade fall, unable to hide the surprise on his face. Helmet turned his head to watch the blade fall, unable to hide the surprise on his face. Helmet didn't get competitive. He quickly surrendered. "Well done, young master." Of course, Dale didn't buy it for a second. How could a swordsman like him just drop his sword? Wiping away his sweat, Dale guessed. "You dropped it on purpose, didn't you?" Helmet picked up his sword and denied it. "Of course not. Since you applied actual combat swordsmanship, an ordinary person might have lost their life at the very first slash. Your swordsmanship is exceptional. It's honestly a shame you're a mage. Since mages always have guardian knights by their side, you don't really need to train this hard. Is there a reason you're doing this? You don't have to push yourself to the point of getting injured." Dale looked at his bandaged arm and said firmly, "Of course there is. A duke's son who only relies on guards or protectors wouldn't look very impressive, would he?" That was just a side note. In reality, he was thinking, plus, who would want to miss the chance to learn swordsmanship directly from one of the continent's 7 great sword masters? Hearing that confident answer, Helmet laughed with delight. He ruffled the boy's hair, laughing as he praised him. "Great answer. If I had a son like you, I'd have no regrets left." Dale was thrilled to hear that. "So, I finally got a compliment from him." Just then, the sound of a dress rustling nearby approached. It was Elena. She called out to them, and they both looked happy. Dale cried out joyfully, "Mother, what brings you here?" Elena smiled softly and said, "I wanted to see how hard my son has been working." After a brief pause, she got to the point. "Besides, I have some news for you." Curious, he asked, "What kind of news?" Elena teased him with a question of her own. "Do you remember the birthday present you once asked for?" Dale rubbed his chin, thinking of the big gift box she had brought. A birthday gift. I only vaguely remember it. What was it again? Suddenly, he remembered his previous request. I want a little sister. Because of that, he understood exactly what Elena meant. Seeing this, she rubbed her stomach expectantly. So, you'll have to take very good care of her. Dale clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course I will. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 10 months had gone by. Dale kept poking the baby's cheek, making Elena exclaim happily, "Is she really that captivating to you?" He didn't hesitate to answer, "Yes, she really is. I can't believe this is my little sister." Dale stared at the girl, unable to look away. She was unbearably adorable. Seeing this, Elena suggested, "Do you want to try holding her?" Even though he wanted to, Dale was a bit shy. "What? Me?" She slowly placed the baby into Dale's arms. Now, don't be shy. Holding a baby isn't that hard. Even I found it easier than I imagined when I first did it. So, she looks just like you, doesn't she? Seeing the baby smile brightly, Elena felt a bit excited. That's strange. She cries whenever I hold her, but she isn't crying with you at all. She seems very happy. Dale gave a gentle smile as he looked at the tiny life in his arms. Suddenly, Alan walked over and asked, "How do you feel now?" Dale honestly shared his thoughts. "She's light as a feather, but she feels so heavy." Alan offered a soft smile, a sense of peace filling the room. "That is the weight of a life." He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and reminded him, "Never forget that, Dale. I suppose it's time for your lessons, isn't it? Let's go, Dale. Master Cephia is probably waiting for you." Cephia gave a brief introduction to get him up to speed. "Today's lesson is actual combat training." Dale was hesitant, feeling a bit unsure. "Are you sure I'm allowed to fight for real?" Cephia encouraged him. "Don't hesitate. Just attack with everything you've got." He began summoning a magic circle. "Master," Cephia also created a small magic sphere, ready for battle. "Let's see how much you've improved." The opening move consisted of sharp shards of ice racing toward her. Cephia swiped them away with one hand, sending them flying. "Your first strike was way too slow." She taunted him while batting away more ice. "What? Are you holding back on your master?" Seeing this, Dale took a few steps back, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. Cephia threw a piece of ice back at him and commanded, "Set up a barrier immediately." Dale's face contorted in fear at that terrifying killing intent. The attack shot forward, radiating an incredible power in an instant. Dale looked down at his frozen knees and hands, terrified. If I hadn't blocked that in time, I would have been seriously hurt. Cephia was thrilled when she saw this. He created ice armor in such a short amount of time. Dale quickly withdrew his magic, and the ice armor fell away. She nodded and requested, "Very good, Dale. Keep attacking." He pressed his hands to the ground and chanted the spell. "Mixed elemental composition. Ice fortress style." She nodded and requested, "Very good, Dale. Keep attacking." He pressed his hands to the ground and chanted the spell. "Mixed elemental composition. Ice fortress style." A tall, sturdy ice fortress rose right before Cephia's eyes. By reinforcing the mana structure, the kid had raised the ice density to an astonishing level. Cephia touched it lightly, curious. But why use a defensive spell right now? Does he need a break after my last attack? While she was lost in thought, a sound from the other side of the wall caught her attention. Ice burst. A bright light flashed along with the sound of the explosive spell. At the edge of the ice wall, Cephia stood dazed for a moment to process what happened. She was stunned, a drop of cold sweat rolling down her cheek. Ice grenades. The magic exploded from it, completely engulfing Cephia. Once the explosion ended, the ice wall collapsed. It worked. Dale had made the ice wall even denser and then made it explode. The ice particles, which were already reinforced before being compressed, then turned into a literal ice bomb. Dale thought to himself with excitement, "That's going to be hard to dodge, Master." But then, the sight before him made him cry out in fear. "Master!" Her body was cracked, almost frozen solid, with ice shards piercing her in several places. "Master Cephia!" But then, she suddenly appeared from behind. "Were you calling for me?" Dale let out a sigh of relief. "You gave me a heart attack, so that was just an illusion." Cephia snapped her fingers, melting the ice on the dummy, and noted, That's a scary skill. Dale couldn't believe that as just a first-tier mage, he had managed to injure an elder of the magic tower. He lowered his head in sad apology. I didn't mean to hurt you, master. Cephia smiled gently to reassure him. I know. Actually, I'm very happy that you managed to wound me. It means you believed I was strong enough for you to give it your all, right? As your master, that makes me prouder than any other compliment. Hearing that, his worries eased a bit. Really? She said firmly. Of course. You are an elite disciple. But how did you come up with that magic formula? Dale gave a humble smile. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. She gave him a friendly smile, looking at him with deep affection. A while later, in Alan's private office, Lady Cephia, what's that scratch on your cheek? She lightly touched the cut and smiled. Oh, this? I was just a bit careless while teaching the young master. His formulas are exceptionally sharp. Alan let out a long, weary sigh. I am in Lady Cephia's debt once again. She shook her head in refusal. It's nothing. Teaching such a talented student is a joy for me as well. Alan said seriously. May I ask one more favor of you? Cephia was ready. Of course. Please go ahead. Alan recalled the report. We've received word that a group of orcs has crossed the mountains into our territory. A small cavalry unit won't be able to handle it. The atmosphere around Cephia darkened at the news. However, Alan continued, I plan to have Dale join this battle. Cephia immediately jumped to his defense. Young Master Dale isn't ready yet. Alan quickly countered with logic. On the front lines, there's never a chance to be ready. Regardless, protecting the territory is the duty of House Saxon. As the heir to the dukedom, the boy must understand that responsibility. Dale is no exception. Cephia couldn't do much else but obey. What do you need me to do? Before answering, Alan mentioned one thing first. I'm going to give Dale my artifact. I want you to guide him until he can control its power. The rings appeared, representing mystery, artifacts, items imbued with immense power and will. They can only be used when charged with mana or life force. The more powerful the artifact, the more dangerous and difficult it is to control, sometimes even proving fatal. Standing before the Saxon family artifact vault, Alan explained to Dale, House Saxon mastered this kind of power a long time ago. As the heir, Dale, you must prepare for the upcoming battle. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, a battle? That's awesome. Alan nodded, clarifying the mission. Yes, you'll go with the subjugation force to take out the orcs. But before that, you have to learn how to control our family's dark power. As soon as he stepped inside, Dale's face was filled with wonder. Alan gave a general introduction. Look here. These are the Demon King's artifacts managed by our house. They've been here since our ancestors conquered the Demon King's territory. Don't go comparing these to ordinary artifacts. He looked around, unable to hide his excitement. I can feel the powerful flow of mana coming from them. Alan nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Everything here is extremely powerful and dangerous. Don't go touching anything until you learn how to control them. But when he turned back, the boy seemed to have disappeared. Where did he go? A moment ago, Dale had wandered off with one thought. I need an artifact that suits me. Suddenly, a sound came from a nearby shield. Hey boy, you have a grudge that's hungry for revenge, don't you? I can feel that resentment. Other artifacts started calling out. Come over here and pick me. You coward, pick me. Let's explore new depths together. Dale touched his chest, certain. These dark artifacts are resonating with the lingering hatred in my heart. But it's still not enough. I need something even stronger. Suddenly, he noticed an artifact that had been following him. When did this cloak get here? With the deep experience of his past life, he recognized it immediately. Wait, this is the Shadow Garb. During the Age of Heroes, Duke Borda of the Demon King's Legion used this top-tier artifact. Its ability makes shadows tangible, turning him into a terrifying opponent. Without thinking twice, Dale put it on. Let's test it out. Seeing this, the other two panicked. Dale remained calm as drops of liquid rose from beneath his feet. So it's begun. Dale remained calm as drops of liquid rose from beneath his feet. So it's begun. This wasn't a normal shadow. The one who once wore it could summon shadow storms and control darkness like a living creature. To truly master it, the owner must make the shadow entity completely submit. The shadow entity rose from the darkness and lunged to attack Dale. Looks like this won't be easy, huh? His eyes went wide with intense focus, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. From the outside, all that could be seen was a pitch-black sphere. Cephia asked worriedly, It's been a while. Should we be concerned? Alan rubbed his aching head. If this continues, he might lose his mind and be swallowed by the shadow entity. Cephia asked worriedly. It's been a while. Should we be concerned? Alan rubbed his aching head. If this continues, he might lose his mind and be swallowed by the shadow entity. Before they could act, a light flashed from within, blinding them. The sphere of darkness slowly dissipated, and Dale reappeared, standing tall and proud. Yes, Father. Dale. Cephia rushed over. Dale, are you okay? He answered quickly as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. Hearing that, she finally sighed in relief. You scare me to death. Dale scratched his head sheepishly. I just got a little nibble. On the other side, Alan was curious. How does he not have a single scratch on him? How could a child endure such a powerful artifact? Dale turned to him, looking a bit anxious. Father, I have a question. Instinctively, Alan replied. Go ahead. With his permission, the boy stated his wish with an excited face. Can I try the others too? Both of them seemed to freeze, stunned by that innocent question. Alan grimaced, giving permission a bit awkwardly. Go right ahead. Dale was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Father. And so began a series of days where Dale explored the Saxon family artifact vault, from early morning until late at night. Over the next few days at the ducal training grounds, Helmut exclaimed in shock. Young master, that cloak you're wearing? Could it be the shadow garb? Dale gave a bright smile and quickly admitted. That's the one. Helmut asked with concern. That legendary item is famous for being impossible to control. Are you really okay? Dale scratched his cheek, finding it a bit hard to explain. I'm healthy. Other than it being a bit ticklish, I'm fine. Helmut involuntarily rubbed his head, unable to wrap his mind around it. Incredible. Maybe it was just lonely for too long. The moment it saw you, that shadow entity stuck right to you. It probably just wanted a companion. Hearing that, the shadow entity at Dale's feet let out a whimper. He stepped down hard on it. Thanks for calling me kind-hearted Uncle Helmut. Then, pinning it to the ground, he continued, I have a favor to ask. Helmut immediately inquired. What do you need? Dale stated the wish he really wanted to fulfill. I want to do some actual combat training. Helmut immediately dropped into a stance, a thick aura of killing intent radiating from him. Fine. I won't let you down. Seeing this, Dale grew a bit cautious. Facing one of the 7 swords of the continent, the aura alone was terrifying. Helmut smirked to reassure him. Don't worry, young master. I'll only use basic swordsmanship. No aura. But that actually annoyed Dale. Holding back? A knight should always fight with everything they've got. The real goal wasn't just a sparring match, but to train his ability to use the shadow garb. Magic radiated from the cloak, starting to cover the entire arena. The power of an artifact crafted from a shadow entity determines its true value. Therefore, this battle was a necessary test. Magic was unleashed. Helmut raised his sword, preparing to defend. Shadow Blade. With a single slash, the man cleared out the entire swarm of shadow blades. Seeing this, Dale was even more impressed. Breaking through an attack with pure strength? Amazing! Helmut laughed loudly with excitement and praised him. Well done. Here I come. With his experience, Dale quickly dodged the blow, while jumping back, leaving his magic in place. Sharp spikes of darkness rose from beneath Helmut's feet, but he noticed in time, spinning his sword to shatter them all. A surprise attack? Interesting. Realizing an attack was headed his way, Dale rushed to control his magic into a shield. When the slash landed, his shadow spikes were heavily cracked but didn't shatter completely. Dale strained to withstand the man's heavy power. Despite being knocked back, he stubbornly held his ground, leaving 2 long streaks in the dirt. Helmut chuckled, feeling a bit uneasy inside. He blocked it? I used enough force to snap an ordinary sword in half. Without stopping, the man charged again. 10 more moves. That day, the knights watching were all whispering. None of them could last more than 2 moves against Captain Helmut. They felt an invisible wall between themselves and the young master. Time flew by. The day of departure arrived. Elena was incredibly worried about Dale. No matter how I think about it, I don't understand why your father would let you go to such a dangerous place. Dale comforted his mother. Don't worry, mother. Father and Uncle Helmut will both be there. But with a mother's instinct, Elena still wasn't at peace. But what if something happens? What if you get hurt? Dale reached out and took his mother's hand, speaking seriously. Mother, I have to become strong so that one day I can carry the responsibility of the duke. At that time, I'll need strength to protect you, father, and my sister too. I really need this experience. Please allow me to get stronger so I can protect you. Softened by her son's sincere persuasion, Elena finally nodded. All right, please take care of yourself. Softened by her son's sincere persuasion, Elena finally nodded. All right, please take care of yourself. Early that morning, the sun began to rise at the temporary base. Helmet checked and reported, Sir, the army is ready to move out. Alan nodded good. Then he closed his eyes and turned away. Dale, give the order for the vanguard in my stead. He was taken aback. Yes, sir. Alan turned back to look at the massive troop of soldiers and said, Our proud black knights will one day follow your command. They are your knights. Dale was a bit flustered, but accepted it with pride. Dale's knights, not Han Sung's. This will be my first battle as a commander. Alan smiled. That's right. This time will be different. Dale stepped forward and declared clearly, The time to march has come. March, O proud blades of House Saxon. March, O proud blades of House Saxon. Dale commanded resoundingly. All units, to your positions. The thunderous sound of hooves signaled that a new beginning had started. In this campaign, 250 Black Knights, along with an elite commando unit, were stationed at White Mountain. The East Guard also participated. They quickly arrived before a massive waterfall. The objective, approximately 1,000 orcs. The orcs had crossed the mountain range, heading upstream of the Saxon River to escape the cold and find food. They would soon head downstream. Alan laid out the plan. We will ambush them by crossing the Saxon River. There is only one way for 250 troops to cross the deep river quickly. From a distance, Cephia stepped forward gently. Everyone, please step aside. She moved forward coldly, her intent clear. I will create an ice bridge. Dale cheered joyfully. Master Cephia, you came to support us personally. Despite being someone who pursued pacifism, in the blink of an eye, Cephia created a sturdy, powerful bridge of ice. Having finished, she gestured with her hand. Everyone may cross now. I wish you a victorious return. Alan didn't forget to thank her. I am grateful for your support. Dale stepped forward and bowed to his master. Master, I'm heading out. Cephia quietly watched his small figure fade into the distance. An indescribable fluttering rose in her heart. Strange. How can a disciple make a master worry this much? A while later, at the orcs' temporary camp, the commando unit hid and fired an opening volley of arrows. The arrows, carrying blazing fire, shot straight forward. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired, turning the sky a brilliant red. The volley of arrows slaughtered rows of orc enemies. Helmet gave the order. Right now, battalions 1, 2, and 3, all soldiers, assume combat positions immediately. He signaled for the wedge formation to charge. Helmet stood on high ground observing, then turned to ask, Well, young Master Dale? Dale thought to himself, Each hoof hits the ground twice per second, meaning they're moving at 40 kilometers per hour, plus the weight of the rider and armor. The impact force will be immense. With a 3 to 4 meter lance locked in place, forming a standard pike formation reinforced with aura, even orcs won't be able to block this strike. He spoke up. It's truly overwhelming. Alan replied as well. Yes, this is the pride of the Duke's cavalry. Helmet smiled and said, You can't relax just yet, young Master Dale. This is only the beginning. The orcs have already moved into a solid defensive stance. The battle between good and evil is unfolding with great intensity. He announced that the ambush was a success, but wasn't enough to wipe them all out. A voice replied, We will withdraw, regroup, and take turns attack. A flare shot up, and soldiers shouted the announcement. Retreat signal. All units return. The war horses immediately galloped back toward the camp. The orcs seemed confused, not understanding what the next move for the side of justice would be. They growled in anger at the sudden retreat. Harris also quickly received the order and turned his horse to retreat. But the orcs wouldn't give in. They hurled spears at him. A spear flew with terrifying power, knocking Harris off his horse. Dale, watching from above, was shocked at the sight. He suddenly realized something and thought seriously. A voice rang out. You shouldn't. What are you saying? A knight has fallen. Dale shouted. Is he already considered beyond saving? Is the proud sword of House Saxon to lie powerless before the enemy like this? He turned to question them. Why are you just standing there watching? Alan seemed hesitant about something, and Helmet made no move either. The orcs were closing in on Harris. Dale thought, it'll be too late to ride down there now. From this distance, I need to pierce the orc's thick hide in a single blow. Orc skin is much thicker than other monsters. I have to adjust the ice flash formula, adding a high-precision sniping formula, plus a ballistic lock to ensure stability, increasing the level of refinement. Dale immediately unleashed the technique. Magic formula, ice flash, law mag. A fierce orc lunged to attack Harris. Dale's spell instantly fired down from above, piercing right through its body. Helmet remarked, to have such high accuracy from this distance. He asked in surprise, young master, are you planning to enter the fray yourself? Alan hurried to stop him. Let him go, Helmet. Helmet gasped in shock. He thought briefly, to have created his own magic formula with that level of firepower at this age. Alan and Helmet just stood there watching Dale's every move, thinking that his inner world must be nearly complete. Dale suddenly paused, deep in thought. He realized the goblins had regrouped. Now there were two problems. One, Harris's body was frozen in panic from falling off his horse. And two, the initial magic formula was too long and not optimized enough for real combat. That's why I have to learn basic identities like A plus B, a B, equals A superscript 2, B superscript 2. I should simplify it. Dale calculated in his mind, muttering, let's try this. Once the calculation was done, he focused intensely, whispering, Ice magazine. Harris was injured and helpless, his eyes pleading for help. A sharp ice spike shot from a distance, piercing the orc's head so fast it couldn't even react. The monster was killed instantly. Harris spoke in a weak voice. Young Master Dale, why did you come all this way for someone like me? Dale didn't answer, only stepped gently off his horse and approached him. He took another step, his voice warm. Don't worry, House Saxon never abandons a loyal blade. Other orcs still wouldn't give up, lunging at Harris and making him cry out for help again. One with a face twisted in rage over its killed comrade let out a roar. But Dale maintained his calm demeanor, unleashing the shadow blade technique. Immediately, streams of pitch-black energy surrounded the orcs. He flashed a satisfied smile, muttering, absorb them. Those streams of energy instantly sucked the strength out of the monster. They continuously absorbed without rest, causing the orc's body to gradually disintegrate. Slowly, only the head remained, until finally, only a dry skeleton was left on the ground. Dale laughed triumphantly. There's still more. He fired one more ice magazine, ending the last orc's life. Dale wiped the blood off himself and said, it's over. Harris was amazed. Young Master Dale, my legs won't move. The comment made Dale a bit embarrassed, but he still happily picked Harris up, cheering softly. It's a success. Then he said gently to Helmet, I'll leave the rest to you, Uncle Helmet. Helmet immediately took the order, turning to the cavalry squad and shouting, charge. All the soldiers rushed forward to attack with a thunderous roar. For House Saxon, for young Master Dale. A while later, at the Saxon military camp, a voice reported, young Master Dale, the mission to eliminate the orcs was a success. Alan suddenly spoke in a stern tone. I called you here because there's something I want to ask. Why did you jump into the enemy lines alone? What on earth possessed you to do something so reckless? Dale grew anxious at the scolding, his body trembling as he thought. Why am I suddenly getting yelled at? Alan was still questioning him, demanding an explanation for why he jumped into the enemy lines alone. Dale explained, well, Father, you once said that the Knights of House Saxon would be led by me in the future. I only wanted to act in a way worthy of that honor. Alan seemed satisfied after hearing that, but still said, your reason is too weak. Dale thought for a moment. Father is famous for valuing his knights immensely, so why is he acting like this? He then questioned, may I ask the reason why you just stood by and watched a knight get finished off? Alan explained. The Northern Demon King's territory governed by House Saxon is constantly hit by waves of monsters. The knights on the front lines don't draw their swords to wait for a rescue. They must survive on their own first. Dale was still confused. But I expected you to save the life of a loyal knight, Alan asked back. Like you did, you want the soldiers to think and act right on the battlefield. Yet in their hearts, they hope someone will come to save them. How many knights with that mindset do you think can survive? The knights in our territory must constantly sharpen their blades to face the dangers lurking everywhere. Only when they truly reach their limit do I intervene personally. That is the noble duty our family must bear. Dale suddenly realized, thinking, it's true, I can't argue with that. I knew this well in my past life, yet I forgot it now. Alan reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, but the way you acted according to your own will is also commendable. Don't lose that spirit. Dale bowed. I understand, Father. Light from outside shone in like a halo surrounding him. Alan pulled back the curtain and said, let's head back to the castle. The story of the Duke's young heir personally charging into a crowd of orcs to save a single knight quickly became a favorite topic of conversation throughout the Empire. The story of the Duke's young heir personally charging into a crowd of orcs to save a single knight quickly became a favorite topic of conversation throughout the Empire. Even though the person involved was blushing with embarrassment, the event breathed new life into the Duke's domain. A few days later, at the training grounds, everyone cheered excitedly when they saw him. Young Master Dale has arrived. It's an honor to meet you. Welcome, young Master Dale. Dale blushed shyly. I told you there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Helmet saw this and shared in the joy, teasing, chest out, young Master. For young Master Dale's future, we must get even stronger, clear? They all shouted in unison. Clear, sir. Dale found it strange, thinking, why is everyone so enthusiastic today? Suddenly, Eve spoke up from behind. Young Master Dale? Suddenly, Eve spoke up from behind. Young Master Dale? The guest from the Orhart family has arrived. Dale smiled and replied, ah, thank you. Eve and Helma both asked, shall we go, young master? Dale thought to himself, I'm about to meet a special guest. The Orhart martial artist, family head Bardell the Holy Sword, was once a great noble of the now-destroyed kingdom of Teutonia. When the Empire declared war, everything was burned to ashes. The kingdom, the Holy Sword, and the Orhart family. Dale glanced at Helmet and saw his expression was a bit different. He was likely remembering the Holy Sword of the past, the man who had knighted him. He thought to himself, this atmosphere is really heavy. Alan spoke up. You've arrived just in time, just finished training? Dale replied, yes, sir. The butler stepped in to announce, young Master Dale, the guests have arrived. A voice rang out. What a grand reception. Charlotte and her mother entered. Dale thought briefly. They came all this way without bringing any servants? She bowed and introduced herself. I am Vanessa Orhart. Greetings to the Duke of Saxon. Alan replied, welcome. Vanessa turned to her daughter. This is my daughter, Charlotte Orhart. However, Charlotte seemed displeased, pouting as she called out, Mother. That attitude made Dale think, what's going on? The girl reacted sharply. Why do we have to bow to them? Vanessa quickly reminded her. Charlotte, but maintaining her composure, she said to Alan and Lucia, the two of you have worked hard coming here. Dale, could you escort Lady Charlotte on a tour around the castle? Dale obeyed. Yes, sir. He gently invited her. Lady Charlotte, please come with me. But Charlotte maintained her arrogant attitude, gritting her teeth. Don't touch me. She swung her arm so hard that Dale froze for 5 seconds. Alan was also bewildered by the girl's attitude. Charlotte kept her haughty face and suddenly blurted out, Imperial nobles are truly shameless. Vanessa barked. Charlotte, what are you doing? Apologize to the young master right now. Rebuked by her mother, Charlotte turned away, irritable. Dale still called out gently, Wait, Lady Charlotte. Vanessa said sternly, Please forgive her rudeness. She isn't usually like this. It's just that some things happened recently, so she's mentally unstable. Hearing that, Lucia sympathized and asked, What happened? Vanessa explained, Not long ago, Count Brandenburg became the new lord governing our lands. He is called a holy knight of the Empire, but his infamy outweighs his reputation. People call him the Pig King for a reason. There are rumors that to secure a talented heir, he has planted seeds everywhere, even targeting my underage daughter. Fortunately, she escaped by a hair's breadth, but that horrific memory cannot be erased. Vanessa pleaded earnestly. I only want to protect her, but I'm just a fallen noble with no power left. Please, both of you, take Charlotte in as a maid for the Saxon house, so that bastard can never touch her again. A while later, Dale caught up with Charlotte and called, Lady Charlotte, do you even know where you're going? Charlotte said coldly, I don't care. Dale thought to himself, why did she walk straight into the training grounds? Suddenly, Charlotte turned around and asked softly, Is your hand okay? Dale replied happily, It's fine, don't worry. The girl suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword and said, Good. Then she suddenly pulled the sword from its scabbard, her face serious. In that case, duel with me. The sudden action made Dale gasp in bewilderment. What? He thought to himself. Why did it suddenly come to this? Charlotte still coldly pointed the sword at Dale and said, "Duel me." Dale said calmly, "There has to be a reason first." She replied, "I've heard many rumors. A guy so extraordinary that he single-handedly wiped out 1,000 orcs to save a fallen knight." Hearing the story, he was too embarrassed to say anything. Charlotte asserted, "I will defeat you, the one dubbed peerless in the Empire, and prove to the world that I am stronger than you. Then I will prove that I can protect my family from that man." Dale asked curiously, "That man?" She provided the answer, "Count Brandenburg, the holy swordsman." She provided the answer, "Count Brandenburg, the holy swordsman." Sharing a goal, she could be a good ally, but first, the girl needs a dose of reality. He coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving Charlotte confused. Then he turned back and said with contempt, "You're just a daughter who doesn't know her place." Having said that, Dale drew his sword and said, "Give it everything you've got." She was furious when she heard that. "I was planning to do that anyway." Having said that, Charlotte immediately launched a powerful attack. However, it was still a light attack to Dale. He stood his ground with a solid defense. Seeing that, she withdrew her sword and launched another attack. Charlotte's face was filled with determination, her gaze sharp and cold. Dale seemed quite surprised by her strength. Charlotte suddenly realized and thought, instant counter parry, blocking with the wrist, and signs of using an aura that's being channeled into the sword too much for the body to handle. Just as mages create mana through the rings in their hearts, knights accumulate aura to push their bodies beyond human limits. Dale thought briefly, truly a real knight. She flashed a sinister smile, pulling her hand back to prepare the deciding blow. The attack shot out like a lightning bolt, but Dale still dodged it, as usual. The battle between the two became extremely intense. With a determined look, she suddenly thought, "If this keeps up, I'll gain the upper hand." When I was born, my father was already gone from this world. But every night, Mother would tell Charlotte stories about him. Mother said I must protect the family in father's place, as the proud daughter of the Holy Sword. Even when the kingdom fell and the family declined, Charlotte's sword never stopped. Charlotte was tense, sweat rolling down her face, as she suddenly thought, "Then why?" She was furious, thinking to herself, "I can't touch him." Charlotte's attacks kept coming, but she still had the fleeting thought that something was wrong. Charlotte once again lunged forward with all her might. She drove her sword straight toward Dale, but still couldn't get past his defense. Charlotte wondered in her heart, Dale gently swung his sword, creating a soft counterstrike that sent her sword flying out of her hand. Charlotte was bewildered, thinking for a moment, "Am I not the daughter of the Holy Sword?" The sword stuck straight into the ground. She spoke in disappointment. "Why can't I win?" Dale continued calmly, "Because you are not a holy sword. The pride of being his daughter isn't wrong, but the current you can't protect your home from that man. A holy swordsman's blade is 10 times stronger than mine." Hearing that, Charlotte regained her composure and blurted out, "Then what should I do? What must I do?" Dale said gently, "I, Dale of House Saxon, swear on my family's name to sponsor House Orhard. Until the day you are strong enough to defeat him with your own hands, I and House Saxon will be your shield." Charlotte found it hard to understand and asked, "Why would you?" Dale explained softly, "Because your sword is worthy. Therefore, it will become my sword and the sword of House Saxon." She quickly wiped away her tears and said sternly, "How could I possibly refuse? I, Charlotte Orhart, swear on the honor of a knight." Even if it only sounded like a childhood promise, the determination behind it was enough to be considered a vow. That evening, in the Duke's office, per Lady Orhart's request, Charlotte was to become a maid for the Saxon house. Alan spoke in surprise. "I didn't expect the girl to accept without any hesitation like that. Did something happen between you and her?" Dale answered honestly, "We made a promise to each other. Father, I swore to protect the Orhart family in the name of House Saxon." He then asked, "You didn't drop the family name just out of pity, did you?" The boy replied firmly, "No, father." Alan followed up, "Then what do you hope to gain from this?" Dale expressed, "She is the sole bloodline of the Holy Sword, and her talent is extraordinary. We have sworn an oath to one another. What I want is for the new Holy Sword to be raised for the sake of our clan." Alan, seemingly satisfied with his reasoning, spoke up, "Good." Dale thought to himself, "The last drop of the Holy Sword's blood is now under our roof. That is enough to deal that Brandenburg a painful blow. Right at that moment, in the old capital of Teutonia, Malberg, a scream echoed all the way to the heavens. A wine glass was slammed violently onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Brandenburg screamed in rage. Those ignorant, arrogant fools dare to act first. The soldier replied, I'm sorry. He slammed his hand on the table and barked. You idiot! You couldn't even capture one little girl? The soldier said, We sent assassins, but they died before reaching the Saxon estate. We suspect Charlotte Orhart herself took them down. Brandenburg closed his eyes tightly, his face contorted in fury. He walked out, thinking to himself, useless trash. Brandenburg placed his hand lightly on the table, briefly recalling the image of himself stabbing Dale in the back years ago. He stroked the sword and spoke. Do you agree, Holy Sword Durandal, my lovely fiancée? Just wait a little longer. I will create your perfect heir at any cost. He ordered contact with the Thieves' Guild to send men to the Duke's territory. With a scheming smile, he said, Pay whatever it takes, just bring that girl Charlotte back to me. While getting used to the Duke's castle, Charlotte diligently underwent rigorous training to become a maid, while also sparring daily with Dale. With a sword in hand, Dale smiled confidently, of course. Helmet smiled gently, his eyes closing calmly. Then, let us begin. Charlotte immediately traded blows with Dale. His swordsmanship was incredibly proficient. Charlotte's expression remained fierce as she looked at him. He rained down a continuous flurry of strikes upon her. Despite the intense situation, Charlotte still struggled to parry the blows. Helmet watched the match between the two of them intently, thinking to himself, this is just a children's practice match, and he hasn't even officially become a knight yet. The battle grew intense, with a killing intent and speed that made people shiver. Suddenly, Dale's gaze faltered for a moment, and he pulled down his scarf. Before Charlotte's eyes was his true face. Her pupils immediately sharpened as she prepared to deliver a decisive move. As Charlotte and Dale's swords clashed, Helmet intervened just in time. Excellent, he praised her calmly. You fought well, Lady Charlotte. Her face crumpled. Don't flatter me. Where did I go wrong, Master Helmet? He asked slowly. Do you know the most fundamental core of wielding a rapier? She answered immediately. Thrusting, right? Helmet shook his head. No. The core is the legs, the footwork. Young Master Dale dodged the thrust and closed the distance. At that point, you should have retreated to find an opening. With a rapier, if you let your opponent bend your arm, its entire advantage is killed. The blade loses stability and accuracy vanishes. To be honest, you need to tear it all down and rebuild your fundamentals from scratch. Charlotte gasped. What? Helmet continued. I've noticed it for a while now. Your stance and footwork are too sloppy. She winced. That's because I've never had a proper teacher. Helmet smiled slowly. Well, you have me now. We'll fix that awkward, thrusting posture of yours as well. Her face flushed bright red. Awkward. He laughed loudly and patted her head. Just teasing. You're just too cute, milady. Helmet smiled slowly. Well, you have me now. We'll fix that awkward, thrusting posture of yours as well. The process of creating a mana ring is fairly similar. One must feel the mana flowing through the heart, wait for a solid mana circuit to form, and then carve that circuit into a complete magic circle. The problem is that this process can take decades. Cephia wondered, You've already completed the second ring? Dale nodded. Yes. In this world, the speed of mana rotation is measured in revolutions per minute. A one-ring mage usually has 300 revolutions per minute, or 300 revolutions per minute. My current stats. The first ring is at 2,000 revolutions per minute. The second is at 400 revolutions per minute. Opening a new ring requires at least 300 revolutions per minute, which means I'm already qualified to open the third. I have 2 rings now. Let's put them to the test. He reinforced a basic ice bullet, increasing molecular bonding to enhance size and hardness, while simulating a large caliber barrel to amplify the rotation and muzzle velocity. On Dale's fingertip, a targeting magic appeared, armor-piercing rounds. Power erupted violently, the energy exploding in a bright flash, spinning powerfully at the center. A large hole was blasted through the wall in front of him. Damn, has firing armor-piercing rounds always been this easy? Cephia clapped in praise. You learned so fast. Dale bowed solemnly. It's all thanks to you, Master. From saving knights from orcs to the development of Charlotte. A child who knew how to use power correctly. Dale was lost in thought about her. Her talent was terrifying, yet it inspired more trust than fear. Cephia hugged him, soothingly saying, "You truly are my proud disciple." Dale's cheeks turned as red as a beet. He thought tensely, this is a bit too close, isn't it? At dawn in the Duke's courtyard, Dale grimaced as he recalled. Master really startled me earlier. She probably still sees me as a kid. I can't focus anymore. Now is not the time. His expression turned serious again, back to training. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice appeared in the middle of the yard. A powerful light surged from Dale's palm. The ice blocks turned into bullets that flew in a continuous stream. Ammo 0012. They turned into smooth ice spheres, their crystals exploding and releasing staggering energy. Standing firm behind an ice shield, Dale smirked. I'll try slug rounds next time. Suddenly, a distant shout broke the atmosphere. It was Charlotte, her face covered in sweat. Are you training here too? Dale nodded. Yeah. What about you, Lady Charlotte? She replied softly. Just practicing the footwork Master Helmet taught me. Dale asked further. You really like swordsmanship, don't you? Charlotte seemed a bit flustered, huh? Oh yeah. Silence hung between them for a few seconds. Then she spoke first. I'm sorry for acting so out of line before. I was too rude to you, young Master Dale. He nodded. Yeah, I'll admit, it was pretty rude, but I'll let it slide this time. Just this once. Charlotte immediately brightened up. Really? He nodded, yeah. So stop being so stiff. She smiled gently. Okay. The two of them leaned against a tree trunk in the freezing cold. The weather here is actually great, Charlotte said. Even if I swing my sword until dark, my body cools down instantly. Dale looked at Charlotte's relaxed face and chuckled softly. Is that so? I didn't expect anyone else to think like me. It's actually kind of nice. The scene showed Charlotte and Dale chatting happily together. Lucia said with a smile, Time really flies, doesn't it? Our son has grown so much. Lai added, They really look good together. Lucia nodded. We have to keep an eye on them. It seems what I needed is already falling into place. A mother's duty is to guide her son to be honest with his feelings. Not long after, on the outskirts of the Duke's territory, the townspeople bowed politely. Thank you as always, milady. Lucia smiled gently. It's nothing. Please continue to take care of your health. In the slums, where beggars and homeless people lined the streets, his mother would personally come to hand out support. Every week, she brought food, necessities, and job assistance. Dale watched her and thought, starting this year, Charlotte and I will go with Mother too. Charlotte rushed over from her side. What's wrong, honey? A young boy in commoner's clothes pulled her hand. Please help me. The boy's voice sounded desperate as he looked at Charlotte. My mother is in critical condition. He kept sobbing and crying out loudly. Please help me. Dale ran after Charlotte and the boy, thinking, extremely suspicious. Leaving the escort knights behind, running into a complex maze of alleys, not asking an adult, but targeting only Charlotte. That's suspicious enough. A figure on the rooftop was watching Dale run below. He had spotted the person. That guy was from the Thieves' Guild, likely sent by the Holy Swordsman. I knew it. Their target is Charlotte, but it's a bit too obvious. The boy stopped and said, Wait a moment, I'll call my mother out. Charlotte hesitated. Huh? Oh, okay. Suddenly, a man stepped out slowly, grinning wickedly. Well, we're noble children doing in a dangerous place like this. We only have business with that little lady over there. I suggest the young master go home quietly, or else playing hero here is going to get you hurt. Dale laughed out loud. I, Dale Saxon, have sworn to protect the daughter of the Orhart family from thugs like you. The crook chuckled mockingly. Oh, how gallant. But looking at the situation, you'd be better off if you knew your place. It seems you need life to beat a little experience into you. Charlotte turned back fearfully and whispered, Dale, I don't have a sword. He smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. This is the perfect chance to try out a new shadow cloak move under the guise of self-defense. The entire gang of crooks lunged from all sides. Dale quickly manipulated his power, sweeping them all into a vortex. Win! The crook screamed in anger. Dodge it, you idiots. Dale smirked to himself. He noticed fast. His level must be pretty high. Dale smirked to himself. He noticed fast. His level must be pretty high. The whole group was caught, unable to escape. Everything was according to Dale's plan. The whole group was caught, unable to escape. Everything was according to Dale's plan. The move. Fear flickered on the crook's face as he witnessed his men being easily taken down by the vortex. What is he doing? Suddenly, a giant man rubbing his stomach appeared behind Dale, growling, "So hungry. I'm so hungry." The people caught in the vortex were terrified. "It's an undead." The crook screamed. "What are you waiting for? Kill him now." He turned his teeth in anger. Even the son of Duke Saxon dies from a single slash. His feet kicked off to leap, moving so fast his form was a blur. A green light shot from his palm. "No one can block my hidden ambush art in an alleyway like this." But Dale's dark magic barrier blocked the daggers. Damn it. He grit his teeth in surprise and jumped down from above, sword in hand. The barrier suddenly opened a small gap. Water orbs fired out continuously like ammo 0012 rounds, flying at terrifying speeds, piercing through his body as blood sprayed everywhere. Charlotte, hiding behind a wall, looked at Dale worriedly. The giant was frantically devouring the bodies of the crook's gang. Dale saw that he was still trying to stand. He didn't die from just one shot. Aura users are remarkably tough. Blood dripped from the crook's mouth, his eyes still sharp. Not yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Dale's dark power sliced his body into pieces. The giant was still frantically digging sharp nails into human flesh, blood pouring like rain. Hungry, so hungry. Dale coldly withdrew his dark power and turned to Charlotte, who was huddled in the corner, terrified. "Are you okay?" She stammered, "No." The remaining man ran up, having just witnessed his comrades being wiped out. He had barely taken a step when a bolt of blue light pierced his ankle, freezing it solid. He screamed in pain, collapsing and writhing on the ground. "Ah, help! I'll tell you everything I know," Dale said sternly. "Everything you know, huh?" He stammered, "Yes. I'll say everything." So, suddenly, just as he finished, a water orb pierced through the center of his forehead. Dale looked at the corpse with boredom. "I've lost interest." The last man, standing from the bandits, was also easily eliminated by Dale. Charlotte looked around in horror and said, You don't need to say anything more. This is the true face of the Saxon family that people fear, and it is also the strength that protects me." Dale approached her and asked softly, "What do you think up close? Are you scared?" Charlotte nodded slightly, but then immediately smiled a little. "But it's okay. You're fighting to protect me, right? I've already knelt before you. I made up my mind the day of that. If your family becomes the shield that protects me, then one day I will raise my sword for you. Thank you for teaching me what a real future looks like. I will get stronger and stronger." Dale's expression was one of shock at those words, and his gaze shifted. Part of the reason he took Charlotte in was the regret he felt regarding Bardell 24 years ago. He slowly reached out his hand, gently placing it before her. Dale smiled and thought to himself, "So, Charlotte choosing to become my sword." She laughed happily, her cheeks flushed, and took his hand. To Charlotte, that gesture carried a much deeper meaning than Dale could realize. At the same time, at Count Brandenburg's house, the old man was in a towering rage. Brandenburg's expression was hideous. "God damn it. I know inviting a newly appointed count here is difficult, but I must bring you to the Duke of Saxon's territory," Alan said sternly. "Please maintain the respect and friendship between our two houses. Do not refuse this invitation." The old man roared in fury. "This is a summons from the Black Duke to hold us accountable. Even a great holy swordsman cannot defy this order." A few days later, at the Saxon Duke's castle, Alan sat in the main chair and said slowly, "I'm glad the Count took the trouble to come here." Brandenburg was terrified, unable to take his eyes off him. Alan continued, "I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Forgive the modest reception." Brandenburg awkwardly placed a hand on his chest. "Nothing is as urgent as the Duke's summons." His eyes flickered toward Dale and Charlotte standing behind. After the commotion in the Duke's territory, an air of anxiety was spreading throughout the Empire, especially given it was a kidnapping in broad daylight. "I believe I know why you called me here. But as a loyal sword of the Emperor, how could I myself be involved in such a shameful matter?" Suddenly, dark power carrying a purplish-black light flew straight at Brandenburg. He tried to resist with his holy sword, but a black wind swept up two of his subordinates, their bodies beginning to wither and burn away in patches. Brandenburg shouted in panic, "Your Grace, spare them." He backed away. Even the holy knights of Magdalen couldn't withstand it. His face went pale as he screamed, "This magic! It's the Void Storm, high-level dark magic." Alan coldly ordered, "Kneel." The holy swordsman growled. "Does the Duke understand the severity of his current actions?" Alan remained calm. "I suggest you listen closely, Count. There won't be a second warning." Brandenburg grit his teeth, but his knees eventually buckled. He thought fearfully, "Damn it, even if the Black Duke has his reasons, I didn't think he'd go this far." Alan said clearly, "You know I called you here for the peace of the Empire, but if you dare touch a child of the Saxon house again, I will wipe out every single remnant of the Brandenburg family. Carve this into your heart." The journey was likely exhausting. "Rest up and warm yourself, Count." The old man kept his head down and whispered, "I am deeply grateful for your grace's generosity, but unfortunately, the situation does not allow me to stay in your territory any longer." Alan nodded. "I see. Then I pray your journey back is safe." Dale stood behind them with a sinister smile. What his father had just done to Brandenburg, one of the Emperor's most loyal attendants, would become the spark that turned the Empire into a torch. Right now, it was just a tiny flame, but before long, the fire would erupt, and their duty would be to strike off the Holy Swordsman's head. When the whole world heard that the Holy Swordsman was forced to kneel before the Black Duke, the pillars of the Empire would shake. In his private office, Alan boldly removed a cloth cover, revealing what lay beneath. Cephia asked hesitantly, "This is—" Alan explained, "The bodies of the Thieves' Guild members who attacked Dale." Cephia's face went white. "All of this? Dale did this?" The bodies lay scattered, riddled with holes, organs strewn everywhere. For the first time in her life, Cephia doubted her own teaching methods. Alan spoke slowly. "As you can see, guiding Dale's extraordinary talent down the right path requires your wisdom, Cephia. I want to offer you the position of chief advisor." Cephia pondered for a moment, and then gathered her courage to reply. Inside the magnificent main hall of the castle, time passed quietly. Dale's 10th birthday had arrived. Unlike last year, this time representatives from the Emperor's faction were also in attendance. Suddenly, a red-haired young man approached Dale. "Welcome, Marquis Uris." He smiled sinisterly. "A pleasure to meet you, young Master Dale." A moment ago, in the magnificent main hall of the castle. "Oh my goodness, look at these dishes. Truly worthy of the Saxon name. It's such a beautiful sight, it's hard to believe. We're in the middle of the Northlands." Haha, exactly. Worrying that the Duke's territory was too far from the capital was clearly unnecessary. Dale stood to the side, listening intently to every word from the guests. He glanced at the group of central nobles from the capital, the so-called Imperial faction. They were the largest force with the deepest influence in the Empire, always acting in the Emperor's name. The reason they were at the birthday banquet tonight was clear. It was a silent warning, a message from the Imperial family that they would not overlook any insult toward the Holy Sword. And the person chosen to deliver that message was standing right in front of him. Uris bowed formally. "You must be the young Lord, Dale." "I am Marquis Crimson Uris. It is an honor to meet you." Dale thought to himself. He is the master of the Red Magic Tower, a seeker of flame, fury, and power within the bounds of order. The Crimson Magic Tower mages are famous throughout the Empire for their fanatical belief that might makes right. And because of that, they've never hesitated to become the enforcers for the most insane ambitions. I myself was once a subject for all kinds of their modification experiments. Uris said clearly, the genius of the Saxon house. "I've heard you possess a magical talent that no one in the Empire can rival. Word is, to protect your knight, you wiped out an entire pack of orcs by yourself when you were only 9. Dale flashed a confident smile and gave a slight bow. "Truly a son of the Duke. I hope you have an enjoyable evening." Yuri smirked and took his leave. Going this big for a birthday every year is honestly exhausting. I'd rather be training with Charlotte, but she's currently working as a maid for Elena. If rumors got out that the Holy Sword's daughter was sparring with me, I'm afraid it would only bring trouble her way. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from behind Dale. "Stay right there, you lowly maid." Dale grimaced that voice. He immediately ran toward the noise. He was sobbing, "Please, I beg of you. I am of the House of Saxon." Petro barked in anger. "A lowly servant like you dares to invoke the Duke's name? Everyone is busy celebrating the young master's birthday. Instead of standing there wasting time, wouldn't it be more fun to go enjoy yourself with a man? If you keep resisting, I'll slit your throat." He pinned Eve against the bushes. "Just be a good girl and listen." Dale suddenly appeared from behind, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" Petro turned around in a panic. Young Master Dale, still holding the knife. He took a few steps back. Young Master Dale. What are you doing here? You look pretty green. You probably don't have any experience yet, do you? You look pretty green. You probably don't have any experience yet, do you? How about I personally teach you a move or two? He was caught in a chokehold, unable to break free. Dale's eyes turned ice cold. Don't worry, I'm getting you out of here right now. In a world built on hierarchy and order, no one expected the young master himself to be the one to strike first. A sharp volley of ice bullets suddenly streaked through the air, piercing right through Petro's ear. He collapsed to the ground instantly, letting go of Eve. Dale stood there coldly, showing no intention of backing down despite knowing that confronting someone from the Imperial faction was extremely dangerous. Petro screamed, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Young Master Dale, get on your knees and apologize to me right now." Dale's face hardened as he pointed to the ground. "Didn't you hear me? Get on your knees and apologize to Eve this instant." As she said, "She serves the house of Saxon, which makes her a member of our family." Petro grit his teeth. "This Saxon brat. Young Master Dale, it's a shame, but today I stand here as a representative of His Majesty. Insulting me to protect a lowly maid is an insult to the Emperor himself." Dale replied nonchalantly, "Then let me ask you this. Does His Majesty take pleasure in raping the servants of the nobility?" Petro was speechless. You dare speak such nonsense?" Dale emphasized every word. "This is my final warning." Watching from a distance, Yuri's couldn't hide his amused smile, then dropped to one knee and said excitedly, "Well, this is an interesting turn of events." Suddenly Alan shouted, "Dale, what is going on here?" Dale replied, "This man tried to assault a maid of the Saxon house." Petro rushed to add, "Yes, Duke, the young master has been far too aggressive." Dale still wouldn't back down, raising his voice. "Did I give you permission to stand up? The distinguished guests from the capital are all tasked with acting on behalf of His Majesty. Yet this man dared to commit a disgraceful act, attempting to violate a lowly maid, personally tarnishing His Majesty's honor. Therefore, I could not stand by and watch without dealing out punishment." Yuri suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Well done. Quite a sharp young man indeed. It turns out everything you said is the truth. For one entrusted with the mission of representing the Emperor to commit such a foul act with a maid. How shameful." Petro panicked. "Lord Yuri's?" A bright red flame erupted in Yuri's palm, burning everything away. His face went pale with terror as he scrambled to his feet to run, screaming in horror, "No! Spare me!" Yuri's let out a terrifying, sinister laugh. A vortex of fire flew from his palm, swallowing the fleeing Petro. He was consumed by the sea of flames, screaming, "It hurts! It's so hot!" Yuri said slowly to Dale, "You weren't wrong. Eradicating the vermin who dare to insult the Empire and the Imperial family is my duty. I'm very much looking forward to your future, young Master Dale." Dale looked back solemnly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Once the incident settled down, the Imperial faction departed, returning peace to the House of Saxon. Later, on a morning following the party at the castle, young Master Dale stood solemnly by the bed and said softly, "Is it time to wake up?" Dale, still groggy, replied slowly, "Thanks for waking me." She said shyly, "It's nothing at all." He followed up, "Is there something you want to say?" If hesitated, "Oh, thank you, sir. It is an honor to serve the young master." Dale thought to himself, she was only hesitating because of that. "I've lived in 2 worlds now, but these feelings are still quite foreign. I'll have to get used to them gradually." His expression softened, and he said with a cheerful smile, "Thank you. Eve is the eldest daughter of the Saxon house. I understand the weight of the name, and I will utilize it to its fullest extent, as long as it leads to the Empire's downfall." Alan spoke up sternly, "You're very smart, Dale, but your behavior lately has been strange." His expression remained nonchalant. "Why would I say such a thing?" Dale answered slowly. "If the hero from another world and the holy sword Bedell hadn't both perished in that battle, then the next place the hero's sword would have pointed was the Saxon duchy." Alan was shocked by his words. It was far too blasphemous. He asked sternly, "How can you be so sure?" The reason Dale's attitude had changed was that he had overheard the Empire's conspiracy against the Saxon family in his past life. The Empire had discarded the hero. They feared that once the Golden Gifts chains broke, the Hound would go mad. Even though the hero had defeated the Demon King, the Empire didn't pull the evil out by its roots in the Demon King's territory. On the contrary, They issued insane orders to transform the Demon King's land into imperial territory and unilaterally forced our family to make sacrifices, even handing that land over to my father. As long as the darkness on that land isn't completely purified, our blood will continue to spill. Furthermore, to those within the empire and outside the northern borders, our Saxon house is viewed as a dark family. Just as they discarded the hero, they will try to eliminate the threat from within, meaning those who could cause harm from the inside. Alan asked, discarded the hero? Dale interrupted. This is just a theory and reasoning I've put together from the records I've read. Logically, nothing fits better. Nominally, the hero died with honor after the fight with the Holy Sorbedel. It's natural to be surprised. After all, very few people know the truth about the hero's death. If my hypothesis is correct, then the Empire is just a giant that wants to suppress all the smaller nations. He looked at him thoughtfully. The boy's wisdom was far beyond his years. So how do you think the Saxon family should act? He answered slowly. The Saxon family cannot coexist with the Empire. Suddenly Dale's face darkened as he emphasized. That's why we must destroy the Empire. The air in the office became suffocated. Dale, he growled. Do you understand what you're saying? He replied casually. I don't mean we should build an army and go to war immediately. Dale pondered for a moment and said, 10 years. He asked back in surprise. 10 years. He explained, right now, resistance groups across the continent are pushing for independence. There are even vassals like you, father, the Duke of Saxon, who fear the Empire will turn its sword against them. The economy is in recession, and looting is a daily occurrence. And even though the treaty to unify the 7 continents has ended, the aftermath of the war is only getting worse. By then, we need to build a force to protect our house from the Empire. We will support the opposition factions in the regions, and I have laid out a plan to topple the Empire until the sun set behind a magnificent castle. Dale paused his explanation and asked, What do you think, father? Suddenly, he just smirked for a while, saying nothing. Then Alan laughed loudly. Your talent truly has no limits. I'm confident you see a vision that I don't. Truly, my son. From this day forward, you won't just be the eldest son of a duke or a 10-year-old child. I will treat you as the heir. You will lead the house of Saxon. He was surprised. Father, Alan said softly, as the head of the house, I will listen to and value your words. He chuckled to himself. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that he had enough power to control the authority of the Saxon family with his own hands, he smiled and continued. Don't hesitate, Dale. What will you do for our family? He replied. You said you'd treat me as an equal, right, father? Then please allow me to take on the trial of the laws in Necropolis. The trial of laws, a form of competition that determines a mage's rank, where they face off against the guardians of the magic tower. Defeating a higher-ranked guardian elevates the challenger's status, and the strongest receives the title of Tower Chief. The one at the absolute peak is granted the title of Magic Tower Master. He asked, Do you really want to go to a place so dangerous you could lose your life? It's still too early. You haven't even finished your 3rd ring. Dale said confidently soon. Alan worried. Normally people reach 3 rings in their early 20s. Even for you, going from 2 to 3 is difficult. Dale's attitude was determined. This decision is for both myself and the House of Saxon. He explained in detail. If I prove myself through the tower trial, my position as heir will be further solidified. Your standing will be more secure, and I will gain a reputation that rises above all the gossip. Alan asked gently, Is that why you want to participate in the tower trial? Dale's attitude was now completely confident and determined. Yes. He nodded. Very well. I will leave this to your judgment. Dale was excited. Thank you, father. I'll prove it to you. A few days later, at the vast city of the dead, Necropolis, someone was already waiting at the city gates to welcome them. The people stepped down from the Saxon Duke's carriage. They had arrived. The servants bowed solemnly. It is an honor to welcome the Black Duke. Beside him, Dale's face looked uneasy as he thought. Did I overdo it again? Whispers began to spread outside the main hall. Look, it's the Duke of Saxon, and young Master Dale is here too. Ah, I heard he's a magical genius unlike any seen before in the Empire. Is that true? But he doesn't look very well today, does he? Hey, I'm serious. I heard his swordsmanship even rivals the knights in the Duke's estate. Velik smirked. It was ridiculous. I, Velik, am the valedictorian of the Academy, the one destined to win this tower trial. Tom added, Besides, that noble looks so weak he'd fall if you just tapped him. Eris appeared and bowed solemnly. I seek an audience with the Tower Master. Alan said softly. It's been a long time, Eris. She smiled. It is an honor to serve you. Young Master Dale, Eris is the Chief Tower Administrator, in charge of all administrative tasks in the Duke's absence. Alan turned to him. During the trial, she will be the one assisting you. He nodded. Yes, Father. Dale stepped forward and said cheerfully, I look forward to your help. Eris guided him. Yes, young master, please come this way. There are a total of 59 graduates waiting for you. All will be participating in the trial alongside. The door suddenly opened before him and Eris, revealing countless people inside. These are the people who will be competing with you in the tower trial. Hello to everyone present. I am Eris, Chief Administrator and Executive Director of the tower. Now, I will explain the first round of the Black Magic Tower trial. Check the necklace around your neck, the life necklace. This trial is a form of survival, a life point match. Each necklace contains a protective shield spell to guard its owner and 1 life point. When hit by an opponent by controlling the undead scattered across this battlefield, the opponent's necklace will activate the shield and then shatter, meaning they are eliminated. An attacker who lands a valid hit will have 1 life point added to their necklace. Any candidate who reaches a total of 3 points will be promoted to the next floor. Finally, anyone using magic tools will be considered a cheat and immediately disqualified from the competition. Dale thought to himself, the rules are certainly a quick way to weed out the weak. Suddenly his eyes grew sharp, but Felix suddenly shouted out, How is that monster already a 3-ring mage at such a young age? I'm telling you, we should take that monster down first. Tom asked awkwardly. Is it even allowed to attack him? Velik reassured him. Don't worry, from the moment we stepped in here, we've been rivals. Dale chuckled to himself. He's quite confident. Let's see if his ability matches his words. The entire group of students opened their magic circles together, aiming at Dale. The trial began. Velik swung his palm, filled with power, summoning the undead to appear before him. They rushed toward Dale, weapons in hand. A massive undead took a leap to attack from above, but he quickly created a dark shield to block the blow. Behind him, an undead many times larger suddenly appeared. When did he? The giant undead roared, unleashing its power. Velik saw that his own undead were being frozen. Water-based magic. The massive undead lunged forward with razor-sharp claws. Don't tell me he's a dual-element mage. Because Velik's undead were frozen, Dale's undead easily took them down in a single blow. Velik screamed, You dare touch my necromantic army. The giant undead raised its arms to protect Dale's body. He smiled. It's useless. I've reinforced them with ice armor. Dale continuously controlled the undead to fight fiercely. Velik pointed a finger. Isn't using water magic against the rules? Only necromancy and undead controlling magic are allowed. All other forms of reinforcement are forbidden, Dale replied. True, but is there a rule that forbids me from reinforcing the undead with ice magic? If the trial hasn't stopped, it seems I'm right. Velik still wouldn't quit. You two block those undead. Focus on attacking him directly. Undead continuously appeared from Velik's magic circle, using numbers to overwhelm him. Dale's expression shifted as he thought quickly. Using old magic is also forbidden. He carefully observed each undead rushing at him, then suddenly sprinted straight ahead. This is the only way. With incredible speed, he easily bypassed the encirclement. Dale's attitude wasn't one of fear, but of extreme confidence as he lunged straight into the middle of the undead pack. In the blink of an eye, he dodged every strike. He gripped a sword tightly in his hand, disarming them, then used a power-infused fist to shatter the undead's arms. He quickly snatched up their massive weapons, planting his feet firmly and swinging the sword in a fierce counterattack. Tom panicked. No way. My necromantic soldiers were cut down that easily. Velik's jaw dropped. That sword isn't normal. He's reforged a bone to increase the blade's hardness, and there's a purple light emitting from it. Dale's undead swung its sword at the ground. Dale jumped to avoid it, soaring into the air. His face was full of confidence as each undead was taken down in just one strike. Velik grimaced. He even defeated my last undead. How can a mage be so skilled with a sword? Dale knocked out all his opponents in a matter of moments, then approached Velik. Velik stammered, pleading, Please, young Master Dale. I surrender. Dale laughed loudly, excited. It's not like you're actually dying, so don't be scared. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the hilt of the sword to give Velik a light tap on the head. Velik staggered, clutching the bump on his head and muttering, "Monster!" Velik staggered, clutching the bump on his head and muttering, "Monster!" Dale looked up, pride on his face. "Watch closely. This will be my beginning." The monster roared as it raised its magic high. The second-level tower trial was to defeat a guardian creature known as a flesh golem. Normally, the candidates who survived level 1 would cooperate to take it down. But the one who broke that traditional rule was Dale. "I've already eliminated everyone else." The rules were also different from level 1. Now all elements of magic were permitted, but artifacts were still banned. For him, that was more than enough. This was the perfect chance to test the limits of his third ring. The golem landed a fatal punch on the ground, making the earth explode. It paused for a few seconds as the dust cleared, wearing a triumphant smirk as if to say, "I'm the best." But a surprise was waiting for it. Dale's magic enveloped the golem's entire solid arm. The golem went blank-faced while he stood tall amidst the ruins, without a scratch. Dale cast dark magic with a smug grin. Decay, acceleration. Alan stood outside watching, curious. Eris beside him remarked, "The young master's magic is truly extraordinary. Why did he choose to rot it rather than just destroy it outright?" Dale quietly watched the golem's body gradually disintegrate, thinking to himself, "In my past life, when facing monsters like this move was both precise and high yield. It's called biochemical warfare." He withdrew his mana, covered his nose with his hand, and clicked his tongue. So stinky. I wonder if they understand what they just witnessed. The disgusting process of biological warfare simulated through black magic. That day, Dale even passed the level 10 test, setting a new record. He was given 4 days of rest before entering the level 11 trial. In the meantime, to make up for the massacre at level 1, a retrial for the remaining 59 candidates was allowed to be held, excluding Dale, of course. That same night, by the fountain, Dale was lost in thought when a voice called from behind, "Dale!" He turned around and cried out in delight, "Master Sephia?" Sephia nodded with satisfaction. "You've done an excellent job. Hearing you say that makes me very proud." But right after those words, Dale froze, took a breath, and said, "Master Sephia, will you go on a date with me?" She was so surprised that she repeated, "A date?" Dale made the first move. "There's a festival going on downtown. Let's go." Sephia had no choice but to give in. "All right, fine. Let's go then." She thought to herself, "A date, huh? I guess it's not exactly wrong." Meanwhile, he was thinking something else. Is this what people call wicked intentions? The festival below the city of Necropolis was bustling with people. In a secluded corner, Sephia asked, "The trials must be exhausting, right?" Dale shook his head. "I'm okay. There are still a few days left before I have to continue." She smiled gently. "Is that so? That's good to hear." As they were talking, both suddenly fell silent, and the air became strangely quiet. To break the tension, Dale changed the subject. "The moon is really beautiful tonight, isn't it?" Sephia looked up and nodded. "It really is." He let out a frustrated sigh, not knowing what else to say. But this silence was actually very comfortable. It had always been like this with his master. Perhaps because she had trusted him from the beginning, he found himself wanting to be even closer to her. A few days ago, upon completing the third circle, Dale finally understood what the inner world encounter meant. His nose started bleeding from overexertion. He plugged his nose, determined to push past the limit. "I have to overflow the mana out of the second circle. Only by enduring the rampaging mana can I maintain the third circle." Intertwining magic circles gradually began to manifest. Suddenly, a silver sword surged from the depths of his soul, erupting from his heart. He stared at the black sword, standing in the middle of a world covered in snow. Everything around him was a vast, white void. Suddenly, Sephia's voice echoed, "When you meditate deeply enough, the inner world will open." Dale looked down, realizing, so this is it. This was the inner world, the world of his consciousness. Originally, there was nothing here, just absolute space. And in that empty world, his master Sephia had reached out her hand to him. Perhaps that's why she was the one who brought light into his world. Thinking of this, the words flowed out naturally. "Master, I like you." Sephia couldn't believe her ears. "What did you just say?" Dale's heart hammered in his chest as he declared clearly, "I said I like you, Master." She chuckled softly, still seeing him as just a child. Sephia leaned down and hugged Dale tightly. "Oh, really?" Her voice was warm. I like you a lot too. Dale had to accept being received in a way he didn't intend. Thank you, master. Living two lives definitely has its perks. A few days later, a peaceful morning arrived at the Dale family mansion. Inside the level 11 trial tower, he grumbled to himself. Still no progress at all with Master. She probably just sees it as the childish crush of an 11-year-old boy. Now it's time to focus on the test. Heir stepped forward to announce. The format for the level 11 trial is a one-on-one duel. The winner advances to level 12. The opponent held a magic grimoire and bowed. It is an honor to face young Master Dale. I am the Triple Circle Master, Albert von Rosenheim. Don't expect me to go easy on you, just because you're a child. The level 11 trial allows the use of all artifacts and magic, meaning the life necklace no longer guarantees your survival. Artifact limits were removed. Dale thought to himself, I don't have to hold back anymore. I'll crush him instantly to show the gap in our power. Before the referee could even call the start, Albert launched the first strike. It was a lethal blow that was difficult for Dale to defend against. He sneered, I'm nothing like those academy rookies you've faced. Your winning streak ends here. Albert used magic to create a volley of black arrows, dark bolts, aiming them straight at Dale. A look of annoyance crossed Dale's face. He continued to provoke him. Let's see how you block this. With those words, Albert von Rosenheim unleashed all the dark bolts at Dale. He continuously dodged every single strike, finally escaping the danger zone. Dale was angry because the guy was playing dirty. Technically, attacking even a second before the referee's signal is a foul, but the judges remained silent. They wanted to see his true limits. Damn this prodigy treatment. This is exactly why I hate mages. After a round of attacks, Albert began a long-winded incantation. My creations arise, ye who have sworn eternal servitude to me, servants from a night deeper than the blood night. Dale just wanted to bury him alive. This is so cringe. What kind of itchy ear incantation is that? But he had to admit, this guy was much stronger than the average rookie. Dale kept dodging the attacks from the shadow minions. Albert ran a hand through his hair, acting arrogant. How long do you plan on dodging? Do you really think you can beat me like that? The minions rushed in, and Dale couldn't just stand there anymore. His magic exploded, sending all of Albert's subordinates back to where they came from in an instant. Albert smirked, thinking he had won. Out of tricks already? Immediately, the bodies of the minions swelled up and exploded in rapid succession. Dust and smoke filled the arena in total chaos. Albert laughed loudly. The winner today is me, young Master Dale. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by panic. Wait, where did he go? From behind, a dark figure quietly emerged. Dale appeared, mocking him. You look pretty panicked. Magic enveloped Albert. It was mana transformation. Fear was clear in Albert's eyes. But it'll take more than that to defeat me. Beneath his feet, a series of magic shadows groaned. Hungry. So hungry. Can we eat him? Can we? They looked at Dale, pleading as he gave a mysterious smile. Dale said softly, Go ahead and eat, but don't overstuff yourselves. They immediately lunged forward. Screams of agony echoed throughout the arena. They devoured almost all the mana essence in Albert's body. He begged desperately, Please spare my life. Dale ordered them to stop once he'd had enough. The loudspeaker announced, The winner of round 1, Dale von Saxon. He closed his eyes and whispered, as a line of contestants behind him trembled. Now, everyone turned pale, thinking about what was coming next. Who wants to step up for round 2? Now, everyone turned pale, thinking about what was coming next. Who wants to step up for round 2? Dale just gave a slight smile. Everything was going according to plan. From the third round onward, no one in the tower could rival him. He won all subsequent rounds with overwhelming force. Dale fought while honing his skills, perfecting his 3 magic circles while defeating each guardian one by one. It wasn't until level 20 that a formidable opponent appeared, the Headless Knight, a creation of one of the former Black Tower Masters, a headless warrior. Even if you're a young Master Dale, you cannot climb any higher. Dale raised his hand, mana surging. It would be boring if everything were just easy. His eyes turned white, like a true monster had awakened. A stream of pitch-black mana surged toward the night. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Then, unexpectedly, the Headless Knight dropped to one knee before Dale. Everyone in the stands froze in shock. Within the inner world, the knight respectfully offered his own sword, letting Dale decide his fate. Dale ordered without hesitation, "Finish yourself." And just like that, the battle ended without any further obstacles. Dale gave a wry smile as the knight's body dissipated. Loyal to the point of betraying your own creator, he suddenly realized the stands were pin-drop silent. Everyone frozen like stone statues. I went too far. I just wanted to prove a point." Without thinking further, Dale turned to leave. Even though I could keep going, there are limits one shouldn't cross. Above this is a place where even monsters are afraid. He walked toward the exit, the path for those who give up or have reached their peak. People behind him whispered, "Where is he going? Isn't that the exit? Why is he quitting already?" Dale just whispered to himself, "That's enough." And so, Dale's trial officially came to an end. Outside, all the students, tower masters, and nobles were lined up neatly to welcome him. The magic tower lord himself appeared, and the entire Black Tower stood at attention like a military parade. One by one, they bowed their heads to express absolute loyalty to the Saxon father and son. Thanks to Dale's extraordinary performance, the Duke's flag once again flew over the entire northern territory. No one dared doubt the power of the Black Duke and his future heir. A few days later, in the northern part of the empire, on the territory of Duke Saxon, the knights were giving their all to exterminate a horde of monsters. In a single charge, they had nearly completed their mission. As they attacked, they shouted their slogan, "For young Master Bedell, for the House of Saxon." Because he had successfully passed the tower trials, Duke Saxon had appointed Dale as the commander of the Orc Extermination Squad. Wherever his monster hunting group went, the creatures were wiped out. This was a mission not many 10-year-olds would receive, yet no one doubted Bedell's leadership abilities. In this way, the heir of the Black Duke began to unify the North. Early one morning a few days later, at his mansion, Dale stood solemnly to report, "Duke, we have successfully eliminated 145 orcs." Alan got straight to the point. What were the cavalry losses? According to his report, 3 were slightly injured, and there were no fatalities. Alan asked further to verify. "Did you use magic to protect them?" Dale replied immediately, "No, this was entirely the result of the Saxon family swords." Once the business was done, Lord Helmet, who wasn't used to giving compliments, said, "Well done." Immediately, Helmet turned to brag to the Duke. "Duke, young Master Dale has truly become accustomed to commanding a large cavalry unit." Dale modestly waved it off. "It's all thanks to Lord Helmet's guidance." He recalled the past few months with excitement. Uncle Helmet had taught him swordsmanship, tactics, and military strategy. Helmet had placed all his hopes in him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the young master could lead a territorial war. Despite his excitement, Dale remained patient. A territorial war? I'm always looking forward to the next stage. A moment later, Charlotte swung her sword as if she were in a real match. Her opponent this time was Dale. Charlotte continuously unleashed powerful spinning sword strikes, but unfortunately, he managed to dodge them just in time. Not stopping there, Dale maneuvered so quickly that she was caught off guard. A second later, Charlotte managed to swing her sword to parry his thrust. The two battled from one end of the yard to the other, neither giving an inch. For a split second, Charlotte almost landed a hit on Dale. He offered praise and encouragement. "You've improved a lot." Charlotte looked visibly annoyed and didn't take the compliment. "I still can't compare to you." Dale laughed loudly, teasing her more. "Did I tease you too much?" Charlotte was too fed up to even bother. After all, he was already a triple circle mage and had cleared level 20 of the tower. Since then, everyone has been young Master Dale this and young Master Dale that. Don't they ever get tired of it? Seeing her like that, Dale tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, you'll get stronger too." Hearing that, Charlotte's face turned red. Dale thought to himself that since she was only 10, Charlotte was already excellent by any standard. Even though she was embarrassed, Charlotte still acted haughty. "Hey, don't treat me like a child." Dale corrected her. "But you are a child. Same as me." Dale pointed to himself. "Me? I'm already a big boy." She waved her hand back and forth. Yeah, whatever." Soon, their sparring session ended. Now, young Master Dale and Lord Helmet sat across from each other, laying out game pieces on a tactical table. Today's lesson caught Dale's attention. The hammer and anvil tactic. This is when cavalry is positioned on one or both of the enemy's flanks. As if predicting the outcome, he said immediately, "The key is for the cavalry to break through the enemy's wings and surround them." Helmet nodded. Exactly. The hammer and anvil tactic is named that way because it's like placing iron on an anvil and striking it with a hammer. This strategy relies heavily on the cavalry. Dale rubbed his chin and thought. Indeed, this is only feasible with black cavalry. No matter the world, the way of fighting is pretty similar. Suddenly he remembered. Oh right, how is Charlotte's training going? Helmet thought for a moment. Charlotte's progress? Although it doesn't compare to yours, it is still quite extraordinary. The young lady has a solid foundation in swordsmanship. She will soon grasp the aura and the Saxon sword style. However, there was a concern. Dale guessed. It's the compatibility between Charlotte's swordsmanship and ours, isn't it? Mages refine mana into magic using magic circles in their hearts, while knights refine mana through conversion techniques into aura. Mages build magic towers to master philosophy, while knights establish legions to pass down sword skills. Among them, the Northern Black Cavalry are like battering rams. The power of the Knight Raven Knight Order is a prime example of crushing the battlefield with pure strength. The problem is that Charlotte's sword technique focuses more on speed and fluid movement, using a nimble and flexible blade. With that talent, she could reach the lowest level of the 7 great sword masters, but she would never reach the rank of the first sword. That style of swinging a sword with both power and grace was once displayed by the head of the 7 great swords, who was Charlotte's father. That style of swinging a sword with both power and grace was once displayed by the head of the 7 great swords, who was Charlotte's father. Helmet understood, his face looking sad. If only that swordsmanship still existed. Helmet recounted. However, it was lost with the fall of the Knight Kingdom. Dale stared intently at the knight piece on the table, feeling a sense of pity. Is it really gone from this world? After that, Dale's days became even more restless. While balancing monster hunting and his studies, his reputation continued to grow. The time had come to show the fruits of his training. Alan was shocked by the news and blurted out, "What? The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim ownership of your copper mine." The merchant confirmed, "Yes, sir. The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim ownership of her copper mine." The merchant confirmed, "Yes, sir." Reporting this, the merchant pulled a letter from his pocket. "If you refuse to hand over the mine and accept the declaration of war, Count Brandenburg has already sided with the Baron. Plus, this letter states he's ready to send the Magdalena Holy Knights in exchange for a share of the mine's profits." Hearing this, the father and son immediately understood what was happening. Dale grit his teeth in anger. They want to play it that way? He still hasn't forgotten the humiliation from that day. Fine, we'll give them more than they can chew. Dale's expression grew more terrifying by the second. He thought to himself, Count Brandenburg, you really want to play this game? Since that day, he must have thought of nothing but washing away the shame he suffered before the Black Duke. But launching a direct territorial war would be too difficult. So he chose a border area, a place where it's hard to intervene directly to settle things. He cursed under his breath. Truly a despicable coward. Then Dale turned to his father. "Father, I will personally lead this battle with the Saxon family knights." However, before he could say more, his father interrupted. "No, it's still too early for you to take command." Seeing Dale's surprised face, he continued his analysis. "Don't speak so carelessly. War against humans is completely different from subjugating monsters." Having said that, he turned back to the other man. "Baron Greenbelt, please do not worry. I will protect your mind." Greenbelt thanked him and left. Only Dale remained standing there dazed, looking as miserable as if he'd lost his last penny. Later, when they were outside, he let out a helpless sigh, followed by a string of complaints to Helmet. "I thought I could do better than anyone. Why won't father listen to me?" Seeing him like this, Helmet hurried to reassure him. "Please don't take the Duke's words too much to heart, young master. You must be disappointed, but he surely has his own reasons. Instead, I prepared something for you." Immediately, Helmet brought over a game board and said, "Would you like to try learning a game with me?" Dale was a bit surprised to see what was in front of him. He thought to himself, this game is very similar to chess, but here it's called by a different name, the war game. Seeing that Dale knew the name, Helmet seemed very happy. "So you've heard of it, young master." Then he explained, "This is a true war simulation game. The rules are very complex, but mastering them is very beneficial. If you compete with me, and we discuss the art of war in depth." But before he could finish, Dale snatched the board and ran off happily, shouting, "Hee hee, this is it." Seeing this, Helmet called after him. "Young master, where are you going?" A while later, who knows what Dale said, but the Duke was incredibly surprised and asked, "Huh? What? If you win this competition, your father will allow you to participate in the territorial war? Even after hearing everything I said, you still have no intention of changing your mind?" Dale replied clearly, "I understand that war is not just a clash of power, but a deep battle of strategy. Please judge me through this game, father." Hearing this, the Duke's expression remained cold. Helmet, afraid the kid would get a beating, quickly interjected, "Excuse us, my lord. I will go convince the young master." However, just as the two were about to leave, the Duke called them back. "No need. Let's do it. If you win, I'll let you have your way." Hearing this, Dale's face immediately brightened. "Thank you for trusting me, father." However, the Duke added, "But if you lose, you must give up on participating in this battle." And then the father and son had an intense solo match, trading moves back and forth, getting more intense as the game progressed. A while later, Helmet seemingly couldn't keep his cool and blurted out, "Oh, damn. The victory goes to the young master." The uncle glanced over and thought. Even though the Duke went easy on him by giving Dale the advantage in numbers and favorable terrain, he still managed to defeat Duke Saxon with a score of 2-1. Then Dale spoke up. "Father will keep his promise, right?" Hearing that, the Duke could only give a forced smile and reply, "It seems so." Then he asked, "So, when did you learn to play this?" Dale scratched his head and replied, "I happened to find the rulebook in a library a few years ago and started studying it." He said that, but in his heart he thought, "Of course, that's just a lie. If I didn't say that, everyone would think I'm even more of a freak." At this point, the Duke stood up and said, "A promise made must be a promise kept. In the name of the Saxon family, I entrust the command of the knights in the upcoming battle to you." Hearing this, Helmet said with a bit of worry, "But Duke..." Before the uncle could finish, the Duke added, "But no matter how much I expect from you, with the honor of the Saxon family at stake, failure is absolutely unacceptable." His face began to grow serious. "I will ask you one last time. Can you truly shoulder the entire responsibility of this battle?" Dale didn't even need to think before replying, "Yes, please trust me, father. I will prove that I can succeed." Hearing those words from his son made the Duke incredibly satisfied. His expression brightened as he spoke. "Very well. Do not return until you have proven the results of your training." And so, sometime later at the crumbling castle of Count Brandenburg, the old man was roaring in a fit of rage. "Are you out drinking and partying in the slums again? Philip, rumors say the young master of the Saxon family is personally commanding the night squad. What on earth are you doing?" Philip, his god-awful son, was still clutching a bottle of booze, swaying unsteadily as he replied, "Don't worry, father. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old brat. Let me and your knights crush that arrogant little kid from the house of Saxon. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old brat. Let me and your knights crush that arrogant little kid from the house of Saxon." Brandon grit his teeth and slammed his hand on the table, barking, "Did you just call him a 10-year-old brat?" Seeing this, Philip stammered in response, "Yes, I just meant..." Before he could finish, Brandon glared and continued, "An arrogant Saxon brat, you say? He's a monster that you wouldn't be fit to touch the hem of his robe in 100 years. You're a useless insect, worse than a 10-year-old boy." Then he thought to himself, "I should have secured Charlotte much sooner." Brandon then continued, "In this battle, I will hand over the command of the knights to you." Philip replied excitedly, "Yes, I understand, sir." Seeing this attitude, Brandon roared in anger again. "What are you so happy about? You're absolutely useless on the battlefield." This made Philip's skin crawl as he hurriedly asked, "I don't understand what you mean, father." Brandon explained, "The entire war will be commanded by Milvas. You will only be there in name." Then he gave the order, "Milvas, take Philip out of here immediately." Watching his son being dragged away, he thought bitterly to himself, "Damn it, if it were up to me, I'd take the field personally, but I can't go all out against a child." Was all of this your calculation from the very beginning? On the other side, Dale was feeling quite smug about finally managing to win over his father. Everything went on until a few days later at Greenbelt Castle. Green was living up to his name, looking pale as he stared straight ahead. When the horses came to a halt, it was time for the person carrying everyone's expectations to step down. Everyone shouted in unison, "It is an honor to meet young Master Dale of the Saxon family." Green immediately checked in. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. However, the truth was that the knights at Greenbelt Castle were extremely skeptical of Dale's arrival. They kept whispering among themselves, "Good grief, he really is just a kid. I wonder if he even knows how to hold a sword, but they say he's a genius, so I guess we'll just wait and see." Back to the conversation, Green continued. "Having you here makes me feel much more at ease." Dale replied politely, "Thank you, Baron Greenbelt." Despite his confident words, Baron Green's mind was a total mess. He thought nervously to himself, "I can't believe they actually sent a 10-year-old boy. Even with the Black Knights escorting him, he's too green to be in full command." Then Green added, "First, please join us for a welcome banquet prepared in the castle." However, Dale shot back, "No, we don't have any more time to waste." Those words left Green feeling doubtful. "Pardon me, but what do you mean by that?" Instantly, Dale drew his sword and pointed it straight at Green, saying, "First, I want to inspect the status of your military forces. Among those under your command, who is the strongest?" He pointed his blade directly at Baron Greenbelt's face. He asked seriously, "Among the men you lead, who is the strongest?" Beside him, a red-haired young man spoke up boldly. "That would be me, young master." This young man was Haberk. He pointed at himself, saying confidently, "Me, young master? The man who can beat me hasn't even been born yet." He thought to himself, "Where does this brat, who only has a position because of his family, think he's going with that sword? I'll teach you a real lesson." Dale stared at him intensely for a few seconds. Then he sheathed his sword, gave it a few slight spins, and spoke. "It seems the gentlemen here doubt my abilities." He continued confidently, "An important battle like this with no discussion, and you're just handing everything over to a 10-year-old child?" He drove his sword hard into the ground and said with conviction, "I also doubt the abilities of the soldiers the Duke is commanding. The surest way to settle our mutual doubts is with the sword." He raised his voice mockingly. "But hey, the strongest knight the Duke is so proud of is actually a drunkard? To this point, even if I didn't doubt you, haven't you proven it yourself? Are you planning to use liquid courage or something?" These words made Haberk furious, and he grit his teeth hard. Then he drew the sword at his hip and replied confidently, "I see, young master." He pointed his blade at him and barked coldly, "I, Haberk, swear on a knight's honor to prove the strength of the Baron's house." This assertion made Dale give a small, amused smile. Afterward, the two stepped out to face each other in the middle of the courtyard. He rested his sword on his shoulder and turned to him. "I assume you've heard about my sword already?" He scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. "Haha, I'm well aware of the young master's strange swordsmanship." This smile made Dale frown slightly, thinking to himself, where on earth does this guy get his confidence? He must have some kind of backing. As soon as he finished speaking, Haberk took a stance to attack and shouted, "Here I come." The moment he finished speaking, he lunged toward Dale, swinging his sword straight at him. But Dale was quick to channel mana, wrapping it around his body. Then he directly used his arm to block the slash. This action made Haberk frown in suspicion. Then he unleashed a flurry of continuous slashes, but Dale easily parried them using just one arm. His eyes looked coldly at him as he thought, "There's no aura on the blade. Only a few high-level knights can use aura blades. Still, since my opponent is going all out, I should return the favor a bit." Following that thought, he stepped back, took a stance, summoned a magic circle on his arm, and released a large amount of magic that covered the ground where Haberk was standing. This took Haberk completely by surprise as he gasped, "What on earth is this?" "What on earth is this?" Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword to strike down the mana bolts rushing at him. He cursed angrily, "Damn it! I can't stop attacking. I'm getting distracted because of that damn artifact." On this side, Dale was still leisurely firing off magic strikes that kept the man struggling to defend himself. He thought to himself, his strength is pretty average. But then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Getting better? What? In a moment of inattention, Haberk was hit by the mana bolts, causing him to collapse to the ground with a cry of pain. Seeing this, Baron Greenbelt ran over worriedly, calling out, "Lord Haberk, are you all right?" Dale's eyes showed a bit of surprise as he thought, "Seriously? He went down that easily?" The Baron looked toward him worriedly and asked, "Young Master Dale, what is the meaning of this?" He looked back, grit his teeth while thinking of something, and then spoke. "Baron Greenbelt, don't you understand your current situation? With that level of strength, only our Saxon family will be doing the heavy lifting in this battle. Are you planning to just stand by comfortably, Duke? These words made Greenbelt's face turn pale as he stammered. That. He looked at his opponent and sneered. Is this really the strongest knight you're so proud of? Our Saxon family doesn't hesitate to be a shield for loyal houses. But that doesn't mean you're allowed to neglect your duties. Therefore, until the battle begins, the Duke's knights, we will become your sword. Then he got back to the main point. Now, make your choice. Follow me, or lose the very foundation of your life. After they hesitated for a long while, the whole crowd suddenly knelt on one knee without needing to be told. They bowed their heads low and spoke in unison. I swear absolute loyalty. Scene shifts back to the Saxon mansion. At this time, Alan was comforting his wife. There's no need to worry too much. For a child like that, it's beyond our imagination. He's a child who possesses so much. In the future, when Dale grows up, even I can hardly imagine the kind of scene he will create. He smiled and continued. Our child will one day become the master of this world. Back to Dale now. He was scratching his head in frustration, groaning to himself. This is hopeless. I really was a frog in a well. And I realized just how terrible the world outside the well is. They're all just a disorganized mob. The Sword Saint must have known the state of this territory beforehand, which is why he designated Baron Greenbelt's land. If that's the case, I have a plan of my own. Scene shifts to the next day at the Greenbelt practice grounds. Haberk was looking exhausted as he dragged a massive boulder behind him. After he couldn't go any further, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I beg you, please don't continue. Helmet stepped up to remind him, shouting loudly. You're already flat on your back after just that? Get up, you weakling. Do you still dare call yourself a northern knight? He stammered in reply. No, I'm an injured man. Over here, Dale rested his chin on his hand and mocked. It hasn't even been that long, and you're already complaining. Teach Baron Greenbelt's knights every little detail, starting with physical training, because all of them are below standard. Helmet nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. He continued. Also, send someone to Baron Parker's territory to convey that I want to propose a negotiation. The person beside him asked in confusion. A negotiation? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. I'm not planning to accept some humiliating peace treaty. It's just that before we go into battle, there's a face I want to see for a bit. Scene shifts to the negotiation site, located on the border between the two baronial territories. Inside the negotiation tent, only Dale was sitting there. His eyes looked serious as he thought. The Magdalena Holy Knight Order is conducting a long march across the continent. With their terrible supply situation, they're likely to launch a preemptive strike. Furthermore, Baron Parker's forces are not to be underestimated. As soon as he saw the two enter, the young man wearing glasses turned to whisper to him, Lord Philip has arrived. Looking at them, a small smile played on Dale's lips as he thought. Just as expected, they sent two people, an empty-headed figurehead, Commander Philip. They even wrapped him up carefully before bringing him here. And standing behind him is the real deal, Lord Milvas, the actual field commander for this battle. Dale spoke up to greet them. Hello, Lord Philip. He didn't respond, only smiled and sat down, saying mockingly, You want to negotiate after all this time? Kid, looks like you've already pissed your pants at the thought of a real war, haven't you? Dale didn't care about the taunt at all and immediately asked point blank, Why did you agree to my request for negotiation? Philip kept his haughty face and sneered. Haha. The reason is, before he could finish his sentence, Dale cut him off. I wasn't asking you. This took Philip by surprise. What? Dale smiled and continued. I'm not talking to the puppet pushed up as a figurehead for this battle. I'm talking to the real commander standing behind you. Lord Milvas, the pure. Milvas's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of anger. As for Philip, his face turned pale, and he asked loudly, What did you just say? Dale replied confidently, Isn't it true? Otherwise, why would a Sword Saint entrust the command of an entire battlefield to someone with absolutely zero talent? Hearing these words, Philip was absolutely livid. Seeing this, Milva spoke up from behind. Lord Philip, don't let his words sway you. Philip growled. You little bastards. Milvas thought angrily. The fact that Count Brandon sees Philip as a mistake, an insult, is a secret only a few of us know. How the hell does this kid know? Dale continued to provoke. How does it feel to know that even your own respectable father doesn't have a shred of trust in you? Just as everything was about to explode out of control, Milvas reached out to stop it. This negotiation is over. Lord Philip, We have no reason to stay here anymore. Let's head back immediately. Philip grit his fists until they shook. That's right, Dale added mockingly. Do you even need permission to speak? You're bowing your head and taking orders from someone beneath you. You look like nothing more than a slave. Is that a look fitting for the eldest son of a count's house? This is like a dog putting a leash on its master. Philip repeated furiously. A dog putting a leash on its master? Philip's emotions were spinning out of control. Milva's turned to calm him. Lord Philip, don't listen to him. But Philip cut him off loudly. Shut up. Then the two began to raise their voices at each other. Dale watched with amusement and added fuel to the fire. At this rate, I really can't tell if you're the Sword Saint's puppet or Lord Milva's puppet. He smiled to himself. My entire strategy was to disrupt the enemy's command. I never had any intention of negotiating from the start. Then he turned to the person beside him. Lord Bale, step outside for a moment. Bale nodded. As you command, Lord Dale. After he left, Dale looked at the other two. He smiled. Now, can we talk privately? Just between us, the actual high-ranking commanders responsible for this battlefield. These mocking words made Philip scream. Fine. Milva's was worried. Lord Philip. Philip interrupted. Let us discuss it, Lord Milva's. Didn't you hear what the High Commander said? Milva's was flustered. But my lord, Philip interrupted again. Dealing with the Saxon brat is my responsibility. Realizing the problem, Milva's thought worriedly. This is bad. He fell for the trap completely. Although he didn't want to, Milva's still had to nod. As you command. Then he left. Once they were alone, Dale praised him. Thank you, Lord Philip. As I said, I requested this meeting purely for negotiation. Philip followed up. Do you mean to say you can convince me? Dale nodded. Exactly. If the Magdalena Holy Knight Order withdraws from this battle immediately, the Saxon family will provide all the food necessary for your army's return journey. The offer left Philip stunned. What? He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, You dare call that a negotiation? Dale replied calmly. That's exactly what it is. He added, and I apologize if my earlier words offended you. However, please withdraw your troops. His voice suddenly turned sharp and threatening. If not, your army will be annihilated and hundreds of knights will be taken prisoner. Furthermore, the Sword Saint's reputation will crumble, and your name will be dragged through the mud. This is your last chance to keep even a shred of dignity. Philip's lip twitched. Then he laughed loudly. Lord Milva's was right. You were planning to mock us from start. Dale also showed his hand. It's a pity, but this is your last chance. Philip was startled. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of me? Dale explained confidently. When this battle fails, the one who will take the blame won't be Lord Milva's, the real commander, but the incompetent and useless eldest son of the Count. These words made Philip even more furious, but he tried to keep his cool. Stop talking nonsense. You won't be smirking for long. Soon, I will prove myself to everyone here. To that assertion, Dale replied happily. Please keep that confidence as long as you can. So the negotiation has failed. A while later, at Baron Greenbelt's territory, a soldier was observing through binoculars. Milva stepped up from behind and asked, What's the enemy's status? The soldier replied, The Saxon family knights have begun to mobilize. Hearing this, Milva's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought. That Saxon child. Those eyes, that composure. He's definitely not an amateur. Even if he's just a 10-year-old kid, he's not an opponent we can underestimate. But this is our opportunity. While he's still just a 10-year-old child, slow him down or take him out and decisively stop his growth. Slow him down or take him out and decisively stop his growth. On this side, Haberk rushed in to report. Lord Dale, the enemy's main force has started moving. This was just as he expected. Dale kept a calm face. Well done. After finishing putting on his gear, he turned and raised his sword high. He told everyone, O swords of the Saxon family, your time has come. Let's show them the blood worthy of that name. Everyone followed his call, raising their swords in unison and shouting with determination. The battle between the two sides broke out as soon as the horn sounded. Soldiers from both sides lunged into the fight with extreme intensity. From a distance, Milva's led a group of soldiers into the fray. He shouted, First cavalry unit, charge. He mapped out a plan in his head. The key to this battle is stopping the Black Raven Knight Order of the Saxon family. However, the current situation still doesn't allow for an assessment of their firepower. Therefore, As a precaution against surprises, I must position Lord Philip in the center of the formation rather than the front line. Baron Parker's forces will be positioned on the left wing to hold off the Green Belt Knight Order. Meanwhile, the most elite Brandenburg army, led by me, will attack the flank of the Saxon family's Black Raven Knight Order. The center and left wing will use direct tactics to block the enemy's attack. Immediately after, he turned back to remind his soldiers, "Don't miss this opportunity." At that moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, "It's dangerous." Another one charged bravely into the battle. For the Count's family, both sides lunged into an endless fight. Then, the red-haired man in the back spotted something, and his gaze suddenly stopped. Dale then approached from behind. "It won't go the way you want." Seeing him, the two soldiers turned back with a sigh of relief. "We're safe," they shouted in unison. "It's young Master Dale." Young Master Dale has personally come to the front lines. Dale reminded everyone, "Everyone, do not retreat. Fight to the end. For the House of Saxon." They all charged forward together at his command. Back with Milva's faction, he praised, "It looks like he intended to use his main forces to decide the outcome from the beginning, making himself the bait. Truly extraordinary. But this is exactly what I wanted." He raised his weapon high and shouted, "For St. Magdalena, for the House of Count Brandenburg. Everyone charge." A soldier yelled, "Don't let anyone get near the young lord." All troops charge. The two sides lunged at each other like a storm, making the air more suffocating than ever. First Cavalry Unit, follow me. Take down young Master Dale and end this battle. Prove your status as elites right here today. He charged forward to take out a soldier, but was immediately targeted by another soldier nearby who was ready to attack. Just as the spear was about to reach his neck, with his agility, Milvas easily swung his weapon back and took out that soldier. Then, he went on a killing spree like a wild beast. After a while, he suddenly felt something strange. Something is very off. How are we able to overwhelm the enemy's elite army like this? The Black Raven Knight Order is being pushed back easier than I thought. On the other side, someone shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Regroup the formation quickly." Milvas continued thinking, "Aren't the opponents Black Knights? The ones known as the destroyers of the battlefield. But what's with this feeling of disconnect?" A soldier ran up to report, "Commander, Baron Parker on the left wing is struggling helplessly." That's when Milvas snapped out of it. "What? The left wing?" Scene shifts to Baron Parker. He was completely shocked by what was happening before his eyes. How can those idiots from Green Belt use aura? At the center position, a soldier came up to report, "Lord Philip, there's a request for reinforcements from the left wing, led by Baron Parker. The Saxon family's Aura Knights are breaking through Baron Parker's line." Another soldier added, "Impossible. How could Aura Knights have gotten there?" Then he turned to ask the young lord, "What are you going to do now, sir?" Philip grit his teeth, remembering what Dale had said before. In the end, the responsibility will fall on the useless eldest son of the Count's house. He thought angrily, "I won't let things go that brat's way." Another soldier approached from behind to report, "Sir, this is a message from Lord Milvas. Merge the center and rear cavalry units into Baron Parker's left wing to bolster the defense." Hearing Milvas's name, Philip screamed in rage, "Shut up!" He turned back and ordered, "Gather the entire rear cavalry to my position. I will break their left wing before our own falls. I'm going to kill that damn brat Dale myself." A soldier returned to report, "Commander, Lord Philip is personally leading the rear cavalry toward this position." This took Milvas completely by surprise as he gasped, "What?" He held his head in frustration. "I told him to save the left wing. That damn kid." He thought to himself, "Our right-wing forces already have the advantage over the enemy's weaker left. Adding more troops will only make the infantry too crowded and hinder our mobility." Yet that fool is now blinded by the thought of killing the enemy commander, ignoring the call for help from his struggling allies, and making a fatal misjudgment. At this rate, the left wing will be completely breached and will be surrounded by the enemy. Then suddenly, a soldier ran up to report, "Commander, we need to retreat now." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, "No, not yet." This voice caught everyone's attention. It was Dale. He was facing them directly, stating, "This battle isn't over yet." Seeing that confident look in his eyes made Milvas furious, and he shouted, "That look? Are you that sure of victory? I'll break that confidence of yours." He raised his sword high and shouted to boost morale, "First Cavalry Battalion, there's only one way out." Following his call, The soldiers were now filled with determination. "Give us the order. Please, give the order. Order us." He and all the soldiers held their swords before them and began to pray. "In the name of Saint Magdalena, may this pure blade be blessed. May the goddess Sistina watch over us. May the love and mercy of the sister goddesses always be with us." After finishing the prayer, his eyes opened wide with resolve. "From now on, we will pierce through the enemy lines and take the head of their general. Raise your swords and follow me." A loud shout, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves, echoed from behind. "For Saint Magdalena!" The roar caught Dale's attention. He smiled, thinking to himself, "Finally decided to chase me. Huh." The vision of someone standing on the front lines is always easily narrowed. The pressure and impatience of war will cloud their judgment. Perhaps even Lord Milvas couldn't escape that weight. Seeing the move Dale was about to unleash, Milvas suddenly gasped. "Is that magic?" Dale immediately used the frost bullet skill. He said mockingly, "What? Is this your first time seeing magic?" As soon as he spoke, the bolt was released, flying straight forward and hitting a horse, causing it to collapse instantly. Witnessing this, Milvas was stunned. Such precision while on a galloping horse? The projectile magic itself is impressive, but without the combination of excellent technique and skill, it's impossible to even imitate. Dale then confidently reached his hand back and shouted, "Rise, O walls of ice." As soon as he spoke, a massive wall of ice appeared in front of Milvas's group, completely blocking their path. A soldier saw this and shouted, "The road is completely blocked by an ice wall, sir." Realizing the opportunity, Dale turned to remind everyone, "Now is the time. All troops counterattack." At the call, everyone lunged forward to attack. Don't let their swords touch the young master. Offer your lives to be his shield. As his men were cut down one by one, Milvas clutched his head in anger. "I've been completely trapped. Their goal wasn't to take me down, but to protect their commander and buy time." On top of that, Philip made the worst move possible. Because of Lord Philip, the center infantry is bottlenecked on the right wing, causing our entire front line to be warped into a grotesque shape. He cursed angrily. "Damn it. Then the only way left is..." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword hard into the ice wall, shattering it and facing Dale directly. He shouted, "This is the end, young Master Dale. Let me personally see you off." Despite seeing the blade lunging toward him, Dale's face remained confident. Then, there was only the sight of fresh blood spraying out. By dusk, Milvas's entire legion had been defeated. Some were taken as prisoners of war. Dale looked toward them and let out a sigh, thinking to himself that overconfidence in the power of an Aura Knight never changes, does it? The combat doctrine established by the Magdalenanite Order sometimes becomes its most fatal weakness. Because the jailer who supervised me in my past life was the sword saint who led that very order. Therefore, whether I liked it or not, I knew everything about the Magdalena Holy Knight Order he led like the back of my hand. From behind, someone approached to report, "Young Master Dale, the Baron Greenbelt Knights have broken through the left wing. The left wing commander, Baron Parker, has also been captured alive." This was exactly as Milvas had predicted. He grit his teeth and cursed. "It's all because of that idiot Philip." Dale walked closer and said, "It seems you really didn't trust Lord Philip much." He replied dejectedly, "You set a trap to lure us in from the very beginning." Dale continued, "The battlefield is always chaotic, and no one can predict what will happen. Dragging yourself to destruction in a series of continuous chaos is ultimately due to your own stupidity." He confidently declared, "I, in accordance with the great imperial tradition, shall grant mercy to those who use a few gold coins to beg for their lives. Will you beg for your lives as well?" Hearing this, a soldier shouted angrily, "Don't mock us. I'd rather die than beg." Dale put on an amused expression. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and die." He flicked his fingers, and a magic bullet pierced straight through the soldier's chest. Then he turned to ask, "Lord Milvas, what will you do now?" Milvas pondered for a moment, then bowed his head low, much to the shock of the soldiers behind him. He uttered, "General," he thought to himself, "I can't die here. I have to tell the knights that this guy is truly dangerous." He ordered the soldiers, "Everyone, get on your knees. We will surrender according to imperial tradition and request fair treatment as prisoners of war." Dale was quite surprised by this choice and said, "You're even kneeling to beg for your lives." He thought to himself, provoking him further is useless. But Dale suddenly cut through his thoughts. "No, No one is leaving this place alive. He happily ordered, kill them all. Even the knights of the Black Raven Knight Order were momentarily stunned, holding their breath at those words. According to imperial custom, releasing knight prisoners for ransom was normal. Even so, Dale's voice remained incredibly resolute. And so, one by one, Milva's soldiers were sent to the afterlife by Dale's troops. To the knights of the Saxon family, Dale's orders were more absolute than anything. And on this field, one last person had brought about his own destruction. Milva's grit his teeth and cursed. "You piece of filth!" He jumped up and shouted. "You think I'll go down that easily?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, a spear thrust from behind, piercing through his chest. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. Dale walked over and whispered, "Lord Milvas, do you remember my death?" The cryptic words caught Milvas off guard. Dale happily repeated, "That night, I remember your face being there. Your master drove a blade into my back, and you were there too. I'll ask you one more time, young knight. Do you remember my death?" Realizing something, Milvas gasped in terror. "No, it's impossible. You actually survived and came back after that. You persistent bastard." Without letting him say another word, Dale immediately summoned dark magic, piercing through his body countless times. A hint of madness appeared on his face. "Yeah, now I finally feel a little bit better." A battle is still raging. Philip stands frozen, watching his troops being wiped out one by one. His face is currently a mask of horror mixed with dread. By the time he snapped out of it, he had already lost. Looking around, Philip begins to seriously assess the situation. The right-wing cavalry has been crushed. Sir Milba and all the knights have fallen in battle. He claws at his hair and curses under his breath. The left wing was breached long ago, and black-clad cavalry are surrounding the headquarters. Damn it. In Philip's mind, there is only the image of Dale. Why do that gaze and that mocking smirk keep flashing through his head like this? The surviving knights cry out desperately, "Young Master Philip, please make a decision, young master." But when they receive no meaningful response, they begin to panic. It can't end in defeat like this. A voice stammers in response, "Sir, what did you just say?" Philip turns his head back and barks out an order. "All troops, fight to the end. Do not retreat. Our knight order shall never kneel." The words are immediately met with resistance, but young master will be completely annihilated. However, he bluntly pulls rank. "Do you dare defy the orders of your supreme commander?" Philip raises his voice to command. "Charge! One last attack." Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Young master." In the very next second, Dale's knights launch a sudden assault. Philip can only order in terror, block him, and protect me." Meanwhile, his mind wanders to irrelevant things. "Damn it, if I'd known this was the end, I would have drunk more, held more girls." Philip's face is a picture of pure resentment. "I want to die in bed, not on a battlefield." Back to the present. It is late afternoon, and the knights are surrounding Dale with victory cheers. Back to the present. It is late afternoon, and the knights are surrounding Dale with victory cheers. Philip is forced to his knees, yet he still demands loudly, "Let me go." At this, Dale finally offers a sarcastic remark. "You seem to really hate surrendering, don't you?" To his surprise, Philip gets even more stubborn. "Even if you win, we'd rather break than bow." Faced with this attitude, Dale just tilts his head and shoots back. That's rich coming from a guy who ran away just to save his own skin. However, another bullshit excuse is offered. "I'm the commander of this battle, so I have a duty to survive until the end." Then, drawing his sword, Dale declares, "Well, the battle is over, so you don't need to stay alive anymore, right?" Philip's attitude immediately flips. Wait a minute, he still has the nerve to propose. "Fine, I'll accept your challenge. I'll gladly accept a duel with the fate of the battlefield at stake, just as Dale of House Saxony requested." This nonsense makes Vale feel disgusted. What is this guy rambling about? But Dale just calmly replies, "It's fine." He looks toward Philip before nodding in agreement. All right, Philip was seemingly just waiting for that. He immediately lunges forward, intending a surprise attack. I see an opening. He is feeling incredibly confident. "I knew you'd take the bait." The blade slashes toward Dale mercilessly. "Die, you arrogant brat." Unexpectedly, before it can even reach him, it is stopped by dark power. Philip's face goes pale with fear. He collapses to the ground, begging desperately, "Help me. No, please spare my life. I'm begging you." This pathetic display only makes Dale feel more annoyed. At this point, Dale offers a final observation. You couldn't even maintain a shred of dignity in the end. And just like that, this noisy conflict ended with a ridiculous scream. Very quickly, Dale's army makes the triumphant return. Cheers erupt with every hoofbeat. Young Master Dale is here. The young master has returned victorious. People even start spreading rumors. I heard he successfully executed the ultimate encirclement and annihilation tactic against the Holy Knights of Magdalena. The enemy corpses were countless. Surprisingly, in the middle of the celebration, a voice rings out, totally killing the mood. It's not exactly a happy story. Didn't a lot of blood flow in that battle? The old man continues as he removes his hood. Did you really intend to kill everyone? Nikolai has a bright smile, but his words are laced with sarcasm. That child's blade is currently pointed at the enemy. But Cardinal Nikolai of the Church of Goddess Sistina knows there will come a time when he strikes even allies without hesitation. Finally, Dale arrives home. He is greeted by the adorable shout of a little girl. Big brother. Dale is thrilled to see his younger sister, Lisa. Lisa herself is just as joyful. Dale gently picks up the girl with a doting attitude. Did you miss me a lot? Lisa obediently replies, yes. I miss you so much. Standing nearby, Helmut also smiles and speaks up. Congratulations on your first victory, young Master Dale. Dale politely accepts the sentiment. Thank you, Uncle Helmut. He then takes Lisa's hand and heads inside. Dale walks past and strides forward, eventually kneeling before his father and mother. He clearly declares, Dale of House Saxony officially presents the victory report to the Duke at this time. Now a voice speaks from above. You led the victory brilliantly. Dale replies, neither too fast nor too slow. It was a victory won by the sword of House Saxony. He then addresses the person next to him. Lord Vale, thank you for guiding Dale so well. Once the formalities are over, Elena chimes in with a smile. You must be exhausted, having just returned from battle. She gently advises, rest up first to recover your strength. Dale obediently replies, thank you, mother. A satisfied smile plays on his face. Dale looks at his parents and sister, thinking to himself, how many months has it been since I was at the Saxony ducal castle? It's been so long. It truly feels like coming home. There are happy parts and sad parts. Meanwhile, at the same time, Brandenburg surly questions the wounded soldiers who just returned. Hey, where's Philip? Why is it just you guys? They hesitantly present the truth. Sir Milba and the entire Holy Knight Order of Magdalena, including the Aura Knights, have fallen in battle, and House Saxony has taken young Master Philip and a few attendants as prisoners. They then convey the demand from Dale's side. They are demanding a massive ransom from us. Hearing this, he just mumbles. Brandenburg roars in fury. You lost pathetically and still have the nerve to crawl back here? His voice is full of menace. Are you ready to pay the price for running away? The poor knight is so scared he stammers. We have no face to show. Please have mercy. He waves his hand and barks an order. Take them to the basement. I'll make them beg for death. The men cry out for their lives. Count! Count! As for the battle that day, it came to be known as the Battle of Black and White. Through word of mouth, the story was gradually blown out of proportion. From that day on, in front of enemies crying and begging for mercy, Dale was called the Black Prince, the one who doesn't grant even a shred of compassion. Time continued to pass like that. Dale turned 11. Dale was observing his surroundings while thinking, I'm 11 this year, aren't I? Across from him, a speech was being given at the official birthday ceremony. After this, I shall appoint you as the Viscount of the Saxony ducal territory. These words successfully surprised him, because a Viscount is a title with actual power, acting as a representative for the master. This means father kept his promise to respect me as an equal head of house. Dale respectfully replies to him, Thank you, father. Since you have said so, a proposal followed. It might be sudden, but there is something I wish to do as the Duke's representative. His father tilts his head in confusion. What is it? Dale presents his case calmly. Rumor has it that the Black Prince in that battle showed such cruelty that he wouldn't tolerate any prisoners. The subjects being referred to were none other than those from Nikolai's faction. Since the knights armed with the faith of the goddess's church became sacrifices to my cruelty, the church probably won't be happy about this. This was followed by a bold solution. Therefore, I wish to go on a pilgrimage to the Sistina Papal State. There, I will directly face the weight of the infamy I have sown. Over on the side, Alan is watching him with a worried expression. He begins to voice his thoughts. I can't understand it. Fear is a massive asset that can't be traded for anything. Yet you plan to deny your infamy just to suck up to the church. To those words, Dale simply declares, they're a power worth accepting that for. Hearing this, Alan questions him again. Do you have another scheme in mind? He nods in confirmation. Yes, that's right. He then briefly outlines his plan. I intend to give them an offer they can't refuse. But the truth is, Dale's plan is even bigger than that. He's also planning to seize those forbidden grimoires while he's at. Speaking of which, a few days ago, he was constantly disturbed in his sleep by voices. Do you remember? A giant skeleton, seemingly wanting to take Dale's life, appeared in his mind. Do you remember my death? At that time, Dale weakly replied, I remember our death, and that skeleton performed a cruel act. Remember death. Memento mori. Dale wakes up from the nightmare. He is panting and constantly wondering in his head. That nightmare just now was... That skeleton is known as the abyss of thought. The darkest landscape in one's mind is forced open to reach the third circle. Controlling and tempering one's own mental world is both the beginning and the end for a mage. Dale's hand clenches into a fist, yet he feels miserable due to the loneliness and nightmares caused by that very world. It's a disgrace that isn't even funny. He looks down at himself and concludes, I am still too weak. I need greater power to completely control my mind. In his heart, Dale thinks, just as a sword always accompanies a knight, an excellent mage needs a grimoire by their side. The next day, in a forest, the group is crossing through while Dale calculates in his head. This was once the border between the territories of Baron Greenbelt and Baron Parker, the site of the Battle of Black and White, where the Empire's northern region ends and the central region, beyond the Duke of Saxony's reach, begins. He knows well that for Baron Parker, who lost at Dale's hands, there was only one choice left. That choice was nothing other than becoming a bandit. Mac leads the group and gives the signal to fire. A volley of arrows flies out instantly. Startling the horse Vale is controlling. Now, those bandits block their path and demand loudly. You dare pass through Baron Parker's territory without permission? Dale just softly asks back. What do you want? Surprisingly, this only agitates the opponent more. It's common sense to pay a toll when entering a noble's land. He maintains his composure and replies, I see. It so happens I've prepared a small amount of money for the toll. Hearing this, Matt can't help but feel satisfied. Not bad. Looks like you're reasonable after all. The subordinates quickly check. Seeing the gold coins glinting in the sun, they can't hide their excitement. The toll fee is quite generous, isn't it? Once confirmed by his lackeys, Max speaks up. Fine, given your sincerity, I'll make an exception and let you pass. The others chime in. Come back again sometime. They watch the group leave, but every one of them has a wicked smile on their face. The carriage continues through the forest. Unexpectedly, it is blocked once again. Mac triumphantly announces, Baron Parker has arrived. Show some respect in front of the Baron, followed by Parker's enthusiastic support. You dare pass through my territory without paying a toll? This leaves Vale feeling confused. A toll, he kindly reminds them. We just paid that fee to the Baron's subordinates a moment ago. Charging a toll twice in the same territory is against the law. However, those people don't care at all. Paid already? What kind of nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? They put on a face of blatant villainy. We only just met. Keep in mind that we follow imperial law more strictly than anyone. Now Parker joins in. If you value your lives, hand over everything quietly. A man beside him supports him vigorously. That's right, this gentleman is a man who survived until the very end in the famous Battle of Black and White. This successfully makes Dale burst out laughing. A veteran warrior, Baron Parker. His laughter startles the bandits. Finally, Dale removes his hood. A veteran warrior. Huh? That's quite different from what I remember. Upon seeing the face of the person across from him, Parker's attitude shifts instantly. He stammers out, No way. Young Master Dale, though visibly terrified, he still tries to command his subordinates. Don't panic. There are only two of them. They immediately raise their weapons, preparing to attack. We can win this. Archers aim. Below, Vale just softly asks, Please give the order, young Master Dale. Dale replies neither too fast nor too slow. Fine, the play ends here. He issues an order, kill them all. Parker points forward and roars, Fire! A rain of arrows appears, flying toward Dale. However, Vale quickly blocks them all. His face becomes several times more dangerous as he replies, "Understood." Conversely, the others are terrified. Arrows. The arrows were blocked. Before they can regain their senses, Vale has closed the distance. He unleashes a slash, and the opponent immediately screams, "My hand! My hand!" He unleashes a slash, and the opponent immediately screams, "My hand! My hand!" He sweeps through the enemy formation. Parker can only stand frozen to the spot. "Please, I beg you, spare my life." He stammers weakly, "Impossible." Then he despicably kneels to beg for mercy. "Young master, please forgive me. I swear absolute loyalty." Every word makes Dale sneer. "I beg you to grant me the mercy of the goddesses." At this point, he shoots back. "Why should I do that?" Dale walked past countless such looting nobles and knights, crossing through the center of the continent. Time passes, and a few weeks later, he is now on a boat. Vale looks ahead as the announcement finally comes that they've arrived. "Young master, the place they are heading to is the Sistina Papal Territory, the Star City of Puzel." The name makes Dale feel nauseous. Calling it the Star City is truly ridiculous. In his mind, he remembers Nikolai's face. Although they say they are here for a pilgrimage, in reality, the word judgment would be more appropriate. Very quickly, Dale and Vale are led inside. Standing before Nikolai, they kneel and speak respectfully. "Greetings, Your Eminence." The person across from them responds with a smile. "Cardinal Nikolai Machia." At this moment, Dale is thinking to himself, a six-circle white mage and one of the 12 high-ranking clergy standing at the peak of the goddess church. Nikolai speaks calmly. "I heard that much blood was spilled in that battle." He begins to offer platitudes. "The sacrifice of our Magdalena brothers is truly regrettable news." Dale responds in kind. "The outcome of the great battle of black and white also leaves me with deep regrets." He presents his case inspirationally. "My flawed judgment caused unnecessary sacrifice. Therefore, to atone for that blood," he then states his purpose. "I have hidden my power and status to come directly to the papal state on a pilgrimage." Hearing this, Vale can't help but show a look of helplessness. Dale's presentation ends with a wish. "I hope this sincerity is not wasted in vain." Nikolai thinks to himself, Dale of House Saxony, son of the Black Magic Tower Master, rumored to be the Empire's #1 genius. He looks at the small figure kneeling before him and calculates. Has the cruelty of the battlefield created some kind of guilt complex? No matter how outstanding his talent, in the end, he's just an 11-year-old kid overconfident in his own thoughts. Nikolai begins to choose his words. If that's the case, then that is wonderful. The goddess's mercy is always open equally to everyone. Dale chooses silence instead of replying, then asks him a question. "Are you saying there is no sin in this world that cannot be washed away?" Nikolai acts compassionate and replies, "Yes, of course." Unexpectedly, he freezes upon hearing the next words. "Is that why you sold the goddess's nation to the Empire?" Nikolai's smile gradually turns ugly. "Your joke is going a bit too far." However, before he can finish his sentence, Dale cuts him off. Just before the Holy Kingdom was forcibly annexed by the Empire, it said that 12 bishop-level cardinals persuaded the previous pope to accept the annexation. The story is retold in great detail. Cardinal Nikolai was there too. However, the previous pope refused the Empire's annexation treaty until the very end, and even the cruel methods he used were mentioned. As a result, due to the betrayal of the White Magic Tower and the bishop-level cardinals, the Pope was eliminated by the Empire's hounds. Now Dale looks at him and questions, "The crime of selling out your homeland. Cardinal, has the goddess forgiven that yet?" These accusations make Nikolai grind his teeth in rage. As his surroundings begin to change, Dale says he wants to atone. Nikolai releases his pressure to suppress Dale. "Does that mouth dare mention the forbidden truth? Do you believe the goddess's mercy will stay with you?" How ridiculous, but has no effect on him whatsoever. "Do you think killing a representative of the Duke can silence the matter?" Dale steps closer while explaining. "The Duke didn't come here to investigate the church's stains. What we want is just a very small price for our silence." However, in his heart, he knows, of course, it's all a lie. The Duke of Saxony can't even imagine what's happening here. At this point, there's nothing but irritation on Nikolai's face. He closes his eyes, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. The golden aura is also withdrawn. A question is then asked. What do you want? Waiting for exactly that, Dale immediately presents his wish. I heard that at the bottom of the Apostolic Palace's basement, there is a secret library holding the church's forbidden books. He smiles and speaks without hesitation. Grant me permission to read the Library of Hell. At the lowest level of that place, the world's most terrifying grimoire lies sleeping. What Dale was aiming for by coming here was the Book of the Black Goat. He steps down into this place alone. Only the young master is allowed to enter and exit the Library of Hell. He steps down into this place alone. Only the young master is allowed to enter and exit the Library of Hell. He repeated those words. Only one grimoire is allowed to be taken out, and nothing else is permitted. And he didn't forget to add, in exchange, you must keep permanent silence regarding the church's stains. Dale finally responds. As the heir to the Black Duke, I swear upon the honor of House Saxony as proof of my word's sincerity. Dale even places his hand on a man's hand. So, as proof of the sacred oath, what they're doing is signing a heir's contract with each other. Nikolai's voice rings out. I will take both my heart and yours as a guarantee. At the same time, it's as if a chain wraps around both of their hearts. And just like that, he and that cardinal made an oath through the heir's contract magic that the White Magic Tower is most proud of. The train of thought ends there. Now there's no room for doubt. Because as soon as the cardinal perceives a breach of contract, the heirs will blow up my heart. It's not a big secret anyway. In a short amount of time, he stops before a door. This is the gate of hell. Dale shines his light forward and mumbles what is written there. All hope abandon, ye who enter here. To his surprise, as soon as he speaks, the door reacts. It opens, bringing a cold draft. Dale immediately raises his guard. He steps inside cautiously and tells himself, this place isn't called hell for no reason. Very quickly, Dale sees the books displayed on the shelves. This place is a massive dungeon masquerading as a library. The forbidden books imprisoned here are all out-of-control treasures that can summon calamities. He begins to make comparisons. However, just as a famous knight is always paired with a famous sword, to a mage, a grimoire is as significant as a knight's blade. No matter how dangerous or imperfect it may be, the desire to own an excellent grimoire is only natural for a mage. In a short time, Dale encounters several mysterious figures. Seeing people in armor but with lifeless faces moving toward him, Dale concludes, are they the guardians of this place? He looks at their expressions and mumbles, those who preach about light all day end up commanding corpses just like the Black Magic Tower. At this point, the opponents charge into attack simultaneously. However, Dale easily uses the power of darkness to suppress them all. A satisfied smile appears on his face. Since no one can see him here anyway, there's no need to hide it anymore. Dale begins to activate wide area skills, phantom bullets. After dealing with everything, he looks at the battlefield in front of him and mumbles, not having to hide my strength is truly refreshing. Next, Dale takes a small knife and draws his own blood. Now then, let's finish what I came for. The red liquid is skillfully manipulated. Dale continues his incantations. The legitimate descendant of the family inheriting the immortal blood officially declares here. The target is quickly listed. Oh, Black Goat of the Woods, commander of 1,000 young, fulfill the contract you signed with the Shadow Tribe and manifest before me now. As soon as he finishes those words, urgent voices ring out from the void. Blood is blood. Blood containing very powerful strength. The sound seems to echo everywhere. The fresh blood of a mage. It desires to sign a contract with us. Come here, little boy. I will give you power. But there is still one voice stronger than all others. Step aside. That child is my contract. At this moment, the surrounding space even changes. Dale can feel hatred and killing intent. It's the scent of bloodlust. Dale looks at the transformation of the space and thinks, is this pool of blood and these scattered corpses the world inside the book? From behind comes the voice of a mysterious being. Sign a contract with me, and I will slaughter all your enemies. Great Massacre appears with a smile on its lips. I will open a bloodbath festival with the corpses of those who block your path. Very quickly, Great Massacre looks down at Dale and offers, I will slaughter all your enemies. He continues to present. I will feast on corpses and turn the blood of those who dare block your path into a river. But Dale's mind is only occupied with the surrounding space. Looking at the scenery here, he thinks, is this the mental world of the grimoire of Great Massacre? This entity's identity is the Book of Great Massacre, a secret of the most evil blood magic containing the essence of mass slaughter. Its power and value are, just like its name, indescribable. Despite possessing such a VIP profile, he was still rejected. However, Great Massacre couldn't help but feel enraged upon hearing his next words. You aren't the one I'm looking for. He even brandished his weapon. You dare reject me? At this moment, his scythe was held right against Dale's neck. And you think you can leave here alive? Nevertheless, Dale only gave a mocking smirk. Nothing is impossible. Dale then directly activated his darkness skill. His voice rang out in a steady tone. This is just the world inside a book. Your world cannot encroach upon mine. His voice rang out in a steady tone. This is just the world inside a book. Your world cannot encroach upon mine. Very quickly, that black aura enveloped everything. The world would devour the world. Great Massacre couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed what was unfolding. Clearly, his world was the ideology of an extreme war criminal who had performed forbidden grand destruction magic. How could the world of a high-level six-circle mage be pushed back this easily? Completely refusing to accept it, he questioned loudly, why? Am I being devoured by the world of a mere brat? Hearing this, Dale finally replied out of kindness. The number of people your master killed is nothing compared to me in the past. I can't remember all the cities I've slaughtered, because I've killed far too many. I can't remember all the cities I've slaughtered, because I've killed far too many. His gaze was full of hatred. You think I'll just sit here and let myself be eaten? However, before Great Massacre could even touch Dale, his body was sliced into many pieces. Great Massacre himself couldn't believe what had just happened. He fell to the ground while mumbling, "No way." Until now, Dale's face hadn't shown a single emotion. The space created by Great Massacre quickly shattered as he disappeared. "I'm back," a clear voice called out from behind, startling Dale. "Big brother." He slowly turned around upon hearing the black goat's question. "Did you call for me?" She smiled and continued her introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been very lonely all this time." Then she tilted her head, asking playfully, "Will you play with me?" Every word from a black goat made Dale stay on guard. It's very cold and boring here. Regarding the identity of this girl, the Book of the Black Goat was a grimoire that the immortal Duke Frederick had written to reach the truth beyond death by sacrificing his own young daughter. Dale cautiously watched the black goat while calculating in his head. That's why the manifestation of the grimoire took the form of a little girl. But that girl definitely wasn't the real daughter of the immortal Duke. Finally, he made a declaration. "Form a pact with me, O daughter of the black goat." The space changed according to her control. "All right, then show me your world." Dale easily accepted the challenge. The two of them moved through a space covered in white snow. "Is this your world? It's so beautiful." At this point, the black goat turned her head back and remarked, "I really like you, you know." She directed her gaze toward those who were watching them. But their faces were filled with nothing but pure horror. What on earth are those things? Nikolai looked at Dale and the black goat, thinking to himself, "Young Master Dale, I didn't expect that kid to actually obtain that book." Dale spoke up politely. "Cardinal Nikolai, why have you come all the way here?" He stammered, unable to explain clearly. "I just thought." Dale kindly repeated the rule that the cardinal himself had established. Regarding matters that occur in hell, the contractor shall not be held responsible. This was accompanied by a smile full of contempt. "You seem uneasy, don't you? It seems that just the Heir's covenant wasn't enough to put your mind at ease." Dale grew more excited as he spoke. "You came all the way here to eliminate me, but this place is a world of darkness. For a light attribute mage, you've chosen the wrong spot." However, Nikolai still tried to play his part. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just extremely worried about you, so..." But before he could finish the sentence, the black goat interrupted. "Hey, big brother, can I eat those things?" But before he could finish the sentence, the black goat interrupted. "Hey, big brother, can I eat those things?" Then she remarked with utter innocence, "It's been a long time since I've had a full meal, so I'm so excited." Nikolai began to make the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He then activated his own power. "Lord, have mercy on us. Please grant us your compassion. Those accompanying him immediately provided support. God wills it. May the mercy and charity of the goddesses be with us. They flew up together with one heart. The light of the Lord has enveloped you. Praise him. Destroy that minion of Satan. Witnessing this interesting sight, Dale only cracked a smile and remarked, as expected, this won't be easy to swallow. That group aimed at him and attacked all at once. However, Dale gracefully dodged everything. He didn't even bother to blink. After a short while, Dale activated a skill to counterattack. Phantom bullets. Seeing that his attack hadn't injured anyone, Dale was slightly dissatisfied. Damn it, they're good at dodging. But the others were incredibly proud. Truly worthy of being called my angels. The most excited person was none other than Nikolai. No matter how much of genius he is, he's only reached the third circle. The Book of the Black Goat cannot manifest its full power in his hands. He poured all his strength into buffing that group. Praise the Lord. The Black Goat had been gradually becoming annoyed until now. She kept cursing, noisy, noisy, so noisy, and then she directly changed her form. Shut up. The Holy Knights switched their attack target toward the Black Goat when they saw some tentacles being cut off. Great. The tentacles have been severed. They lunged forward with an unconcealed look of certainty. Now, face your judgment, you fallen one. By the time they realized it was a trap, it was already too late. The Black Goat began her counterattack process. Nikolai asked worriedly when he saw them being attacked, "Are you all right?" However, he was met with meaningless mumbling. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. The Holy Knights had gradually been brainwashed. Praise the Lord. 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 The voices repeated until they became a din. Witnessing this scene, Nikolai completely couldn't believe his eyes. No way, how can this be? She watched the group gradually being transformed with a look of excitement. It's been so long, this scent. The Black Goat's smile completely lost its humanity. I must enjoy this slowly, very slowly, to make the wait worth it. The red liquid poured down onto the ground. Then there's the matter of the evil god gnawing on the flesh of the angel, the one who summoned it. The Black Prince isn't merely an 11-year-old child. Only then did Nikolai realize the severity of the situation. This wasn't an existence that could be described with words like the Duke's prodigy or the Empire's #1 genius. He had to look at Dale with a different gaze, that of a child of the devil. At this point, Dale spoke up, his voice cold. The parties involved in the contract shall not bear any responsibility for what happens here. Those were your words, right? However, Nikolai's only concern right now was his own life. I want to live, please. A question was suddenly posed. Do you really want to live? Dale was giving him an offer. In return, what can you offer me? Nikolai was momentarily flustered, but replied, anything. After regaining a bit of composure, he added repeatedly, wealth, I will offer wealth, and even my rank if you want. Even a church influence I hold. Hearing this, Dale only sneered, letting him finish. Anything, just say the word. I will give you everything I have. An observation was then made by him. Sounds good to me. Nikolai thought he had secured his life. Which part sounds good? Dale raised a hand and gave a bright smile as he declared, everything you have. Nikolai looked as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. His face turned pale as Dale continued. Perhaps we have to rewrite the contract. The heir's restriction mandates absolute obedience through the bond of the covenant. In other words, at this point, for Nikolai, there was no longer any chance to turn the tables. She gave a bright smile and remarked, playing with Big Brother is so much fun. Every word was uttered by the Black Goat very sincerely. I really like your world, so I'll wait right here. Her face currently held a bright smile. Yet behind her were dozens of incredibly terrifying tentacles. Aren't you afraid of me? To this question, Dale just replied nonchalantly, I'm not. She asked back softly, is that so? Meanwhile, in his head, he was calculating. This girl's existence is too dangerous to be summoned casually. Dale recalled the Black Goat's brutal methods. It still wasn't a power he could completely control. This power wasn't meant to be swung around recklessly, but to be a secret weapon used only in decisive moments. She approached and wondered in a low voice, will I get to play with you like this again? Dale quickly complied with the Black Goat's wish. Of course we'll meet again. The smile on her face grew even brighter. I'm so glad. The Black Goat added one more thing. Promise. I'll get to play with you to my heart's content again. And then she simply vanished. I'll look forward to the day we meet again. Only then did Dale let out a sigh of pure relief. The chaos in hell had ended like that. What happened afterward was that the eldest son of the Saxony family received a formal apology under the name of Cardinal Nikolai. Although he performed the ritual, Nikolai's face was always filled with fear. Furthermore, as a bridge of friendship between the Saxony family and the church, a formal church ceremony was held as an unprecedented event. On the way back to the dukedom, Dale was no longer a pilgrim who had to hide his identity. He just smiled and accepted what belonged to him. For that reason, no one dared to block the Black Prince's blade. Time continued to pass until a few months later. Currently, Helmut was helping Charlotte train. "Then let's begin, milady." She responded energetically. "Yes, sir." And she quickly activated her aura. A flow of black power radiated from Charlotte's body, then quickly enveloped the sword in her hand. Charlotte then mumbled, "All right." The people around cheered eagerly. Helmut himself proudly assessed, "It's truly astounding. At this age, milady has already reached the realm of a perfected aura blade." A call from behind interrupted the conversation. Charlotte of House Saxony appeared with a more solemn look than usual. "I, Dale of House Saxony, ask you in the honor of my master and family, as well as for everything you must protect." What he brought was an offer. "Are you willing to take an oath as a knight?" The sword in his hand was quickly stabbed into the ground. Charlotte replied solemnly while kneeling before him, "I so swear." Hearing this, Dale gently placed the tip of the blade on her shoulder. He continued the oath. "Will you remain unshaken by self-interest, protect the weak, and punish evil?" Charlotte replied very sincerely, "I so swear." And then a declaration was made under the name of Saxony. "At this place, I appoint Knight Charlotte as my knight." Charlotte's face now held a very bright smile. Afterward, the two of them strolled together. Only then did Dale ask, "Is this really okay?" Charlotte sincerely shared her feelings. "I like the sword of House Saxony because that very sword made me who I am now." Dale himself partially understood Charlotte's grueling training. She had used her will to choose the Saxony greatsword instead of the rapier rapier. He gave a gentle smile. "It must be awkward for you, right?" Perhaps he was the one who had underestimated Charlotte's talent. And then suddenly he spoke of something else. "Charlotte, there's intelligence that large-scale orc legions are gathering across the Demon King's territory." Dale presented the news calmly. "It seems an orc war general is directly leading the army. Father has personally summoned the dukedom's forces and the northern lords, and I will also join the battle." He then assigned Charlotte an important task. "In that battle, I want you to protect my side, even as my knight, until the very end." Hearing this, Charlotte replied, "Yes, I understand." She tapped her chest and declared confidently, "I will become the sword that protects my master." This was followed by a steadfast promise. "From beginning to end, my sword will only swing for you." That night, Alan looked extremely annoyed while listening to a report. "We have detected a large-scale southward movement of orc legions from the Dark Land, the Demon King's territory in the north." An assumption was then made. Could it be that the great migration of the demon race is about to begin? And then he received a confirmation from Alan himself. Most likely. Speaking of what happened in the past, when the hero and the Imperial army subjugated the Demon King, everyone thought peace had returned. But the Demon King's invasion was actually just a faction of the demon race overflowing south to find a way to survive from the barren Darkland. He continued his presentation. "I have ordered the summoning of the Northern Lords, the Black Magic Tower, and all the knightly domains under my command." Alan's face was extremely serious. This will be a battlefield of a scale incomparable to before. Suddenly, a name was called. Alan declared calmly, "Now is the time I teach you how to use necromancy on the battlefield." That afternoon, at the underground workshop of the Black Duke, the first lesson on how to utilize necromancy on the battlefield began. Alan folded his arms and spoke. "Dale, what do you think is the difference between a Death Knight and a Revenant soldier?" Alan folded his arms and spoke. "Dale, what do you think is the difference between a Death Knight and a Revenant soldier?" He quickly flipped the question back, making Dale reflect. "So where does the difference between a knight and a soldier come from?" He thought for a moment before replying, "I think it's the difference in martial power." Alan shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Half right and half wrong. It's not that having strong martial power automatically makes one a knight." Dale hesitated upon hearing his father say that. "If not, then is it whether they possess an aura blade or not?" He immediately replied, "Exactly." He looked down at the person below and was surprised. Dale raised his voice to speak, but he immediately followed up Dale's words. That's right, it's a knight who died in the recent battle of Black and White. This Aura knight, when knighted, swore that even in death, he would dedicate his body to the Saxony family. And then, reaching out his hand, an amount of power flowed from within him into the other person. Alan looked at the body, sitting up, and spoke. When alive, the higher the realm of the Aura Knight, the more powerful a Death Knight can be created, whether alive or dead. They must remember that they are still proud knights. He suddenly turned and left first. Follow me. Dale was a bit confused by his father's words. I have something I want to show you. Both of them walked down a wide staircase. The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed through the space. Dale followed silently, without asking further. While observing, he thought, just how deep are we going? Alan suddenly turned around and asked, Dale, do you know about the founder of the Saxony family, the immortal Duke Frederick? He immediately thought it over. If it's the immortal Duke Frederick, his grimoire is currently residing in my heart. Dale replied hesitantly, I only know through books and what you've told me, father. He looked down at the ground thoughtfully and added, it was a monster of truth, even not hesitating to use his own daughter as a sacrifice. And what I'm about to show you from now on is what he once pursued, and also the debt our Saxony family still carries to this day. It is the darkness of the old era. The two walked through a large gate. This place is one only those with the direct bloodline, carrying the Saxony blood can enter. Dale was stunned by the sight before him. A group of people stood in lines before him, leaving him in confusion. What on earth is this? He stepped forward and explained, a method of operating the dead without needing a continuous supply of mana. That was the great leap the immortal Duke discovered early on, and the Saxony family heads throughout the generations have continued. He turned around, his voice emphatic, to begin building an army of the dead called the Dead Order. Dale was quickly bewildered by the next sentence. I am also inheriting the will of the immortal Duke here. He grit his teeth with some anger. Everything had been clarified. Memories of the past suddenly returned. The image of you and your actions was quite impressive. I hope you won't lose that appearance. Right, Dale? Dale clenched his hands so hard they trembled. The reason the Saxony tribe cut themselves off completely from the outside world, and the reason the Black Duke always emphasized morality while controlling the power of darkness, it was all to maintain the Dead Order safe. The moment he realized everything, the first thought that popped into his head was that it was hypocrisy to a disgusting and nauseating degree. Alan raised his arm and began the introduction. This is our darkness, and this darkness is also the shield that protects us. Facing his question, Dale's face darkened with rage. Dale, are you ready to accept this darkness? Dale placed his hand on his chest, right where his heart was, and slowly spoke. I've been enlightened about that from the very beginning. Despite his fury, Dale still tried to utter his acceptance reluctantly. Dale of House Saxony is willing to receive it, no matter how unrighteous or evil that power may be. Because I myself, under the guise of a son, am also a hypocrite nurturing power for revenge. He raised his arm, his expression a bit hesitant. A stream of power shot out and lifted the body of the person on the ground. That person quickly became a puppet for Dale to control. The man reached out, drew his sword from its scabbard, and held it before his chest. Quickly, skillful sword movements were unleashed. Alan stood behind with arms folded and spoke. The amount of pure mana at such a high concentration is unbelievable. Dale turned his face to look at his father and replied, because I'm being taught by the best teacher, but I still cannot control Death Knights without supplying mana like the Knights of the Dead Order. Hearing this, he immediately countered, it's still too early for you to learn that. What I teach you is limited to how to use necromancy on the battlefield. You need to focus on cultivation to prepare for the upcoming battle. With just a snap of his fingers, Alan quickly released a series of power streams. The goblins that were lying down sat up immediately. They suddenly charged forward to attack his puppet. A sword flashed through, slicing into the goblin's waist. The other person spun around, and a single slash cut it in half. Dale stood to the side, controlling them, huffing and puffing with exhaustion. Alan saw that and thought excitedly, incredible. In reality, not every Death Knight of a necromancer is the same. As for controlling corpses, that is the necromancer's duty. These are people who probably never held a sword while alive, but the swordsmanship Dale just displayed has reached a realm far beyond even that of the living Dark Knights. It's truly too astounding. Just what is this child's talent? The scene changed, and Cephia stood to the side, observing and reflecting. In the end, Dale was still focused on training and didn't notice her. Cephia was confused by her thoughts, which were like a tangled mess. In the end, this feeling is, I really like him, ma'am. That day, Dale had pretended to be innocent like a child who knew nothing. But through the world Dale showed that day, I could feel a bone-chilling coldness and unimaginable darkness. And even the hidden desire within was so clear that there was no room for doubt. It was the desire of a man who truly yearned for love. Suddenly, a loud sound cut through her train of thought. Cephia looked up and praised. Your ability to control the water attribute has improved a lot. He smiled without turning his face and replied, Yes, because I promised to become a son my father can be proud of. She continued to praise, making Dale pensive for a moment. That is truly wonderful determination. Cephia took a few steps forward and asked, But your face looks worried. Is something wrong? Dale was a bit anxious, his gaze evasive as he looked elsewhere. Teacher, the question asked caught her a bit by surprise. Will you still like me even if you see my ugly side? One day, when I accept the dark corners of the family, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you see that side of me. Cephia reached out and cupped both of Dale's cheeks, lifting them up. He looked up blankly into her eyes. Seeing Cephia's blushing face, Dale softly called out, Teacher, Cephia slowly explained to him. An elf's life is very long, even later when you become a true man. She spoke while her heart was filled with confusion. I will probably still look exactly as I do now. Why do I care about this child to this extent? When the anecdotes of the Black Prince winning a great victory in the Black and White War and annihilating the entire enemy force were widely spread. Although the people of the Empire praised Dale's talent, they also talked about that infamy. As for me, I couldn't truly be happy about it. Since the Great Massacre, Dale has certainly possessed the talent to turn the wheels of history. But I never wanted this child to walk such a blood-stained path. Cephia smiled gently and continued. Until you realize your true feelings later on, I will always be by your side. Dale felt a surge of emotion hearing those words. At that moment, it wasn't just as a teacher. As the next sentence was uttered, time seemed to freeze for him. But as a woman, her words were like a soulful melody that touched his heart. So, you won't have to be lonely anymore. After saying that, Cephia turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment. After saying that, Cephia turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment. Dale suddenly ran up and pulled her into a tight embrace. Cephia froze in surprise. He spoke, his voice slightly choked up. Thank you. Dale smiled, his cheeks slightly pink. I really like you, Cephia. Cephia just smiled and listened to him speak. So please wait for me. She returned the hug along with her answer to Dale's question. All right, surrendering one's body to a warmth so deep it makes you forget the loneliness and the freezing cold in your heart. That was a promise from those unforgettable childhood days. Sometime later, the soldiers stood in neat rows, with the men in the front rank holding the banners high. To counter the great migration of the demon race, the northern lords had gathered at the Duke's territory. A man placed his hand over his chest and spoke clearly. Helm of the John family, leading 30 knights, 100 heavy infantry, and 400 infantry. I am here to request an audience with His Grace the Duke. Dale sat with his father, looking down at the people below. Kenneth of the Baldburg family. The medium and small lords gathered under the command of the great overlord, the Duke of Saxony. Additionally, my eldest son, Keel of the Best family, is among them. Naturally, there were also ambitious nobles eager to catch the Duke's eye. Additionally, my eldest son, Keel of the Best family, is among them. Naturally, there were also ambitious nobles eager to catch the Duke's eye. These people all asked for their sons to be looked after, then competed to incessantly recount their children's achievements. Even with a battle looming, noble socializing remained an indispensable ritual for a great overlord. The process of gathering subordinates and winning over hearts was something that couldn't be ignored. And the northern nobles and their children felt the same. They knew exactly who they needed to please right now. A man suddenly approached to greet Dale. Greetings, Black Prince. A man suddenly approached to greet Dale. Greetings, Black Prince. I, Bess's eldest son of the Keel family, absolutely wish to stand by your side and show off my martial skills on the battlefield this time. He replied, a bit flustered. Everyone is truly very reliable. The young ladies also ran over to say hello. Oh my, young Master Dale. You are even more imposing than the rumors say. I couldn't imagine you be such a dignified and handsome man. Dale rubbed his head in confusion, thinking to himself, everyone's attention is honestly exhausting. But that's politics for you. Jones approached from behind and called out, Young Master Dale, rumor has it that despite your youth, your martial arts rival those of grown knights. I want to witness your skills with my own eyes. Seeing this, the professor hurried over to intervene. Jones, you rebellious son, how dare you use such an insolent tone with the young master? Dale stepped forward and pushed back. He glanced at the kneeling man and asked, Are you the second son of Baron Kenneth's family, Lord Jones? He answered briefly, That's right. Having heard the answer, Dale followed up, You want to witness my martial arts firsthand? He continued to ask, Meaning, you want to challenge my strength? Jones spoke truthfully without fear. The Empire's #1 genius, possessing overwhelming talent in both sword and magic, leading the Black and White War to a great victory at such a young age, and creating a paradigm shift from the blood of the Holy Knights of Magdalene. I do not doubt the young master's strength. It's just that a martial arts prodigy is right here before my eyes. The professor couldn't take it anymore and screamed, You bastard! Despite his efforts to scold him, Dale only smirked and let out an "Oh. How dare you be so disrespectful to the young master? Get out of here right now." He took a step forward, his voice startling them both. Second son of Baron Kenneth's family, Lord Jones. I heard you're leading a mercenary group of 100 men, aren't you? Dale rubbed his chin, thinking as he spoke. You set out to train as a wandering knight and built that legion from scratch with your own hands. Mercenaries, the Baron's second son. Under the law of primogeniture, it's very difficult to inherit the territory. That's why he's using this gamble to prove himself. For a wandering knight to build a 100-man mercenary group without backing. Dale calculated quickly in his head, but on the outside, he beamed. That's quite useful. Fine, I accept your challenge. Everyone moved aside to make room for the two of them to compete. The duel between the second son of the Kenneth family and Dale suddenly commenced. This match was a good opportunity to determine the hierarchy before the war began, and the Black Prince had no reason to refuse it. Dale reached out and asked, Jones, you surely know that my sword is different from ordinary blades, don't you? He immediately answered the question, Yes, I've heard of the young master's Black Shadow sword. Hearing that, Dale spoke up, Use your aura. He smiled with excitement as he looked at him. Give it everything you've got. Seeing him remain silent, Dale said loudly, That's an order. Jones could only quietly obey. As you command. He released a massive amount of power. Both of their capes were quickly whipped about by the strong wind. Dale looked at Jones and silently appraised him. He hasn't reached the level of a knight who can use an aura blade yet, has he? He suddenly let out a smirk. But his control is incredibly clean. Dale's shadow on the floor changed rapidly. Then I will also. A sword suddenly rose up from the ground. Seeing this, he wondered to himself, Is that the Black Prince's sword? Jones gripped his sword tightly as Dale said, Bring it on. He kicked off the ground and lunged quickly toward him. Dale simply turned his body slightly and dodged the attack. He glanced down, observing everything meticulously. Jones's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. He swung his blade hard against Dale's sword, resulting in a loud metallic clang. Jones looked at Dale and thought, Black Prince, you're different from me. You were born with everything. Two powerful strikes clashed, knocking them both back. I will prove that someone with nothing can defeat someone who has it all. He gritted his teeth and charged again with lightning speed. Jones spun around, his hand firmly gripping the sword. Seeing Dale momentarily stunned, he swung his sword with a hint of joy. I see an opening. The sharp blade slashed down from above. Block it. A loud noise erupted instantly as Jones's attack hit nothing but air. Dale's sword lunged forward so fast it startled him. Jones leaned back, safely dodging the strike. The surging energy beneath Dale's feet left him in shock. It shot directly toward his feet, but Jones dodged to the side to avoid it. He was even more surprised when swords began to protrude, and a whole series of blades flew up simultaneously. Dale stood in the center, a smirk playing on his lips. He lowered his body and swung his arm, and the swords were immediately launched forward. They dove fiercely and all at once toward Jones. Surrounding, his body was immediately enveloped in a flow of black energy. Dale thought as he gathered energy. Not bad movement. This martial art is worthy of a mercenary leader. This is enough for an opponent to prove his reputation. He spoke up. Come at me. I won't move from this spot. As if provoked, Jones immediately dashed right in front of Dale. You're going to regret looking down on me. The two swords clashed once more, creating a piercing metallic screech. The people watching from the outside couldn't help but marvel. They began to whisper among themselves. As expected of the eldest son of the Saxon family, his aura is truly on another level. Only 11 years old and already at that level? Truly incredible. Jones swung his sword and called out to provoke Dale. Try dodging this move too. Before he could even strike, Dale used his power to strike first and gain the advantage. Jones backed away and looked up at Dale. He was flaunting overwhelming force as if he were toyed with a child. Was what the young master aimed for from the start not me, but the lords and their children watching this match? He kicked off the ground and launched himself forward again. I can't just let myself be toyed with like this. Jones unleashed a barrage of attacks at Dale, but not a single strike could touch his body. He tried his best to keep his eyes wide open and observe. Faster. I have to be even faster. Jones didn't want to admit that the top-tier talent the Black Prince possessed was the ultimate unfairness of this world. And then, the sword, pushed beyond its limit, snapped into two pieces. All struggle was now meaningless. A thud sounded, and Jones slumped to the floor, propping himself up with his broken sword to stay steady. He bowed his head, thinking for a moment before swearing aloud. I don't know how to overcome this anymore. Damn it. Dale stood straight, his sword pointed directly at the kneeling Jones. I lose. He only now realized that what was inside him was thanks to the Book of the Black Mountain Goat. Throughout the match, it felt as if the whole world had slowed down. To think I could win so overwhelmingly against an opponent who used his aura with everything he had. Now, the Sword of the Shadow cloak seemed to have become a part of his body, as if he were using tentacles to control the Shadow Blade. It was thanks to the battle with Knight Jones that I could feel this change. But I still have to set an example for others, don't I? Dale reached out, his face showing clear surprise. Shadow bullet. The swords hovering in the air suddenly shattered into numerous fragments. Jones raised both arms to shield his body from them. He turned his face and asked loudly, Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Is there no one left with enough courage to doubt my reputation and prove themselves? A sword slammed into the floor, catching Dale's attention. The other person suddenly knelt down in a deeply respectful manner. His voice boomed through the room. We swear our loyalty to the young master. Suddenly, I remembered my father's catchphrase. Fear will ensure loyalty. It really is true. The scene shifted. Everyone in the room was laughing and talking with each other. A group of people walked out of the room. Big brother, the man behind asked, You look terrible. Jones gulped down a bottle of wine and cursed. This damn world. The two people behind stood listening to him swear. No matter how much I swing my sword and try, I can't even touch his heels. So how could I look good, huh? Jones was so angry he squeezed the wine bottle in his hand. What's all this about a person's status not being determined at birth but changing based on effort? I dare to ask, who could stand in front of the eldest son of the Saxon family and utter such nonsense? The Black Prince was like an insurmountable existence blocking the path ahead. Jones walked along, shouting in anger, Damn it, the more I think about it, the more bitter I feel. Let's just drink. The subordinate following behind kept agreeing, Exactly. There's nothing in this world better than wine. The whole gang gathered around a campfire and began to eat and drink. He held up his wine glass and said, You guys should have seen those noble ladies clinging to that 11-year-old kid. The other person asked curiously, What about them? Jones quickly spilled everything. Those noble ladies were acting so desperate just to catch a kid's eye. It was eyesore. The crowd quickly chimed in. Those nobles have really lost all their dignity. He kept rambling drunkenly. Take away the noble title, and we're all the same anyway. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right, it won't mean a thing on the battlefield. Jones, a bit tipsy, raised his glass to his mouth and mentioned, Does that kid even know how to treat a woman? The subordinates thought for a moment and replied, Probably, boss. He is a man, after all. Dale was suddenly standing right beside them, startling him. The whole group jumped up in surprise. Wow, what? Since when? He said nothing and sat down right next to Jones. Dale held out the wine bottle to him. What are you doing? Pour me un drink. Seeing this, Jones hurried to respond. Yes, sir. He spoke while pouring the wine. The world seems pretty cursed, doesn't it? Jones cowered and shook his head. No, it's not. Dale spoke in an incredibly calm tone. That's just how life is. Unfair. irrational, and there's nothing humans can decide for themselves. Innate talent from birth, living conditions. Among all those destinies, is there even one we could decide as we wish? He jumped, as if his inner thoughts had been struck. No, sir. Dale suddenly placed a hand on Jones's shoulder and gave a light pat. He frowned slightly and spoke. So don't blame yourself too much, because in this world, a destiny that we can change with our own hands, he was stunned by the statement, simply doesn't exist. Jones suddenly covered his face and let out a loud laugh. He looked up at the sky. You're right, perhaps what you say is true, young master. No matter how much I struggle, there was never a chance for me. Dale looked over at Jones and spoke, second son of Baron Kennett's family. Knight Jones, I've taken a liking to you. He smiled brightly at him. Both you and your mercenary group. Jones was a bit surprised by the offer and hesitated. Sir, do you want to serve under me and swing your sword for the House of Saxony? He asked back, a bit confused. Sir? Jones looked surprised, as if seeking confirmation. I can really work under the House of Saxony? Dale affirmed firmly, yes. Ahead of the upcoming battle, my knights will train you and your men. He went on to mention everything from sword grips to ornamental techniques. Bit by bit, Jones showed his excitement while nervously wondering, to be taught by the Black Knight Order, is that for real? He couldn't help but feel moved and find it hard to believe this dreamlike reality. The person who taught me about the world's unfairness is now granting me an opportunity no one else dared to give? Why? Why are you going this far? Dale calmly gave an answer. I happen to be in need of my own people. Seeing Jones's panicked expression, he reassured him with a sentence. And you were there. That's just how the world works. This world is inherently unfair, but standing before him, it seemed that even that unfairness was forgotten. A little later, on a morning at the Grand Mansion, in the meeting room at Saxony Castle, Alan spoke in a serious voice while reporting on the war situation. Currently, between the Demon King's territory and the Duchy of Saxony, there is a massive mountain range. At the treacherous mountain passes, multiple layers of fortresses have established dense defensive lines. The knights stationed there are engaged in fierce battles to hold the camps. The constant stream of reports showed that the war situation was extremely tense. Right now, the defensive forces of the Winter Guard Ranger unit that set out earlier have begun to withdraw from Mountain Fortress No. 9 along with the Northern Lords. Before retreating, they were said to have burned all supplies that couldn't be transported in time. Alan listened while considering the strategy. Good. Everything is proceeding according to plan. He continued the planning, while retreating according to the step-by-step attrition tactic and waiting for the opportunity until the very last moment. Wait until the enemy is exhausted upon entering the upper reaches of the Saxony River. Then we will prevent the enemy's main force from crossing and annihilate them all. Just then, Helmet suddenly spoke up. Then it is time to deploy the main force into the battle. Alan silently agreed and ordered, notify the lords of the deployment order. Just as Dale was about to leave the room, Alan suddenly called him back. Dale, I have a separate task to entrust to you. He didn't hesitate to state his intention. I will give you full command of the mobile cavalry unit consisting of members of the Black Knight Order. When a large-scale clash between the two lines breaks out, you shall have full command of that mobile cavalry. Also, Lady Cephia has agreed to be by your side. This left Dale beyond astonished. He couldn't help but raise his internal doubt. Not interfering in secular disputes is the core principle of the Holy Magic Tower. Alan answered him calmly. She is already the supreme advisor to our Saxony family. Moreover, confronting the demon race can hardly be considered a secular dispute. Even so, a sense of worry kept rising in Dale's heart. Teacher, why are you joining the war? He asked Alan suspiciously. Is that Lady Cephia's wish? He replied without expression. That's right. His next words made Dale feel tense. Dale, you proved your ability through victory at the Black and White Festival. I believe you'll do well this time, too. He seriously affirmed to Alan. I understand. Father, finally, I would like to ask one more thing of you. He didn't refuse the request either. Speak. Please assign the young divine sword to my unit. That was his only plea. Charlotte calmly put on her helmet, her figure strangely straight and valiant. Just then, Dale stepped up from behind. Truly reliable. Charlotte immediately shed her cold demeanor and replied with great pride, because this is the guardian knight who will stand shoulder to shoulder to protect the world-renowned Black Prince. Dale let out a sigh, accepting her words. True, she's no longer a little girl. She looks like a real knight now. Faint silhouettes flickered in Dale's mind. He looked the person before him straight in the eye. Promise me one thing. The sudden change in atmosphere left Charlotte unable to react. Yes. Dale said very seriously, don't die. She tilted her head in confusion. What did you say? Charlotte fumbled with the information before hesitatingly replying. But risking one's life for one's master is a knight's duty. Dale interrupted the words she was about to say. Charlotte, do I need to teach you what a knight's true duty is? Dale clenched his fist and spoke in a steady but echoing voice. It is to never betray your master's trust. He suddenly smiled, brushing away the suffocating air. And I don't want you to die at all. Dale's next words astonished Charlotte. This is not a battlefield for you to throw your life away. He smiled with relief when he heard her firm affirmation. Yes, I will keep that in my heart. And sometime later, the army continued to advance further. To face the Orc Legion beginning its southern march, the main unit led by the Duke of Saxony had begun its deployment. Dale, along with Lord Vale, Guardian Knight Charlotte, and Sephia, directly led the mobile cavalry unit, including members of the Black Knight Order, toward the upper reaches of the Saxony River, a few kilometers from the Duke of Saxony's main camp. Dale instinctively looked back. In this place, Sephia was no longer Dale's teacher. At dawn that day, the peaceful scenery was a bit disturbed. Upper reaches of the Saxony River, the camp of the mobile cavalry under Dale's command. Sephia was walking around the barracks. Just then, Dale suddenly appeared and called her, Lady Sephia. Sephia saw the person before her clearly as the moonlight hit. She asked with great concern, Are you still awake at this hour? Can't sleep. Dale hesitated a bit before speaking. Lady Sephia, he finally voiced the questions he had long kept buried. Why did you accept my father's proposal? Sephia answered lightheartedly. I'm just fulfilling my mission. The next second, Dale was stunned by the reason she gave. Didn't I promise I would be by your side? He let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly and whispered, Thank you. Just then, a strange vibration suddenly appeared, making Sephia wonder. Could this be? Both of them turned and ran fast in one direction upon hearing the command. All mobile cavalry units, prepare for battle. Move to the river, crossing immediately. When Dale arrived, he saw massive orcs everywhere. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, they dared to strike before we could act. At that moment, Vale stepped forward and called out, Young Master Dale. Dale also replied to him, Lord Vale. Vale spoke in a serious voice. Please give the order. He couldn't help but consider the current situation. Thousands of orcs were desperately breaking through, risking everything to directly cross the river, which was considered a natural fortress, proved their situation was extremely urgent. After a moment of deliberation, Dale calmly ordered, Lord Vale, lead 4 cavalry companies to the front line immediately. You must annihilate all the orc vanguards that have crossed the river before they can establish a bridgehead. He looked like a genius commander more than ever. I will lead 2 other companies to strike the enemy's rear. Vale didn't hesitate and quickly received the order. Understood, young master. At this time, the soldiers and the orcs were fighting very fiercely. The orcs were swarming in. Vale stood behind the front line. Don't let those monsters set foot on the shore. Archers, aim and fire. Following the command, hundreds of arrows targeted the orcs, forcing them to retreat. On another side, an army was being directed to create a distraction. Dale sat on his horse, silently praying in his heart. Just hold on a bit longer. Vale, not far away, a figure seemed to have been waiting for Dale's group to arrive for a long time. They were lying in ambush on both sides, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Across the battlefield, the commander's voice continued to ring out. Archers, draw your bows. Arrows poured down like rain upon the aggressive orcs below. Some were wounded, while others bravely dodged the volley and lunged forward. The orc warwolves gathered momentum and leaped into the air as if to attack from above. The wolves tore into the soldiers like predators. A series of painful screams echoed. Help me. The orcs grew more numerous and arrogant. The survivors felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They've reached the bridge. Even so, their will to fight did not waver. Don't let them take another step. Die before you retreat. They struggled to hold the line to open a path for Dale, who was charging in another direction. Dale was currently galloping like the wind, calculations running through his head. The enemy had marched rapidly for a long distance. It was highly likely their supply lines were cut. He had come up with a plan that served both ends. while Vale holds him off at the front. We'll circle around the shallow part of the river upstream and ambush the enemy unit whose flank is exposed from behind. He prayed silently in his heart. Hold on just a little longer, Vale. On Vale's side, the situation was dire as men continued to fall one after another. The orc monster in front of him was massive and far too strong. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out. Now, attack the rear. Suddenly, a commanding shout rang out. Now, attack the rear. Vale was overjoyed to see Dale and his group charging in fast. Young Master Dale. He also felt somewhat relieved to see that Vale was still safe. Vale shouted toward them. Push the formation forward. Dale quickly acknowledged the order. Understood. Sir, he shouted loudly to boost the morale of the entire army. The enemy on this side is isolated. Do not be afraid. Close the circle with the young master's cavalry. The two sides clashed with brutal ferocity. Show no mercy. Dale had now joined the fray. He aimed his power directly at the swarm of orcs in front of him. Shadow bullet. Dale smiled slightly as the situation seemed to be under control. The young master was leading the vanguard. Right then, a massive orc attempted a sneak attack from behind him. A split second later, a figure dashed in to block the strike for him. The large orc was taken down instantly by one powerful slash. Charlotte was fulfilling her duty and mission perfectly. Don't worry, leave it to me. On the other side, Cephia was struggling to set up a barrier. She reported the urgent situation to Dale. Dale, if we delay any longer, the orc unit will shift their formation. He quickly made a decision. We will retreat before they start their encirclement plan. He quickly made a decision. We will retreat before they start their encirclement plan. Vale shouted a warning. Young master, the orc cavalry is turning back. Without a moment's hesitation, Dale turned his horse to leave. Retreat. The orcs behind them continued to chase Dale's group relentlessly. He gripped the reins tight, thinking to himself, we've achieved our goal. We don't need an overwhelming victory every single time. Now, we just need to lure them far enough away so reinforcements can't reach them, then wipe them out one by one. Dale tried to calculate the distance. Good, this should be far enough. Right then, Cephia noticed something unusual. A figure suddenly appeared within the orc ranks. That person was walking calmly among the monsters. A human? He immediately manipulated his power, creating a flame. Cephia was struck by a sense of impending doom. She only had time to scream a warning. Dale, look out! Cephia used her power almost instantaneously. A field of ice stakes sprouted in the middle of the path to block the pursuers. But the man on horseback didn't look concerned at all. He pulled back his reins and concentrated his mana. A fireball launched out, racing toward the front. Ice and fire collided, the two flows of mana clashing fiercely. And then the fireball slowly gained the upper hand. The ice wall could no longer hold. It shattered the ice spikes and lunged forward to incinerate Dale's group of soldiers. He discovered with horror that everything behind him had been turned to ash. What kind of fire was that? It burned everything, leaving not even a corpse or a fragment of bone behind. Dale panicked with a dark premonition. Could they be? Immediately after, he turned and gave orders to his subordinates. Everyone, scatter! The purifiers from the enemy's mage tower have appeared. The enemy we're facing is a fire mage. Purifiers are battle mages raised solely to incinerate the enemies of the Empire and the Red Magic Tower. They are the executors of the era's will. Cephia was suspicious of this sudden event. For a mage from the Red Magic Tower to come all the way here, it means... Dale spoke, confirming her thoughts. That's right, they came for me. Charlotte nodded to Cephia, while Dale's voice continued to echo. Don't stop moving. Don't bunch up in one place. The whole group spurred their horses, advancing forward without pause. Dale was restless in this dilemma. This was the worst-case scenario. Dale was restless in this dilemma. This was the worst-case scenario. But if we scatter too wide and break formation, the orc cavalry will pin us down. Dale was silently weighing the pros and cons of a bold decision. There's no other way but to use that power. Just then, a voice pulled him back to reality. Get off your horse. Dale spurred his horse closer. Cephia spoke as he looked on in confusion. Let me fulfill my duty as a teacher. He seemed to understand what Cephia meant. The horses came to a sudden halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. Young master, Dale calmly issued instructions. The rest of the cavalry continued to carry out my orders as planned. Charlotte, you head back first to report our situation to my father. Charlotte hesitated, wanting to refuse, but she stayed on her horse and reminded him, "It is my duty to protect you." Dale looked at her nonchalantly and said, "This is an order from your master." Charlotte struggled internally for a moment, listening to every word from Dale. "Don't worry about me. Once you're on a horse, never let go of the reins for even a second." Finally, she accepted the decision given the current situation. "Yes, sir." Charlotte led the remaining men as they dashed forward. On this side, Dale began to sigh and lament. "Now we can't run anymore, even if we wanted to." On this side, Dale began to sigh and lament. "Now we can't run anymore, even if we wanted to." He looked straight at her and spoke sincerely. "How could I ever leave my teacher behind?" Dale let out a helpless breath and said, "Even if we wanted to, we can't run away anymore." Hearing that, Cephia wanted to confirm his intentions. "Were you planning on running away?" Didn't Dale confidently refute her? Cephia chuckled softly when she got his answer. "How could I ever leave my master behind?" Then, she gently raised her hand forward. "I see." Cephia expressed her feelings while channeling her magic. "Thank you." Cephia expressed her feelings while channeling her magic. "Thank you." The wolf-riding orcs lunged aggressively toward the two of them. Cephia remained unfazed, focusing on her incantation, "O Crystal Frost." Following her words, a layer of ice covered the entire enemy force. "Freeze everything." The horses of the purifiers behind were also partially frozen. Standing beside her, Dale casually introduced her. "Your opponent now is an elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a six-circle mage. If you wanted to start a war, you should at least have been prepared for this level of opposition." Then he sternly interrogated them. "What is your goal? Why is the Red Magic Tower acting with these barbarians?" One man in the group stubbornly moved to attack. "You are nothing more than targets that need to be incinerated." That man threw a blazing fireball at Dale. "Offer your deaths to the Crimson Hue." Facing this technique, Cephia showed no fear whatsoever. She gently moved her hand to neutralize the opponent's magic. Magic dispel, blue countertone. Having finished, Cephia stood in a majestic pose, sweeping her hand back. Dale immediately shouted orders to his men. "Knights of the House of Saxony, their attack has been neutralized." The cavalrymen surged forward accordingly. "Raise your spears and advance." Dale immediately shouted orders to his men. "Knights of the House of Saxony, their attack has been neutralized." A sharp sword stroke took off the head of the tall orc. The engagement between the humans and those things was becoming incredibly tense. Elsewhere, Alan was sternly reminding the mages, "Young mages, what you are about to face is no simple battle." His powerful words echoed. "What awaits you is the abyss of the battlefield, with a stench of blood and fear blend with chaos and despair." Everyone focused intently, listening to his every word. Don't be obsessed with victory or defeat. Let chaos and death become the source that nourishes you. Then he placed his hand over his heart, conveying his resolve. Carry your fear with you, but do not succumb to it. Every death you witness today will be the price to forge who you become tomorrow. After finishing, he turned to call Eris. "Eris." She immediately responded with a deeply respectful attitude. "Yes, Tower Master." Alan spoke in a low voice, assigning her a task to carry out. "The time has come. Take the children to the intersection." Eris quickly accepted his order. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, someone ran up in a panic, shouting, "Duke of Saxony." Alan recognized the other person's identity. "Are you Lady Charlotte?" Charlotte, having no time to waste, reported the situation. "The young master is in danger." At Dale's battlefield, the sound of thousands of thundering hooves rang out. The spear-wielding cavalrymen continued their relentless assault, but the purifier wouldn't give in easily. He created a magic sphere and threw it at the group. Both Dale and Cephia joined forces to block the attack. Not a chance. The collision between ice and fire created a wall separating the two sides. In his head, he constantly weighed the pros and cons. The wall has also blocked the cavalry's path, but that's still better than taking casualties. Dale created sharp ice fragments for a surprise counterattack. Now it's time for payback. Using the shard from the ice wall, I'll create countless ice spikes. Dale created sharp ice fragments for a surprise counterattack. Now it's time for payback. Using the shard from the ice wall, I'll create countless ice spikes. The ice spikes shot through the air, but they evaporated completely against the fire shield from the purifiers. Dale couldn't hide his scowl as the plan failed. He had discovered something unusual about them. That fire armor isn't just normal protection. So the power of that armor allowed him to withstand Lady Cephia's attack earlier. A knight shouted as he lunged toward the enemy. Your flames end here. The purifiers also moved into position to engage. However, those people didn't strike the knights, but suddenly scattered. What? Their target is Cephia. The purifiers were approaching Cephia. Dale quickly stepped in to protect her. He easily unleashed a move that made the purifier pay. Shadow Image Bullet. He was hit and slumped down, unwilling to give in. Damn it. Dale stood before him, interrogating him for information. Answer me now. What is your true purpose? Why are you targeting and attacking me? Hearing his questions, the purifier smirked. He replied, but in a very cryptic way. Soon, everything in this world will burn, and in this burning world, they will rise from the ashes. Dale's eyes widened as he realized his intention. Could it be? Now he fully realized its function. Self-destruct magic. So the real purpose of the armor wasn't defense. It's a self-destruct tool to incinerate the wearer's own body. Cephia also recognized the danger and called his name, Dale. Dale. Dale could only shout a warning to her. Master, get away. But the man's body had already been caught by the fire. It was too late. He spread his arms as he said his farewell to the world. Farewell. Then, a massive explosion occurred, creating a dense cloud of smoke. At the center of the explosion, everything had become barren and desolate. Fortunately, both Dale and Cephia were not too badly affected. He approached Cephia to check her wounds. Luckily, you're safe, Master. Dale blamed himself deeply for being protected by her. Just before the explosion, I received ice armor from Master and avoided a fatal wound. But Master was swallowed by the blast while trying to protect me. He also felt guilty for not being able to protect everyone. And what's more, even the Night Order was caught in the explosion. One of the purifiers went after Dale. The young master is still alive. Good. He's mine. That person wanted to seize the chance to take his life, die. But Dale had blinked away from that spot. He dealt with him in a few sword strokes. The power within Dale erupted with extreme violence. Finally, that person's body exploded in midair. His face contorted as he remarked, "That makes two." Dale spoke of the hardships he had endured. I have endured and waited for this moment. I have never forgotten those days of torture and body modification without a single peaceful day. Now, don't even dream of running away. I will return the pain I suffered many times over. On the other side, Cephia gradually regained consciousness. She was startled by a piercing, tragic scream. Before Cephia's eyes was the scene of Dale facing the enemy. He swung his sword mercilessly in a direct attack on the purifiers, and then their bodies also emitted a source of light. Following that, another horrific explosion occurred. Those around were also incinerated by the flames. Cephia looked blankly at the scene unfolding before her. The bodies of the knights I wanted to protect have been incinerated and vanished in the firestorm. Now, everything is slowly losing control. This battlefield is nothing less than a living hell. Those people were delighted with this chaos. Burn even more. Noble blood. A second later, Dale's blade pierced through his chest. But what fit the word hell best was that at this moment, he had lost the consciousness to control his mind. Cruel and thick darkness was sweeping across the battlefield. Specterization. The others lunged in a simultaneous ambush. Damn it. Even the suicide move didn't work. Everyone, surround him and attack at once. Dale pulled his sword straight out of the other's chest. Then he spun around to strike back at the ones lunging at him. Dale's blade, carrying dark mana, was swung forward. At the same time, someone behind him tried to sneak attack him. As if all the pain accumulated and suppressed for so long was boiling over. Dale quickly detected it and launched a counterattack. He poured all his rage into sword strikes that erupted like cold, sharp blades. The lifeless purifiers began to self-destruct. In an instant, a dense cloud of dust appeared in the sky again. One purifier couldn't help but marvel. Unbelievable. He looked at the murderous aura on Dale and declared that he was the embodiment of vengeance. Dale stood before the purifier and announced, "Your mission has failed." What Dale said didn't bother him at all, because, in the end, you can't kill me. On the contrary, the purifier was gloating. You can still utter the word victory while looking at this scene? He continued to hurl insults at Dale. Even if your black magic tower manipulates death, do you think we'd fear such a lowly death? The purifier lunged toward him, intending to die together. "We are ready to embrace death and always willing to incinerate this body." Suddenly a voice rang out that surprised Dale. "You say you're ready to embrace death?" He arrogantly shouted his own ideology. "Long live the Empire!" Cephia, witnessing the explosion from behind, hurriedly called his name, Dale. But something strange appeared that left Dale astonished. "What is this?" Because the purifier's body remained intact. The purifier who should have been dead was still alive. What was going on? The person behind spoke up, interrupting the situation between the two sides. "Contrary to what everyone thinks, being ready to embrace death is easier than you'd imagine." Immediately, everyone recognized the black dude. Alan calmly approached the purifiers. "Do you have enough resolve to not have to die?" They were confused by the question. "What?" They were confused by the question. "What?" The purifiers lost their patience and struck out. "Stop talking nonsense." The purifiers lost their patience and struck out. "Stop talking nonsense." However, they were no longer able to use their powers. This time, while he was still bewildered, Alan closed in. "Still haven't realized it?" A heavy pressure radiated from his entire body. "That I haven't allowed you to die yet." Alan concentrated his mana into a small sphere. "In this place, there is no way for you to reach death." That sphere emitted black streaks that enveloped the purifiers. Curse, abominable fusion. Their bodies began to distort due to Alan's mana. He continued to cast the magic nonchalantly, without a moment's hesitation. Before him now was only a deformed mass. By continuing to live, he made them pay a price far higher than death. It is many times more painful and miserable than being ready to die. Alan frowned and stated his view bluntly. "I won't ask why you followed the orcs and wanted to kill Dale, because there's no point in seeking the truth from those who have already abandoned their lives." Instead, he used a different way to teach the purifiers. "Live your whole lives in this hideous form." A dying knight spoke in a soft voice. "Young master," he painfully expressed his desire. "Please, young master, even if I die, let me fulfill my duty as a Black Raven Knight." Dale gently propped up the knight's body. "I understand your wish." He sorrowfully acknowledged his service. "I in the House of Saxony will never forget your devotion." Hearing that, the knight was finally able to pass away in peace. Alan, witnessing this scene, only called out softly, "Dale." He made a brief assessment of the battle status. "The damage seems quite heavy." Dale also knew he hadn't fulfilled his responsibility. "It's shameful." Alan, speaking softly in his capacity as a commander, asked for confirmation. "Are you blaming yourself?" Dale didn't dodge the question, admitting everything. "I led the knights of the Saxony family to their deaths." Hearing Dale's remorse made his heart ache. "I should have ordered the knights to retreat from the very beginning." Alan tried to reassure him. "Don't be so hard on yourself." He calmly analyzed the situation from a different perspective. Hundreds of orc cavalry and purgers. Did you and Lady Cephia really intend to face them all alone? Finally, he acknowledged the boy's efforts. "You did your best." Despite that, Dale's mood didn't improve. He raised his hand and softly cast a spell over the fallen knights. The knights of the Saxony family had left behind a dying wish. They wanted to continue fulfilling their duty even in death. In an instant, Dale's mana flowed into their bodies. This battle wasn't over yet. He fulfilled the knight's wish in a different way. "Please allow the knights of the Saxony family to complete their duty." At the same time, in an area where the moon had risen high, inside a magnificent, majestic tower, the Crimson Magic Tower, Crimson was gently stroking Elizabeth's hair in Marquis Juris's bedroom. His voice was very tender as he checked on Elizabeth. "Did you have a pleasant dream?" She sat up and replied softly to Crimson. "Yes, I feel like I'm still in a dream." Elizabeth complimented him without hesitation, being alone with a man famous for being the most handsome in the Empire. Crimson simply raised his wine glass and replied casually, "You flatter me." In a playful mood, she teased Crimson. "Am I that charming?" He played along with the atmosphere, adding, "Then check for yourself." The two shared a passionate kiss, but in a split second, Elizabeth's face filled with horror. Red droplets were spilling all over the floor. She couldn't believe what was happening. "What is this?" With the taste of metal filling her mouth, Elizabeth realized what liquid she had been drinking. "Is this blood?" Crimson gently tilted her chin up. "Oh my." He looked dangerous as he interrogated Elizabeth. "Is the drink not to your liking?" He looked dangerous as he interrogated Elizabeth. Is the drink not to your liking? The fierce and hideous face of an orc appeared, followed by a continuous, deafening roar. With a muscular frame 3 times the size of Helmet's, it launched a relentless attack, but he managed to evade it with his agile movements. The orc wouldn't let up, slamming its weapon down, but Helmet was still able to block it with his sword. While parrying the blow, he gritted his teeth. This guy is the orc boss. Even though most of the orcs had been wiped out, the final resistance remained intense. At that critical moment, Dale appeared steady and said, "Uncle Helmet, please step back." His voice was upright and full of responsibility. "Taking them down is a job for me and my knights." Something landed, kicking a cloud of white dust off the ground. It was the arrival of the knights under Dale's command. They moved like a flash, their techniques clean and decisive. Helmet stood frozen, gasping in disbelief. What on earth are those? His face was filled with confusion. Can that kind of power really be achieved through a necromancer's control? It's unbelievable. Has young Master Dale's swordsmanship reached that level? Finally, Dale himself charged into the fray. His sword strikes were so powerful that a single blow was more than enough to make the orcs retreat in terror. But seemingly because it was pushed back so quickly, the leader grew even more enraged. Its eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a roar shook the entire area, the booming sound even startling Dale. Helmet hurriedly shouted a warning. "Everyone, fall back. You can't hold them off." But Dale didn't listen. He walked straight toward despite Helmet's desperate cries. Young master, it's dangerous," Dale said calmly. "Don't worry." He stood still, arms extended straight ahead, calculating in his head. 300 GI, 10 o'clock p.m., 20 o'clock p.m., still not enough. He stood still, arms extended straight ahead, calculating in his head. 300 GI, 10 o'clock p.m., 20 o'clock p.m., still not enough. Suddenly, the black goat appeared, hugging him tightly from behind and whispering, "Shall I give you a hand?" Dale refused flatly. It's not time for you to show yourself yet, because he had calculated the risks beforehand. One slip-up, and he could lose the initiative. Borrowing your power in front of everyone is too dangerous. But the black goat didn't care. She chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I like your world." Her jet-black eyes slowly open along with an assurance. "I will never do anything you hate." Her arms gripped Dale's shoulders as she continued to whisper in his ear. "So, feel free to use me as much as you like." With the black goat's support, Dale's entire body radiated an authoritative power. He didn't even have to lift a finger to suppress his opponent. The black goat manifested in a cloud of pitch-black smoke, her bulging eyes the only thing visible. The orc, aggressive and bloodthirsty, lunged forward regardless. Shadow Lurker. A simple strike, but it was enough to stop the creature in its tracks. A flexible, sharp object pierced straight through the orc's head. Its whole body froze, its eyes went dark, and a stream of red blood poured down from its head. As the spear fell from its hand, the beast was officially defeated. The other knights raised their hands and cheered. The young master has taken down the orc boss. Dale breathed a sigh of relief. The protector of the north, the one who defeated the leader of Berg to stop the great demon migration, the rightful heir to the Duchy of Saxony. A new sense of awe was added to the infamy and fear surrounding the name, the Black Prince. Once the battle passed, back at the Black Magic Tower, Alan was in the middle of a tense discussion. Are there any results from the investigation into those purgers? Facing him, Eris reported honestly, no. Despite taking the brains of the purgers and investigating for 3 days and nights, most of their brain functions had been removed, and they were also hit with memory-wiping magic. Alan clasped his hands and nodded. I figured as much. He interpreted the situation based on the information he had recorded. They knew in advance that I was leading the cavalry and acting separately. Perhaps an insider who betrayed us gave specific orders to those purgers, including Dale's schedule. Eris asked directly, "Do you have any other theories?" That was when he dropped a bombshell. "It's the monsters of truth," Eris asked in shock. "Do you mean the elders of the hardline faction of the Black Magic Tower are colluding with the Crimson Magic Tower?" He explained calmly. "Have you forgotten the activities of the Black Crimson Missionary Corps?" The Black Crimson Missionary Corps was an unofficial force established for academic research and cooperation between the Black and Crimson Magic Towers during the Imperial Unification War. When the war ended, the force was disbanded and all records were expunged. The Black Magic Tower, under the Black Duke, chose to sever ties with the shadows of the old era. However, some hardliners viewed the unforgivable crimes of the Black Crimson Missionary Corps as a pursuit of truth. Those monsters rejected the Black Duke's regime and joined hands with the Crimson Magic Tower. Realizing what Alan was hinting at, Eris sighed. A storm of purges is about to rise again. He looked dazed, his voice heavy with exhaustion. I suppose so. A while later, Dale and Alan stood beneath the palace. Specifically, they were in the Black Duke's underground secret chamber. Dale looked at the two people sleeping soundly. They are the knights who trusted and followed me. They passed away trying to protect me, even when facing death. He emphasized his role as their lord. I have a duty to repay their wishes. Dale then made a straightforward request to Alan. Please show me how to activate the dead order. He spent a few moments pondering the potential the child had shown. When he eventually replaces me at the top of the Black Magic Tower, how much freedom can that child achieve from this darkness that even I cannot escape? And then he gently gave his answer. Later, when you've grown, surpassed me, and reached the peak of the Black Magic Tower. Alan's statement stunned Dale. This shadow army will naturally belong to you. It was his turn to reflect. I could immediately understand my father's underlying meaning. To personally defeat the head of the Black Magic Tower, the greatest dark mage on the continent. Dale said in a low voice, Father. He made a proposal that immediately made Alan smile with satisfaction. Right here, may I boldly request a duel as your disciple? He signaled his readiness. What will you use to duel? Dale raised an eyebrow, his expression intensely serious. The peak you spoke of, I want to see what that realm is like. Please allow me to go all out. Alan had been waiting for this moment, the corners of his mouth curling up. Very well. A surge of black aura slowly enveloped them as the tension of the match escalated. Alan threw out a light provocation. Feel free to use your full strength. Dale turned his palm downward and chanted, Awaken, O black swords of the Saxony family. The two shadow knights under his control charged forward. Alan praised him. The incantation was very fluent. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge an attack. Dale warned, If they attack together, you won't be able to avoid it, Father. The next familiar incantation echoed through the secret chamber. Shadow Lurker. The next familiar incantation echoed through the secret chamber. Shadow Lurker. Somehow, he made them all stop their attacks, standing as still as himself. Dale was astonished. Their movement has stopped. Alan slowly began to lecture during the duel between the dark mages. While speaking, he used both hands to seize control of Dale's two shadow knights. Losing control over your creation is more fatal than anything else. Dale's face went pale. He clearly hadn't anticipated this, his eyes widening in shock. Observing Alan, he suddenly remembered. It's exactly like that time. Darkness always flows toward the place that is denser and deeper. After a brief moment of panic, his determination flared up, and Dale bit his lip. In that case, he thrust both hands out decisively and muttered to himself, I'll focus my consciousness just like I did then. Once his mind was in control, Dale easily reclaimed his two subordinates from Alan. He then continued to project his mental state onto them and force them to attack. A decisive sword strike managed to take Alan's head, but having not expected this outcome, his face turned white as a sheet. Yet, Alan could still speak. Truly remarkable. Furthermore, he could express himself as if he were completely unharmed. I didn't expect you to be able to snatch back control of the spirits from me. In the blink of an eye, his head was back in its proper place. Dale was horrified. How on earth did you do that? Alan said calmly. Didn't I tell you? I don't allow them to die. Dale was filled with doubt. Could it be reality manipulation? Magic is the power to turn imagination into reality. However, the human spirit is inherently imperfect, so it cannot mold everything omnipotent. But if you are at the pinnacle of magic, you can use your own will to manipulate the laws of this world itself. By now, Dale's mind was starting to grasp it. So it was the same when facing the purgers. You erased the very concept of death? His face twisted. This had been an unwinnable battle from the start, leaving him with nothing but a bitter smile. Time passed slowly, and not long after the great demon migration was halted, the Emperor's men arrived to commend the Saxon family. Alan sat on his throne listening to the report. During the chaos of the great demon migration, His Majesty the Emperor expressed deep satisfaction with the loyalty and decisiveness shown by the Saxon family. He immediately scowled. Satisfaction, not gratitude? The messenger continued. Specifically, despite his young age, the achievements of the Black Prince and his outstanding performance have been clearly relayed to the imperial family. Every word written in the decree was read clearly to praise those achievements, while also promoting exchange between the Black and Crimson Towers. The final remark was what shocked both Alan and Dale. We would like to temporarily invite the young master of the Saxon family to the Crimson Magic Tower Academy in the capital. An invitation? Alan, sharp as always, blocked it angrily. It's too dangerous. Sending you to the capital now is far too dangerous. He looked at Dale and asked seriously, "Are you planning to walk straight into your own death?" Dale patiently explained to him. The son of Marquis Juris also said he would stay at the Black Magic Tower for an exchange. His thoughts were sharp. As long as our side is holding the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower's master as a hostage, the other side won't dare to act rashly. Alan frowned, his eyebrows knit tight, his eyes staring intently at Dale. And then he gritted his teeth as he recalled the event from years ago. Have you forgotten the ambush by the Purgers? Dale remembered, but he still insisted on his plan. If they intend to target the successor of the Black Duke in the capital, especially at the Crimson Magic Tower's own academy, the Crimson Duke surely knows the impact such an action would bring. His words were so firm and clear that Alan was left speechless. From the Empire's perspective, the one they fear most isn't me. It's you, Father. Then he asked about another related issue. Then how do you explain the Purgers' ambush? Dale quickly replied. Perhaps the Crimson Magic Tower. He seemed a bit amused when mentioning a certain person was just testing us. Marquis Juris must be very curious to see how strong I really am. Dale raised his voice slightly. If he really wanted to eliminate me, he wouldn't have sent just 12 men. At this point, Alan gradually gave in, probing just a bit more. So, do you have any other purpose you want to achieve in the capital? Dale clenched his fist and declared boldly, I want to see this country called the Empire with my own eyes. And since the Crimson Magic Tower has provoked us, the more Alan listened, the more he frowned. Then we must certainly give them a proper response. Finally unable to stop Dale, he could only sigh, I truly cannot understand your thinking. Alan looked down and said softly, You're right. As a father, I missed a judgment that a Black Duke shouldn't have missed. A moment later, he looked straight into Dale's eyes and warned, Fine, but remember this. The moment you set foot in the capital, the corner of his mouth curled slightly as he heard. They will only see you as a mere brat. Having received his father's approval, Dale was visibly happy, his voice full of excitement. I will keep that in mind for you, for myself, and for the Saxon family. That night, in a mansion far away, someone was chuckling. It's coming soon. This was Crimson. He gently swirled his wine glass while murmuring with interest. I'm very much looking forward to this reunion. His manner was relaxed and arrogant, mixed with a hint of contempt. Youth indeed. Curiosity always outweighs fear. Crimson turned slightly to look at the body that had been drained into a dry skeleton. Elizabeth, what do you think about this? Because you refused to think, you ended up rotting like this. He stood up, approached the corpse, and kissed the back of Elizabeth's hand. But your blood was truly wonderful. Crimson showed a look of satisfaction. Death is a blessing. It's like petals that bloom brilliantly and then wither beautifully. With that, he raised his wine glass again. Compared to that, an immortal life without death is truly fleeting, empty, and filled with meaninglessness. Suddenly, Crimson crazily crushed the glass, the red wine flowing through his knuckles. He leisurely walked to the window and continued with the wisdom he had gathered. It's no different from weeds that can never bloom in their entire lives. Crimson looked outside and said joyfully, Welcome, young Master Dale. He made his anticipation clear. The greatest talent in the Empire will soothe this emptiness. The next morning, Dale sat in the carriage, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at the scenery outside. Traveling with him were Vale and Cephia. At that moment, Vale sat beside him, secretly observing his expression. He thought to himself, ever since he showed that side of himself, I haven't been able to start a conversation naturally. Cephia felt the same. Once you've seen me like that, I know that no apology or excuse will work anymore. She glanced over and then looked away. The carriage carrying all three of them soon arrived at the gates of Crimson's palace. Two guards stationed at the large gate stepped out to receive them, and Dale stepped calmly out of the carriage. Someone came out to greet them warmly. The young master of the Saxon family has traveled a long way to get here. Dale walked carefully, scanning the entire scene. This place was the Royal Academy under the Crimson Magic Tower. Crimson stood with a few attendants and greeted, "We have been waiting for you for a long time, young master of the Saxon family." He politely placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Marquis Juris, it is an honor to meet you again." Though Dale was short, his words were firm and perfectly formal. "I am the one who should be deeply grateful for the invitation from the master of the Crimson Magic Tower." Crimson shrugged and continued, "I've heard much about your exploits in facing the great demon migration, young master." He gave a fake, honeyed smile, showering him with praise, not just stopping at research like a scholar, but bravely becoming a warrior on the battlefield yourself. It's truly a heroic tale of glory that resonates throughout the Empire. In contrast to the other's dangerous friendliness, Dale was extremely cautious. Seeing the innocent smile he wore, he could only curse inwardly. The bastard who joined hands with the demons and turned the Black Knights into ashes is right in front of me. Clenching his fists, Dale reminded himself, "But I have to be patient for now." Crimson continued in his flattering tone, "Whenever I hear the heroic stories about the Black Prince told by the curious, I truly can't help but be amazed." Dale replied modestly, but deeply, "People's stories are always exaggerated." He immediately dismissed it skillfully. That couldn't possibly be the case. Crimson still held the initiative in this greeting. "We are also looking forward to the talent dubbed the #1 genius of the Empire here at the Academy." Suddenly, just as he finished his sentence, Dale stepped forward forcefully. He brushed past Crimson without even a glance, making him laugh with delight. He walked up to the two people accompanying Crimson and bowed slightly. "Dale of the Saxon family greets the members of the Imperial family." The two were very pleased. As expected, his manners are impeccable. Dale intentionally went to greet them because he wanted to hide the anger he could no longer control. Beneath that bow were eyes burning with hatred. "I must wait for my chance for the sake of the Saxon family." He didn't need to look, but he could always see Crimson's malicious smile. "I will make you kneel first on the very chessboard you laid out." And he was also extremely excited. "Interesting, young Master Dale." Such eyes burning with hot blood. "Very well. I'll be looking forward to it." Inside the magnificent royal palace in the early morning, the night's class had been going on for quite a while. The professor stood at the podium lecturing passionately. In other words, Dale rested his chin on his hand and tilted his head, not focusing despite the words floating past his ears. Fire and water attributes are different because, besides the knowledge mentioned above, behind him, there were whispers from other students. "Is that him? Is that the Black Prince guy? Rumor has it he's only 11, but has already reached the three-circle magic realm." Dale let out a long sigh, bored with the thick gossip. Must be a lie. How could a brat from the Black Magic Tower, in some remote countryside, reach 3 circles? The rotation speed of his magic circle is probably less than 100 rounds per minute, right? The more he heard those words, the more he resented Crimson. Crimson, that crafty guy, I can't believe he intentionally dumped me into the top class for the 3-circle level. Dale looked at the large lecture hall. It had been a few weeks since he arrived, and the graduation exams were approaching. Graduating from the Royal Academy and becoming a mage of the Crimson Magic Tower was a guaranteed ticket for the advancement of the Imperial nobility. For that reason, the Academy couldn't possibly welcome an outsider. Dale was completely immersed in his own space. So far there haven't been any major issues, but Juris certainly didn't just bring me here to sit and listen to lectures. Suddenly a hand shot up, a shrill voice interrupting the lesson. "Professor." The professor looked at the boy sitting arrogantly with his legs up on the table and stammered, What is it, Leonard?" He commented without the slightest respect. "Nothing. It's just that this class is too boring." The professor actually seemed submissive. Is that so? I'm sorry. Then what would you like to do?" Leonard glanced down, grinning as he led the way. "It's a rare occasion for the Black and Crimson Towers to have an exchange, and even the young master of the Saxon family has graced us with his presence." A calculated suggestion. Shouldn't there be a magic exchange worthy of the occasion? The professor broke into a cold sweat. "If you mean a magic exchange, then could it be?" Dale thought to himself that this academy was like a miniature kingdom. Bloodline and title determined one's status here, and at the very top was where the king reigned. Looking at the guy's arrogant, bold demeanor and the professor's cowering attitude, he guessed that person must be the king, probably the son of the blood flame elder of the Crimson Magic Tower, Walter. Leonard shrugged with a casual air. Everyone says so. The person who passed the 20th floor in the tower's test, the #1 genius of the Empire. The one who brought victory in the Black-White War. He was aiming directly at Dale. I heard you recently took down an orc boss all by yourself, right? That's why I want to see that talent with my own eyes. Faced with the compliments laced with mockery and contempt, he just smiled. Dale stood up straight, his voice just as dignified and powerful. Rumors often get more inflated the more they are passed around. That's why you need to personally verify it for me, right? Leonard praised him enthusiastically. That silver tongue certainly matches the reputation. Anyone can be a hero with just words. Prove yourself with action. Dale confidently accepted the challenge. Fine, I accept. Both walked straight up to the podium and stood facing each other, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. The professor was extremely worried. Dale, are you clear on the rules for a magic exchange? Leonard frowned, his teeth gritted. Putting on quite a show, aren't you? You're just a lord from the northern countryside. But this is the Imperial Royal Academy and the top class of the 3-circle level. I'll make you kneel before the #1 talent of the Empire. Dale looked at the professor and asked an important question. Is it okay not to wear a life point ring? He hesitated as if trying to remember. A life point ring? Dale then clarified his point. What if someone gets injured in this match and ends up losing their life? Although we haven't officially started fighting, a confident smile was clear on his face. Who will be responsible for that? Is it really okay to use magic with the intent to destroy the opponent? Hearing that, the professor could only stand there stunned. Then suddenly he raised his hand to stop it. Leonard, this match is canceled. I'm canceling it. Leonard snapped irritably. What? The professor rushed over, trying his best to dissuade him. Leonard, can you just act like this match never happened? Or at least put on a life point ring? As a result, he was grabbed by the collar by the arrogant Leonard and then yelled at, I can still beat that brat without such a thing. Leonard didn't bother considering the professor's good intentions and even raised his voice. You just stay quiet and do as I say. I'll show you what a real exchange looks like. Opposite him, Dale was patiently impatient, standing with hands on hips and growling. How long are you going to keep wasting time? Leonard replied grandly. I'm ready, Northern young master, he suggested slyly. But I want to add one more condition. If the young master loses, as of today, he will be judged unfit for the graduation class and must get out of this classroom. Leonard pointed at himself, acting magnanimous as he said, In return, if I lose, I will withdraw from the upcoming graduation exam. Dale summoned his sword while listening. That's in line with the nature of an exchange match, wouldn't you say? He didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. Fine. Upon hearing the answer, Leonard instantly closed his eyes and summoned the fire element that was his forte. An iron chain forged from sparks as hot as volcanic lava appeared. Leonard lowered his voice. Well then, realizing there was nothing more he could do, the professor took on the role of referee. The battle between student Leonard and student Dale began. Before the command was even finished, both hot-headed young men were already in motion. In the blink of an eye, Dale and Leonard closed the distance, sword and chain clashing with a loud metallic ring. Violent reactions scorched the air as a thick plume of fire erupted. The students watching couldn't hide their shock. What is this? What's with this wind pressure? They stared intently, unable to look away. More importantly, their eyes could no longer even keep up. Dale was incredibly determined, his gaze hungry for victory and his limbs moving with lightning speed. Leonard entered the fight with a completely different mindset as well, remaining steadfast and highly focused. He struck calmly and meticulously, bearing no resemblance to his previous arrogant self. Leonard raised a hand level with his eyes, squinting slightly to observe. The moment he lowered his hand, Dale was already a mere span away, his sword raised high. A violet light surrounded Leonard's upper body along with Dale's fierce thought. It's over. Just as he was about to touch victory, he was suddenly startled by a flashing light. A searing heat surged toward him as if it wanted to burn his face off. Dale lost his balance in shock. Due to the sudden ambush, he fell to the ground dazed and coughing violently. Dale bit his lip, his eyes cursing in place of his voice. Looking at the students supporting Leonard, he cursed under his breath. This coward. He shouted straight at his face immediately after. You called in your cronies from the start? This is the exchange match you were talking about. It turned out Leonard was still a piece of work. He let out a cunning laugh. Cowardly? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. He even used psychological warfare to strike at Dale. It seems no one here supports a young master showing his face in this place. Not stopping there, Leonard spoke insolently to his teacher. Professor, you'd better not go shooting your mouth off about what happened today. He seemed to have practiced this script many times. His smooth words stabbed straight into the professor's heart. Once this reaches my father's ears, your professorship is finished. Having dealt with the witnesses, Leonard turned back to Dale, casually. Shall we start again? Without a shred of shame, he raised his voice. A battle to clearly define true talent. But Dale suddenly wanted to call a truce. Let's just stop this battle right here. If we stop now, this can still be considered a mistake, Leonard said haughtily. Do you still not understand the situation? Dale flatly denied it. No. He quickly suggested, you should look around for yourself. Instantly, Leonard's arrogant demeanor vanished along with the thick fog Dale had brought forth. The students allied with Leonard panicked. What? What the hell? My mana. The students allied with Leonard panicked. What? What the hell? My mana. Compared to Leonard's taunts, Dale's words were much more profound. A crimson mage allowing his own flame to be extinguished so easily. The space surrounding them both was now a black shroud filled with magical eyes. Dale introduced it with pride. This is my world. He threw insulting words at his opponent. You struggle to create even a tiny flame, yet you think you can withstand my weight? With that, Dale waved his hand and sighed in boredom to conclude the battle. He then opened his palm toward Leonard and dropped a soft remark. How dull. Long black arms grabbed the necks of the teammates. And of course, Leonard was not spared. His face was miserable, drool dripping down as his throat was constricted. Dale said gently, let's end it here. At this point, the professor intervened frantically. Dale, stop. He disregarded his own dignity and said, I will apologize as many times as you want. Just please let it go for my sake. Dale understood the professor's tangled heart and reassured him. Please don't worry. He turned his back as his opponent was dropped. I have no intention of killing him. Dale left Leonard with a remark that left him stunned with humiliation. Next time, be prepared to bet your life before you come. A peaceful night finally arrived to soothe the tension on the busy street, with passers-by and lights from the houses shining bright. The venerable professor was suddenly punched square in the face, spitting out dark blood. You bastard! Leonard swung his arms and legs, kicking and punching the man frantically while screaming, Who the hell do you think you are to represent the Walter family? He viciously hurled insults. How dare you interfere and tarnish the Walter name? You didn't know your place and meddled until the family lost all face. Despite the professor clutching his legs and begging, Leonard only cared about venting his rage. You're just a lowly academy professor. How do you plan to take responsibility for this humiliation? The professor whispered. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Leonard grew even angrier. This time he delivered a kick that snapped the professor's neck. Forgiveness? What are you barking about, you piece of trash? After venting his anger, he flopped down into a plush chair. But because he was still in foul mood, Leonard found an excuse to chase the customers out of the tavern. It's too noisy. Get out. All of you. Someone asked what. He glared and gritted out every word. Didn't you hear me? Drag that dead guy out too. I want to be alone. Leonard's friends didn't dare argue, working together to carry the professor away. But they all hid their sneers behind his back. No talent and a personality like garbage. If it wasn't for the Walter family, he'd have been. Even though the gossipers tried to keep their voices low, the words still reached Leonard's ears. Did you see that earlier? Leonard was almost carried away himself. How can we not know? I heard he can't even take the graduation exam anymore, right? There's just no way when facing the Saxon family. The humiliation that had dragged on all day became too much to bear, and Leonard crushed the glass in his hand. He let his hand bleed profusely. You bastards! Right then, Crimson intentionally walked in. Quite an interesting sight, Leonard. Leonard snapped angrily. Who's there? Who gave you permission to come in here? Crimson displayed his usual innocent, blameless smile just to taunt him. For the eldest son of the Walter family, you look quite pathetic, don't you? Seeing him, Leonard had to soften his tone. The Crimson Duke? He was a bit surprised. Do you have business here? Crimson stepped forward. Is that really so important? He intentionally poked at Leonard's wound. It seems you haven't had a very good day today. But with this man, he didn't dare complain and chose his words carefully. Did you come here to mock me? Crimson denied it. If that were the case, I would have turned and left long ago. I only came here to see if you still have any value left for me to expect. He opened a wooden box containing a bracelet and began to lure Leonard. If used correctly, this item can help you wipe away today's humiliation. With just a few manipulative sentences, Crimson had Leonard under his spell. Of course, this power does not come without a price. He had a moment of lucidity left to ask, but why are you giving this to me? Crimson boosted his ego. It would be a shame for a talented person to fall like this, wouldn't it? He leaned in close, coaxing him sweetly. Naturally, this isn't a treasure just anyone can use. If an inferior person touches it, it's a double-edged sword that will burn the user before they can even activate its power. His words flowed smoothly because it was all part of the plan. If you can endure it, it's an opportunity. If not, it's just a flame that fuels your failure. To stimulate Leonard's malicious and competitive nature, he pressed him. What's your decision? Leonard officially took the bait, declaring boldly, that top position belonged to me from the start. Crimson grinned with satisfaction. Very good. In another mansion within the palace, a soft light still emanated. Dale sat on his bed, focused on meditating to recover his strength. Doubts rose in his mind. Did that Juris fellow call me here just to watch the antics of these brats? Why would he call me all the way here? The deduction had barely sparked before he extinguished it himself. No, that can't be it. Unlike the battle that day, these rookies are just laughable to me. Dale couldn't stop questioning. The thing Juris really wants must be something else. Because he was so focused, the knock on the door made him jump. An urgent call rang out. Dale. He recognized Professor Cephia's voice. Dale walked slowly to the door and opened it. Seeing her, he responded quickly. Please come in. The door closed, so they could have a private space to talk. But several minutes passed without either of them saying a word. The air was awkward. Finally, Dale had to speak first, even though he was quite embarrassed. Thank you for accompanying me all the way to the capital. Not knowing what else to say, he just kept repeating, thank you. Cephia asked kindly, are the classes at the academy to your liking? Dale answered honestly. They can't compare to your teachings, Professor. Silence filled the room once again. Cephia spoke up hesitantly. I saw your grieving face when you lost the knights that day. I'm sorry. Dale was flustered. Please don't blame yourself anymore. He hurriedly added, you protected me. Losing the swords of the Saxon family was my mistake. Cephia gently took his hand. That's not true. A smile appeared on her kind face. I promise to stay by your side and protect you. Her voice was gentle. That doesn't just mean protecting you alone. I just don't want you to have to suffer. Dale looked at Professor Cepphia in a daze. She turned and pulled Dale's small frame into a hug. Cepphia smiled, but her words held an indescribable anxiety. Why does a child like you have such empty eyes? I'm sure I'll never fully understand it. She lowered her voice to tell him, but it's okay, because I will always be on your side. Dale didn't know how to express himself, so he could only return the hug and whisper, thank you, Professor. Dale didn't know how to express himself, so he could only return the hug and whisper, thank you, Professor. The professor announced loudly. Now, the duel between Dale and Valor may begin. A familiar voice interrupted. Wait. The crowd immediately started whispering. Leonard? What's going on? Is that Leonard? Why is he here? The professor was flustered. The exam is underway. If you cause trouble here again, I won't be held responsible. Leonard glared and shouted. Responsibility? You dare use the word responsibility. He stabbed him to the heart with a single sentence. You've been stuck at the four-circle level your whole life. Don't go throwing rules in my face. And the person he was targeting today was still the same one. Dale, I'm here to finish things with. Since he was backed by Crimson's treasure, Leonard was very confident. Shall we start the battle for the title of the Empire's #1 genius? Red stained the room, just like last time, but this time the battle was much more suffocating. Leonard was single-minded about winning. The expression on his face made that very clear. Fire chains swung relentlessly toward Dale without a second's pause. Seeing that Dale wasn't actively attacking, Leonard raised his voice. Where did your spirit from last time go? You're just running like a bunch of mice. A twisted, distorted smile appeared. Now this power is finally starting to feel familiar. With his strength, I'll teach you a lesson. Leonard was blinded by greed for fame and glory. Who was the real #1 talent of the Empire? Dale keenly noticed the difference in his opponent. Overclocking actions, forcing the rotation of magic circles beyond the caster's limit. It was no different than a mage cutting off all his own paths of retreat. He also knew where Leonard got that power from. It seemed that Ruby Crystal Bracelet was forcibly increasing his mana to duel with him. Did he secretly take a treasure from his own family? Even as an opponent, Dale felt some concern for Leonard. Regardless of what it was, Leonard didn't have the endurance for it. If the treasure went berserk, it would eventually consume him. But he was oblivious to it, his mouth busy with provocations. Just because you won once before, you think the whole world is at your feet? It had only been a few short minutes. He lunged aggressively. Now it's your turn to taste it. Fire chains, acting as a conduit for the boiling rage in Leonard's heart, struck directly at Dale. Flames surrounded the lecture hall, and students fled in panic. The professor waiting at the main door called out to everyone, "Everyone, evacuate quickly." Dale reacted calmly, spinning around in a flash to dodge the blow. Leonard was getting more insane by the second, laughing with excitement as he fought. Now you can't resist anymore, can you? You northern brat. Why don't you try opening that world you're so proud of again? Dale's face went grim, his voice hardening. It seems you're misunderstanding something. He didn't hide his intent or use metaphors, insulting him straight to his face. For someone of your level, I don't even need to summon my world. The hand holding his sword didn't have a single scratch. A violet light was spreading from. Leonard panicked. What? Dale was as fast as lightning, grazing his blade across Leonard's body before he could react. A single strike was followed by the sound of his ragged breathing. Leonard was dazed, falling to both knees, too frustrated even to cry. Dale advised kindly, "It's not too late. Give up here and throw that treasure away immediately. You know full well the processes inside your body are becoming unbearably painful, don't you? In the end, that treasure will only destroy you first." Dale was patient. "If you keep forcing it, things will become irreversible." Leonard shouted over all the kind words. "Don't be ridiculous." He barked hoarsely. "What do you know about my limits?" Leonard pushed himself up, asserting one thing. Nothing is irreversible yet. His chest expanded as all the resentment inside him erupted. "Look closely. This is my true power. I am a #1 genius of the Empire, Walter Leonard." Raging flames surrounded the two of them, leaving no way out. Leonard was incredibly proud of his new achievement. I did it. I did it. I've reached the four-circle realm. This is my world. The one who will suffer defeat here is you." Dale was genuinely worried for him. This is getting troublesome. Looking at Leonard's hallucinatory state, he analyzed. The mental world has encroached upon the mage's reality. This is something that shouldn't happen to a normal mage, but paradoxically, it's happening only because Leonard possesses talent. The opponent didn't see it all. A shout full of satisfaction. "I am Leonard Walter, the #1 genius of the Empire and the pride of the Walter family." Yet at that moment, the insults of his own father, Walter, echoed in his head. "Leonard Walter, is this all it takes to satisfy you? This success isn't yours. For the survival of the family, this is still nothing. If you're truly the hope of the family, you must show me more than this." For some reason, Dale saw all of Leonard's emotions leaking out from his mental world. Sometimes high-level mages would intentionally project their mental world onto others. He saw through his opponent, yet Leonard's mental world was different from those high-level mages. It was the result of forcing himself into the fourth circle, leading to a loss of control and causing his consciousness to go berserk. Leonard was immersed in his dream. "All of you, look up at me. You must revere me." Dale sighed helplessly. "What a pity, truly a hopeless brat." He told him slowly, "Leonard, I'll show you the mental world you've been searching for." He asked in shock, "What?" Dale's voice was soft, but his eyes were full of resolve. "It means I'll deploy my own mental world. But I wonder if you can withstand it." As he spoke, his hand moved. The rage and emptiness that I once had to swallow. A black patch immediately escaped toward Leonard. He couldn't move from sheer shock, but inside that black patch, he saw his entire miserable past. Only a second passed before Leonard couldn't hold on, collapsing in utter terror. He shouted, What is this? What kind of monster are you?" Dale replied calmly, "What's wrong? This is what you've always wanted. You were so jealous of me that you drowned in inferiority and always craved this talent." Leonard crawled back in fear as he saw him approach. Please Please don't come near me. Don't come any closer. In an instant, he felt suppressed by Dale's aura. Why are you trying to run away? This is the price for the talent you once craved. Leonard's face went pale. Are you ready to pay that price? The air gradually returned to its clarity, fire and smoke dissipating as soon as Leonard knew how to turn back. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. The professor, who was usually beaten by him, stood dazed at the sight. It's impossible. My God. Dale looked over and smiled. You arrived just in time. Leonard clutched his head and pressed himself against the floor, muttering, I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. Dale told the professor, take him to the hospital quickly. A few exclamations from the students rang out. My God, look at his miserable, cowering state. Now, when he says, I'm sorry, everyone has to wonder if that's really Leonard Walter. That's how the Berserk event at the academy ended. Leonard Walter withdrew from school for personal reasons, and afterward, rumors swirled among the students that Leonard had gone insane. On a night of torrential rain in a Walter family mansion, someone was in an absolute rage. Has the blood of the Walter family really come to this? Clenched fists radiated murderous intent. Impossible, this can't be happening. Walter, the head of the family, sat in his chair looking down at his son as if at a criminal. Dale of Saxony, that damn brat from the Duke of Saxony's family. I'm sorry, we don't know what else to say. No one dared to open their mouth before Bloodflame Walter, elder of the Sixth Circle Mage Tower and current count of the Walter family. Just at the most critical moment, Crimson's figure appeared. Your heart is being torn apart, and to be defeated by a minor young master from the Duke of Saxony's family at that. Crimson showed understanding. I can fully understand your rage and the way you're hurling insults, forgetting your own status. Walter hurriedly replied, I've been disrespectful, Tower Master. It's all because our Leonard is lacking. To him, he was very careful in his attitude. Absolutely harbor no grudge against the eldest son of the Duke of Saxony's family, who was personally invited by you. Crimson exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Walter urgently confirmed. That's correct. Please withdraw this misunderstanding. He began to speak deceitfully. Then that's a shame. Just like I did with your son. Crimson pulled out a stone-encrusted bracelet to lure him. I thought I came here to help Count Walter get his revenge. The long night passed, and sunlight covered everything again. The lecture hall full of students went on, as usual. But today everyone had a question. The professor is late today, isn't he? You're right. The students made various guesses. Leonard didn't just withdraw. He quit before being disciplined, more likely. It seemed the school also wanted to quietly hush this matter up. Dale rested his hand and thought idly. Leonard was a weaker opponent than I imagined. He also predicted that Crimson probably wouldn't sit still like this. While they were buzzing, the professor walked in and spoke. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. Very familiar red hair and a fake, honeyed voice. I'm very happy to meet you like this. Crimson stood majestically at the podium and clearly introduced himself. Today I will be taking this class in place of your usual professor. Seeing him, a nerve in Dale's head throbbed. An ill omen stung. He appeared here in person? What on earth was he planning? Crimson brought up the incident between Dale and Leonard. Not too long ago, right here, something unpleasant happened, didn't it? Leonard Walter was truly a student everyone had high hopes for. He used his raspy voice to remind the students. Every single person present here once had to tremble and bow before him. I know there are many rumors among you about Leonard's self-withdrawal. If it comes to cowering before a piece of garbage who doesn't even have a speck of talent, then I'm sure you understand what you must do when standing before me in the future. With just that much, Crimson had captured the psychology of the entire room. Everyone feared him, while he remained self-satisfied. The story of useless vermin ends here. What I will teach you here today is... Crimson intentionally lowered his voice. Dale looked up at him. History? He began the lecture, exactly like a qualified professor. The Imperial Unification War, as you all know, was a time when countless deaths were buried under the name of the Great Cause. Among them, the two Black and Crimson Towers took the name of cooperation and academic research to establish a secret force to maintain post-war balance. That name was the Black Crimson Missionary Corps. Hearing Crimson mention this, Dale was startled. What? Why bring up a name buried by the war here? Crimson continued leisurely, under the beautiful name of pursuing the truth of power and the great cause. That was where prisoners of war were used for live body experiments, burning them alive to record their reactions, then sewing torn bodies back together and forcing them to stand up. They repeated those experiments countless times under the exact same conditions. He was truly skilled at manipulating the listener's emotions. Because on the battlefield, morality is nothing more than a luxury. The students were captivated. The proof was in how they immediately started whispering the moment Crimson finished speaking. A force like that actually existed? I had no idea about it at all. He chuckled. What a surprising reaction. Then he spread his arms and raised his voice. You, who aspire to be mages of the Crimson Magic Tower, feel guilty over such trivial scraps of morality? Be proud. It is thanks to the wisdom of your predecessors that you are here today. Since he never intended to leave Dale alone, he immediately poked at him. The young master's complexion doesn't look particularly good, does it? Crimson provoked him. Could it be that the young master also feels as uncomfortable as these children? He let out a disparaging remark. The young master is just like the Black Duke, choosing morality over the ultimate truth. Crimson sighed in disappointment. The Black Duke was just like that. Crimson sighed in disappointment. The Black Duke was just like that. He was held back by cheap morality and eventually had to stop his journey toward the truth. Dale narrowed his eyes. I'm well aware of that. After the war ended, the Empire wanted to maintain the organization, but my father took it upon himself to disband the whole thing. The records of the Black Crimson Ecclesiastical Corps were supposed to have vanished into the depths of history. Crimson continued to make Dale the center of attention. However, young Master Dale is quite different. I have seen the shadow of a true Black Magic Tower Master through your talent and actions, young Master Dale. His expression gradually turned bizarre, his twisted smile incomparable to the trash gathered here. It was truly the talent of a devil. He continued, one day, the young master will surely stand at the very peak of the Black Magic Tower and will lead its entire system exactly according to his own will. Having said that, he suddenly reached out his hand. Crimson was full of sincerity, even if, deep down, he was just faking it. Would you like to join me in grasping the ultimate truth and power in your hands? Dale alloyed his teeth as he listened to the other man's hypocritical words. For a new bond between Black and Crimson, he understood the true intention behind that mask all too well. You're just trying to use my talent to resurrect the Black Crimson Ecclesiastical Corps, aren't you? Being naturally intelligent, Dale chose a gentle way to respond. I appreciate the offer, but everything needs to happen in the right order at least. He stated his position clearly, but everyone could hear the underlying rejection. To speak of the future, my father is still very healthy at this moment. Crimson deliberately played it off. You don't need to worry about that. Snap! He flicked his fingers as if he wanted to pull out his trump card. Sure enough, a wind carrying dust and black ash suddenly surrounded the classroom. Dale's mouth dropped open in shock as he stared at a single point. He turned his eyes toward the falling debris. Inside the mind of a crimson mage, was winter snow actually falling? Looking closer once more, Dale was certain. No, this isn't snow. It didn't take long for him to realize that this substance was ash. Dale looked up at the professor as things began to click. If that's the case, then this place must be. He instinctively clenched his fist. Right. How could I ever forget this scenery? Crimson stepped closer, chatting as casually as ever. It truly is a wondrous and magnificent world, isn't it? He smiled warmly. You're the only one permitted to step into my world. The other students won't be able to see it. Crimson's voice was brimming with pride. In this world, on every street corner, towers of steel are erected that no one would dare to replicate. Steel dragons soar through the sky, breathing out fire attribute magic at a level that even I cannot reach. His creative yet dangerous inventions were also displayed for Dale to see. Advanced equipment swept through everywhere it went, causing disasters. The only purpose existing in Crimson's world was likely destruction. The first giant projectile fired caused a massive inferno, blanketing the entire sky. Crimson was absolutely delighted. Behold the great empire of fire and steel that once subdued even the elder gods. He acted haughty with the twisted truth he nurtured. That is exactly what we mages have always been searching for. The ultimate truth and power. Dale seriously wanted to understand this man's psychology. Was it for this so-called truth that you summoned the hero from another world? Crimson, of course, had no qualms. That's right, but that existence was truly a pathetic failure. He judged calmly. As a soldier, he was quite useful. But among the truths possessed by the great empire of fire and steel, he was just a low-ranking grunt who couldn't grasp anything significant at all. Dale suddenly found it funny and had to quickly cover his mouth with his hand as he listened to him ramble. There isn't a single bit of truth we can extract from him, he thought to himself with amusement. Thank goodness, it's better that way. This man really has no idea that I am the one who inherited the truth of that empire of fire and steel. At that moment, Crimson turned back to look at him. That is why I called the young master all the way here. Dale finished his sentence. To once again reach out for that ultimate truth and power through the bond of black and crimson. Crimson didn't hesitate to reveal it. Exactly. He remained persistent in trying to recruit Dale. So, please take your time and think it over carefully. To me, time is something not even worth mentioning. He snapped his fingers again. Now, shall we head back? But then Crimson feigned ignorance, acting as if he just remembered something. He made Walter appear briefly as an illusion and intentionally reminded him. It seems Count Walter of the Flaming Blood is harboring a deep grudge against you, young master. Leonard Walter was defeated by the young master, and his father was also one of the vice-captains of the Black Crimson Ecclesiastical Corps back then. At the same time, His Majesty wishes for the number of people who know the true reality of the Black Crimson Ecclesiastical Corps to decrease by even just one person. Crimson gave a hypocritical laugh. I hope the young master doesn't resent me. I cannot go against His Majesty's holy will, and it wouldn't look good if I stepped in directly. He strode over to stand in front of Dale. Of course, in the end, this is just a deal. Even if you clash with Count Walter, you could still refuse this deal and walk away. Another wicked piece of bait slipped out of his mouth. But if you handle him for me, I promise to give you a very worthy reward. Having control over the conversation, Crimson was always in high spirits. This time he actually snapped his fingers. Well then, today's lecture ends here. A snapping sound echoed in the quiet space. The desolate buildings filled only with smoke and ash vanished. The cozy lecture hall returned. Crimson turned to leave. I hope we have the chance to meet again. He added a few more words. Whether you accept or not, I'm sure the answer will soon be clear through your actions. That night, on the outskirts of the royal capital, at the mansion of the Black Duke, Dale sat quietly on his bed, training his mind as he did every day. But today he didn't feel as relaxed as usual, his eyebrows furrowing. The ruins of a distant city being burned to piles of ash. Crimson's image remained etched in his mind. The moment he projected that world and mentioned the hero from another world, the words he spoke were carved into my mind like a warning. If I refuse, will I be next? Dale opened his eyes wide, angrily vowing to himself, I will not let anyone use my life for their own purposes ever again. A loud noise snapped him out of his thoughts. A house had just been engulfed in flames, and a large explosion erupted from it. Dale quickly threw on his cloak, his posture ready, as if he had expected this. So, you've come? Cephia burst through the door in a panic, calling out, Dale. He seemed surprised to see her. Lady Cephia. The flames flaring up right behind her made him freeze for a moment. But that was simply a signal of Walter's presence. I thought you'd run away, but I didn't expect you to be waiting here so obedient. He curled his lip. That brat from the Saxony family. The one who dared to ruin my son to such an extent. The bracelet Crimson had given glowed on his wrist. Walter spoke in a cold voice. Are you mentally prepared?